What's up, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Clockwolf. Oh! And welcome to my video on The Last of Us Part 2, a post-apocalyptic third-person action-adventure game developed by Naughty Dog and published by Sony Interactive Entertainment. It was created using the Naughty Dog engine and was released as a PlayStation exclusive in 2020. The Last of Us Part 2 is a direct sequel to The Last of Us, another game that was released as a PlayStation exclusive in 2013. I recommend watching my video on the first game before watching this one, as I will be referencing it multiple times. This video and my previous video are quite long, so I will be including multiple timestamps, so you'll have the option to watch the video in parts if you want, like chapters in a book. My video on The Last of Us also has timestamps, so you can watch that in chapters too. Go ahead and watch it, I'll be here when you get back. The following video will be spoiling The Last of Us Part 2, discussing its story fully and in depth, as well as talking about the story and ending to the first game. For the record, I will be referring to these games as Part 1 and Part 2 from now on. There will also be story spoilers for the following games: Hotline Miami, Spec Ops: The Line, What Remains of Edith Finch, Metal Gear Solid, Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, and Half-Life 2. I will also be spoiling the general plot summaries to the 1982 movie John Carpenter's The Thing and E.T. the Extraterrestrial, as well as the ending to the 1976 movie Carrie. There will also be a very small spoiler for the 2001 movie Training Day. It's only one line spoken by one of the characters, the most iconic line from the movie. You probably know the one. There will also be some very small visual and gameplay spoilers for the following games: the 2016 reboot of Doom, Uncharted 3 Drake's Deception, Uncharted 4 A Thief's End, Red Dead Redemption, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, Yakuza 0, and Fear. So if you want to go into any of these things totally blind, now is your chance to turn back. Part 1's story focused on a much more straightforward narrative that explored the relationship between the two main characters, Joel and Ellie. Part 2 looks to tell a much more broad and complex story that's more driven by its themes and its symbolism than its characters. It's attempting to experiment with video game storytelling through symmetrical theming in some of the mechanics, but the overall structure of the story can make it hard to focus on sometimes. Being split between the perspectives of two different protagonists and having multiple flashbacks between the two, a lot of these flashbacks even double as dream sequences. This is the kind of game that needs to be played multiple times to fully understand everything. Even though this game is twice as long as the first game, with Part 1 taking the average player 15 hours to beat and Part 2 taking just about double that amount of time. The problem is, on top of all that, the story's subject matter is heavy, which makes for an emotionally exhausting experience. This isn't the type of game where everyone will beat it and want to start a new playthrough right away. Most people will want to put down the controller and go do something else. Maybe go play a happy game like Kirby or something to act as a palate cleanser. If you're of the mindset that every game should strive to maximize the fun factor, this game may be hard for you to swallow. You gotta go into it with a more open mindset to truly get the most out of it. The end result is a game that's difficult to digest both in a story sense and how it's presented, which is in stark contrast to the first game. Naturally, the fact that it's difficult to digest means that it's difficult to explain as well. That's why I won't be able to analyze this game the same way I did with my video on Part 1. What I'm going to do instead is talk about changes to the gameplay from Part 1, various sub-stories, small criticisms, details, and nitpicks, as well as some of the background and lore between the various characters, factions, and locations. Then, after we reach a certain point, we'll double back and talk about the character motivations and the story in a more broad and thematic sense. Part 2 picks up where the last game left off, with Joel and Ellie living in Tommy's settlement in Jackson. The opening cutscene shows Joel recounting the events of Part 1, specifically the ending to Tommy. It also introduces the guitar, which we'll see throughout the experience. Part 2 plays out assuming that players have already played Part 1, which is totally fair. This recap is likely to help jog the memory of people who may have played Part 1 years ago, as a sort of previously on The Last of Us, as well as establishing right away that this game's not going to just completely ignore the events of the first game. This is a continuation of Part 1's story. Tommy is understandably shocked to hear what Joel did and later agrees to take his secret to the grave with him. Joel and Tommy exit the abandoned house, and you control Joel as you ride back to town, following Tommy on horseback as the opening credits roll. The beginning starts off slow, in fact, way too slow for a sequel in my opinion. Part 1 took about an hour to really get going. Part 2 takes about the same amount of time before it does as well, and even then I didn't truly start enjoying myself until the first hostile human encounter about 4 hours in. Later that night, Joel goes over to the place in Jackson where Ellie is staying, which is actually the detached garage behind the house that Joel is living in. It shows her writing in a journal, which we'll see a lot more of throughout the game. Joel shows her the guitar and plays it for her. The game has us play the first few notes as a prelude to the guitar minigame, which we'll get into much later. Joel sings the song Future Days by Pearl Jam, the opening lyrics of which are literally, "If I ever were to lose you, I would surely lose myself," which we later learn acts as some of the most blatant foreshadowing in storytelling history. The game fast forwards ahead 4 years later, where we once again play as Ellie at the age of 19. She's in bed and wakes up after someone knocks at the door of her place. It's a guy named Jesse, a new character who we've never seen before. Apparently, they're supposed to go outside of Jackson and patrol the surrounding area for infected, but Ellie accidentally slept in and now they're late. Before leaving, you can look through Ellie's place and see some of her stuff. She has her joke books and Savage Starlight comics on a shelf, as well as Sam's robot. Also, if you go to the mirror in the bathroom and use the button to zoom in, Ellie squints. I thought that was a fun little detail. Also, Ellie has an alarm clock in her room that counts up in real time. It says 6, and if you stay in the room for an hour, it will count up until it hits 7. Part 2 is filled with various small details like this, even more than Part 1 was. I suspect that people will be combing through this game for years trying to find them all. I'm not going to be able to show all of them here, but I will be pointing out a few of them here and there. Ellie gets dressed, goes outside, and you walk through town looking at the hustle and bustle of your surroundings while talking to Jesse. The conversation shifts over to something that happened last night. Apparently, Ellie was at a town dance and a girl named Dina kissed her. Dina is Jesse's ex-girlfriend. They broke up about a week ago, but Jesse doesn't seem to mind. Some old man named Sean saw Dina and Ellie kiss. He called Ellie a dick. Then Joel marched over and pushed him. Then Ellie got mad at Joel for some reason. You walk through town, go into a restaurant, and see Tommy's wife Maria from the first game. Maria makes the old man who insulted Ellie the night before apologize. He gives Ellie some bigot sandwiches, her words not mine, and then they leave. On the way to the stables to get Dina, Maria and Ellie talk a little. Apparently, something happened over the course of the last 4 years that changed Ellie and Joel's relationship. Now they rarely speak to each other, a stark change from the surrogate father-daughter relationship they had at the end of the first game. You find Dina having a snowball fight with some kids, which Ellie gets involved in as a way to tutorialize the player, showing the basics of targeting an enemy in combat, moving through an environment, taking cover, and dealing with being flanked from behind. After that, they go to the stables, get on their horses, and leave. The game then cuts to another location with several people sleeping inside a building, including a new character, a big muscly girl named Abby. She wakes up after having a nightmare and sees one of her friends named Owen is also awake. She goes to talk to him, asking what he's doing up. She also notices that he has snow on his jacket, so he must have just been outside. Asking him where he's been, Owen says that he needs to show her something and tells her to get dressed. They go outside and we control Abby following Owen through the snow. He doesn't tell Abby what he wants to show her, insisting that she needs to see it for herself and that it can't wait until morning. I like how we can also see the trail in the snow from when Owen made this trek the first time. They make small talk along the way and we learn a few things about some of the members of their group. One of the guys is named Manny and he's from Mexico. Also, Owen is in a relationship with someone named Mel, but it sounds like Owen and Abby maybe used to be together at one point. It also establishes that Abby has a fear of heights, which will come into play in the story later when we play as her again at the game's halfway point. They make it to the thing that Owen wanted to show Abby, which turned out to be a cliff overviewing Jackson. Abby's surprised to see that there's a whole city full of people there. Owen points out that they have multiple armed patrols in the area, with multiple outposts that have electricity, pointing to an old ski lodge in the distance with lights on. Apparently, Abby and Owen's group are out here because they're looking for someone, and are wondering how they're going to find them in this town, assuming that they're even there at all. Abby suggests cornering one of the patrols and interrogating them. From there, they can maybe find a way to lure the person they're looking for out of Jackson. Owen doesn't want to do that. Abby asks if he has a better plan and why he's been acting so strange. He tells her that his girlfriend Mel is pregnant. Also, that when the other people in the group see that there's a whole city full of people in between them and what they came out here to do, they're gonna want to turn back. Abby gets mad at Owen and says she knew she couldn't count on him to help. Owen says that he wants the same thing that she wants, but not at any cost. But she just gives him the cold shoulder. Owen tells her that he'll see her back at camp with the others and just walks off in a huff. But Abby's like, fuck it, I'll do the whole thing myself. We go back to playing as her and start making our way towards the ski lodge, moving downhill and through some old cabins as a blizzard starts to pick up. This next gameplay section is where we encounter the infected for the first time. We learn the basics of hand-to-hand combat, stealth, and shooting. She eventually finds some horse tracks in the snow. We then cut back to Ellie, shortly after she left Jackson to go on patrol with Dina earlier that same day. We'll switch back to playing as Abby again later. They're riding their horses to a nearby outpost with a lookout area. Along the way, they start talking about their past relationships. I may as well talk about some of these new characters like Jesse and Dina. Ellie has a journal that the game uses to provide us insight into her state of mind. She seems to have started writing in it after she started living in Jackson. In other parts of the game, we play as Ellie during flashbacks, and we can access her journal there too. When reading it, we can see hints of what Ellie was doing while living in Jackson. After arriving in Jackson, Ellie met Dina and another girl named Kat. She apparently met Jesse through Dina after they started dating. Joel thought that Jesse had a crush on Ellie for a little while apparently too, but she actually spent some time dating Kat because it was established in the DLC for Part 1 that Ellie was a lesbian, and Joel is still unaware of this. We never actually see Kat in the game, we just see a drawing of her in Ellie's journal. She's also mentioned as the girl that gave Ellie the tattoo on her arm. The tattoo is a moth sitting on some leaves that's covering her entire forearm. I looked into it, and it's confirmed that the tattoo is of a moth, not a butterfly. She got it to help cover up the chemical burn on her arm, a chemical burn that she gave herself to cover up her bite mark. At first, Kat seemed to be flirting with Ellie. Then, while she was giving Ellie her tattoo, she straddled herself on Ellie's lap and kissed her. Ellie freaked out and pushed her off. Partly because she was surprised, and partly because she didn't know if swapping saliva with someone would get them infected. They both went for a walk, and Ellie just said that she was nervous because it was her first kiss. Then they went to Ellie's place and watched a movie. Kat fell asleep, and Ellie spent the whole night watching her to make sure she didn't turn. And to Ellie's relief, she wasn't contagious. Kat was very open about the fact that she was a lesbian and even referred to Ellie as her girlfriend in front of her parents and friends. Basically, everyone knew Ellie was gay except for Joel. For some reason, Dina seemed to be avoiding Ellie and Kat when they were together, and at some point they broke up. Along the way to that lookout area, Ellie asks Dina if she misses being with Jesse. Dina says no, and that she still cares for him and his parents. But as a couple, it felt like they were just on autopilot the whole time. Dina brings up how Ellie never talked about her and Kat. Ellie just says that's because there wasn't much to talk about. Ellie felt like Dina didn't really like Kat, and Dina didn't feel like Kat was right for Ellie. Looks like Ellie's first relationship ended the same way a lot of first relationships do. They make it to the lookout area and spend a few minutes enjoying the view. Then they go to sign into the logbook. Judging from the other entries in the book, it looks like the people of Jackson use this building pretty regularly as a lookout post. They seem to have a whole planned routine for searching the surrounding area for infected. Ellie asks Dina who she used to do this route with, since she used to patrol this route all the time. Dina says she used to do this route with Eugene. Eugene was an older guy that lived in Jackson and was old friends with Tommy. He died not too long ago from a stroke at the age of 73. May we all live that long in the apocalypse. While looking around, Ellie finds a bong and asks Dina if it belonged to Eugene. Dina says it's hers and Eugene gave it to her. Ellie asks if she has any weed on her, and Dina says no, but Eugene always had some on him. That'll come into play in a minute. Using some binoculars to take a look at the surrounding area, they see an old town up ahead with a clock tower in the center, which is supposed to be their next stop. She sees an old ski lodge in the distance, which is apparently where Joel and Tommy are, and is the same ski lodge where Abby was headed when we last saw her. She can also see a storm approaching in the distance and an old supermarket. After they finish looking around, they head back to the horses and head to the next lookout area. Along the way, you can search some abandoned houses for supplies and listen to Dina and Ellie talk some more. It's mostly small talk. Not really important with the exception of Ellie saying that she writes her own music. Again, this will come into play later. When you pass by the supermarket, you come across the carcass of a moose that seems to have been ripped apart by infected. Dina and Ellie go inside the supermarket to deal with them since they're on patrol. We see what it's like to fight infected with a partner using this game's improved companion AI. The game introduces safe puzzles. We get to see Part 2's crafting system for the first time. It shows off the new rope mechanic that we'll be using, and it reintroduces us to the clickers. After they're done clearing out the infected, they go back to the horses. But just as they leave, they get hit with that snowstorm they saw on the horizon earlier. Ellie and Dina get separated for a moment, but then they find each other again. They both agree that they won't be able to make it to the next lookout area like this, so they take shelter in a nearby bookstore. They search the place to make sure it's safe, and it looks like someone might be living there. After looking around a little more, they find a room with old computer parts everywhere. Dina says that she thinks this was Eugene's place. Apparently, he was a fan of electronics. Ellie finds an old Firefly pendant with his name on it, confirming that this was in fact his camp. Ellie is surprised to find out that he was a Firefly. Apparently, Eugene and Tommy served together. Eugene even left his wife and daughter to go fight for the Fireflies. They find a generator and turn it on. Then Dina sees light coming out from under the floorboards. They find some stairs hidden behind a bookshelf leading down to a basement. They go down there and find the whole basement is filled with dead marijuana plants. Eugene seems to have turned it into a grow house. This explains why he always seemed to have weed on him. They look around and find some joints in a jar. After carefully opening it, they smoke one. They talked about when they kissed the other day, and the conversation leads them to do it again. We then cut back to Abby, right where we left off the last time we saw her. She follows the horse tracks she found in the snow until she runs into a large group of infected. There's so many that she's forced to run away, and a bunch of them start chasing after her. One of them almost gets her, but she's saved by Joel and Tommy. They run through the ski lodge together, fighting off infected as they go. Tommy says they cannot go back to Jackson, because they'll lead the horde of infected right back to town if they do. Abby suggests going to the place her and her friends are staying. Apparently it's safe, fortified, and not too far away. Tommy and Joel, having no better ideas, decide to go along with it. They fight their way through the ski lodge until they get outside and ride off on their horses. The game cuts back to Ellie and Dina, who are still right where we left them in the bookstore. But now they're both in their underwear, implying that they just had sex. This is where we get to see Ellie's tattoo for the first time. Ellie talks about the scar she has on her forearm under the tattoo. She says it's a chemical burn she gave herself to cover the bite on her arm, and she got the tattoo for good measure. She tells this to Dina and how she's immune to the cordyceps. Of course, Dina doesn't believe her though. Their fun is interrupted when Jesse shows up. They ask what he's doing here instead of at the lookout. He tells them that Tommy and Joel are missing. They didn't show up to the lookout like they were supposed to, so Jesse went out to look for them. That's when he saw lights coming from the bookstore. Ellie, Dina, and Jesse all agreed to head to Joel and Tommy's patrol route and then split up to find them. We cut back to Abby, Joel, and Tommy. They make it to the mansion where Abby's friends are. They get inside the gates where it's safe from infected, and they go inside where it's safe from the blizzard. Owen tells Abby that she is nothing but lucky, to which Abby says, "You have no idea." Tommy thanks them for helping out, and says that they should come with them back to town and stock up on supplies before they leave.
Appreciate it. I'm Mel, by the way.
Tommy. This is my brother.
Joe.
They'll act like you heard of us or something.
Because they have.
Nora, all clear?
He's out. Put him against the wall.
Tommy! Get off me! Get off me! Puta madre.
Once they're both down, Abby looks at Joel and calls him by his first and last name. It turns out Joel was the one they came out here looking for. Joel just tells Abby to say whatever rehearsed speech she had on her mind and get it over with. Abby responds by having the others tourniquet his leg and grabbing a golf club, telling Joel that he doesn't get to rush this. So she doesn't want to just kill him, she wants to make him suffer. After she hits Joel with the golf club, the game switches back to Ellie again. She's riding through the woods and makes it to the mansion. The game gives the players control of Ellie as they move through the woods and run towards the mansion grounds. After entering, you can hear Joel screaming from somewhere in the house. You follow the sound down into the basement. Ellie slowly opens the basement door and sees Joel on the floor being beaten to death by Abby. As soon as she sees this, she tries to shoot Abby, but the others stop her. Ellie tries to fight them off and manages to slash one guy in the face, but she ends up getting overpowered. The guy Ellie slashes in the face kicks her in the ribs a few times before the others hold him back. Ellie is lying on the ground screaming at them. Owen comes into the room and sees Ellie on the floor. He chastises the other members of the group, saying someone should have been guarding the upper floors. He tells Abby to hurry and finish off Joel because they need to leave before the whole town shows up. So she does, and she kills Joel while Ellie watches, screaming and begging them to stop.
Please stop! Please don't shoot! Joel, please get up!
After Abby kills Joel, the others start arguing over what to do with Tommy and Ellie. Ellie isn't paying any attention and can only focus on Joel's dead body. Eventually, one of the guys knocks Ellie out. Dina and Jesse eventually show up and find her on the floor, but by that time, Abby, Owen, and all the others are long gone.
Oh my god. Ellie? I'm sorry.
Jesse! They're down here!
The game fast-forwards a few days to Ellie back in Jackson. She's mostly recovered from her injuries, and Joel is already buried. Tommy knocks at the door of Ellie's place, and she lets him in. He says Maria asked him to check up on her. Upon hearing that, Ellie knows that means Maria wants Tommy to try and convince her not to go after Abby and her group. Tommy tries to do exactly that, making a whole bunch of excuses. Ellie says that if it were her or him, Joel would already be halfway to Seattle. Tommy told her that the patches on the jackets they were wearing said Washington Liberation Front. I don't know how Ellie narrowed down their location to Seattle specifically from that information, since the state of Washington is a pretty big place. Anyway, Ellie isn't listening to Tommy's excuses and tells him she's leaving tomorrow with or without him. Tommy asks her to give him a day to try and talk Maria into letting them go to Washington. Ellie agrees. The next day, it shows Ellie kneeling over Joel's grave. Dina walks with Ellie and tells her that she's going with her to Seattle. Apparently, Tommy took one of the horses without permission and left, so now Maria has the stables on lockdown. Ellie tells Dina that it's going to be harder to get to Seattle without a horse, and she can still change her mind and not go. Dina knows that she's not going to be able to talk Ellie out of going, so she insists that if Ellie goes, then she's going too. First, Dina and Ellie go to Joel's house to get some things. This next part is meant to serve as a way for the player to go through the grieving process along with Ellie as they walk through Joel's house looking at his things. What she came here to get was his watch and his revolver from a box in his room. This seems like a weird choice by the writing team and passes me off as a type of fan service. We see Joel with his revolver when he saves Abby. We don't see the watch on his arm because he's wearing his jacket, but in all the flashbacks we see of him later, he's still wearing it. So I think it's safe to assume that he was still wearing it when he died. So they just took the watch and revolver off of his body before burying him. I think it would have been better if Joel was buried with his watch because Sarah gave it to him before she died. We don't even know if Ellie or Tommy know why that watch was so important to Joel, because Joel and Sarah were alone when she gave it to him, and we never see him explain to anyone why he wears a broken watch. But let's just assume that he did at some point. The true sentimental significance of it is still unique only to him, so burying him with it makes the most sense. As for the revolver, I don't know why this was supposed to be special to Joel that it's in a box in his room with his watch. He found that revolver on the body of a dead military soldier in an old skyscraper back in Boston. It's not like it was given to him by someone he cares about, so he doesn't seem to have a reason to be sentimental about it, and neither does Ellie. Only the player would have a reason to be sentimental about it because it's his favorite gun, since he's seen holding it in the box art for part 1. I do have a theory about why they're together that I'll get into later, but for now, there's something else I want to go over. At the beginning of part 1, we play as Sarah. We search the house for Joel and find him running into his study. He goes over to his desk and starts assembling a revolver that he uses to shoot one of the infected neighbors. He ends up giving the revolver to Tommy, and he uses it to save Joel's life twice. Fast forward 20 years later, and he's in Boston. When you go into the underground tunnel, he gets a 9mm handgun. Later, he gets the revolver when he finds it on the dead soldier's body in the Boston ruins. The revolver he assembles in the study and the one he finds in the ruin of downtown Boston are clearly not the same one. But I feel it would have been better if the gun that Joel gets from the smuggler's tunnel was the revolver and the gun that he pulled off the soldier's body was the 9mm handgun. Not only does it make more sense for a military soldier to be carrying a clip-loaded pistol as opposed to a revolver, but the game could have made it so that the revolver that Joel gets in the tunnel is the same one from 20 years ago. It would have made it so that he had a sentimental attachment to it. Because the only two things he would have had from his old life with Sarah pre-outbreak would have been the watch she gave him as a birthday present and the revolver he used to save her life. Making it so the watch and the revolver being together makes more sense. But as it's portrayed here, it would have made more sense for him to be buried with his watch. And it only makes sense for Ellie to have Joel's revolver because she ends up inheriting most of Joel's things after he dies. We even see her wearing one of Joel's jackets at one point later in the game. Putting Joel's revolver and watch in a box in his house and making the players go and get them, to me it mostly just seems like the writing team's way of saying to the players, remember Joel used to carry these things with him all the time? Because we remember. Again, I have a theory for why they're together that I'll get into later, but on the face of it, it just comes across as shallow fan service. After Ellie finds what she's looking for, Dina yells for her to come downstairs. She goes down and sees Dina and Maria in the dining room. Ellie walks in and Maria starts reading a note that Tommy left her.
Maria, I'm headed to Seattle. I wish I could let it go, but I can't. I have to bring these people to justice. Ellie's gonna try to come after me, but stop her. Take her guns, lock up the horses, maybe lock her up. Buy me some time so I can end this. Love you always, Tommy. He's gonna get himself killed.
He should have taken me with him. You should have given us a group to go after those fuckers.
I wish I could.
You gonna try to lock me up?
I'd prefer that you stay.
That's not gonna fucking
I'd
happen.
prefer that you stay, but I know you better. You going with her?
Yeah.
So you're just gonna sneak out of here?
Yeah.
On foot?
Yeah.
I told the stable to let you out with your horse. Grab some ammo, too.
Thank you, Maria.
Just, do me a favor and bring my dumbass husband home in one piece, please.
Of course.
All right. Get going, you're losing light.
Before moving on with the story, I'm gonna stop right here and take some time to talk about the gameplay. Part 2, not unlike Part 1, is constantly switching between combat, stealth, survival horror, and scavenging. The combat has you fighting humans and infected with both hand-to-hand combat and shooting, with some platforming and light puzzle solving, as well as the occasional one-off sequence. In other words, it's mostly the same gameplay from Part 1, but with multiple noteworthy improvements and changes that are worth mentioning. Like I said before, we play as Ellie for a while, and then later we switch back to Abby about halfway through the game. The Last of Us Part 2 is divided into 11 chapters. We start playing as Joel once during the opening credits in the prologue, then we switch to Ellie and we go back and forth from Ellie to Abby a few times in Chapter 1. We play as Ellie for all of Chapters 2, 3, and 4. We go back to playing as Abby during Chapter 5 and stay as her for Chapters 6, 7, and 8. We go back to Ellie in Chapter 9, and we go back to Abby one more time in the beginning of Chapter 10. Then we go back to Ellie and play as her for the rest of Chapter 10 until the epilogue. Point being, we spend pretty much as much time playing as Ellie as we do Abby. The two of them have different weapons and equipment, which results in slightly different gameplay changes between the two. For Ellie, she starts out with her pistol and a hunting rifle in Chapter 1. She also relearns to craft Molotovs and health kits. In Chapter 2, she can start using Joel's revolver that she got from the box in his room, as well as a shotgun, stun bombs, and trap mines. She also gets a second holster so she can carry 2 long guns at once. In Chapter 3, she gets a bow and a shotgun holster, so she can have both her revolver and pistol equipped at the same time without needing to switch between the two using her backpack. A second holster for your guns is something you had to craft at workbenches in the last game. A big part of the crafting and upgrading systems in Part 1 and 2 is the fact that players need to make choices where to allocate their limited resources. The additional holsters, however, are incredibly useful. So useful, in fact, that in Part 1 it was wise to prioritize unlocking them as soon as possible. Comparing how useful they were to the other workbench upgrades, it's no contest. So they made the holsters equipment that you can pick up in the world instead. Ellie doesn't get any more weapons until Chapter 10, where she gets the silenced submachine gun. As for Abby, she starts out with her pistol in Chapter 1. When we play as her again in Chapter 6, she gets a semi-automatic rifle, pipe bombs, a hunting pistol, a double-barrel shotgun, a short gun holster, a long gun holster, and a crossbow. Finally, in Chapter 7, she gets a flamethrower. As for the craftable equipment, Ellie and Abby can craft some of the same things like health kits, silencers, and upgraded melee weapons. However, some crafting recipes are character locked. Ellie can craft Molotovs, stun bombs, trip mines, and 2 different types of arrows for her bow, whereas Abby can craft pipe bombs, shivs, and 2 different types of ammunition for 2 of her guns. Each character has 2 sidearms and 4 main weapons that they can switch between. The game front-loads a lot of the equipment it gives you, but especially with Abby. It probably does this so the players won't spend too much time feeling like they just got downgraded to a weaker character. Ellie can craft 2 different arrows for her bow, regular arrows and arrows that explode on impact. Abby doesn't get explosive arrows, and instead her crossbow can be equipped with a scope, making it better for long range. The arrows fired from the crossbow are less likely to break, but Abby can't craft more like Ellie can, so you'll need to scavenge more in the environment. The shotgun Ellie uses is pump action, and she can increase the size of its ammo tube at workbenches, but Abby's shotgun can only fire 2 shells and can't be upgraded past that. I'm a little disappointed that the game doesn't let you fire both barrels at once, but the game makes up for this by giving her incendiary rounds, which is ammo that lights targets on fire. The incendiary rounds are very useful against the infected. Abby can craft them in her inventory as well as ammo for her hunting pistol. The hunting pistol can be equipped with a scope and is the most powerful weapon in the game in terms of punch, able to take off heads and limbs no problem, but it only fires one shot before needing to be reloaded and it can't be upgraded past that. Abby's semi-automatic rifle can also be upgraded with a scope and can be upgraded to fire in a 3-shot burst fire mode. Most enemies won't die with one bullet from Abby's rifle unless you're aiming for the head, so the burst fire mode is useful for killing enemies with one pull of the trigger. But if your target is at long range, or if you're aiming down the scope, for God's sakes remember to turn the burst fire off. Ellie's hunting rifle can also be upgraded with a scope, turning it into the closest thing that you'll get to a sniper rifle. Something that I noticed is that the guns in this game seem to have ballistics. While using Ellie's rifle to snipe in some of the larger maps, there seemed to be bullet drop, which is a detail that someone like me appreciates. The silenced submachine gun is badass and a little bit overpowered, but the ammo for it is rare unless you're playing on one of the easier difficulties, as a way to keep the whole thing balanced. Each character has their own roster of weapons that can be upgraded at workbenches, if you collect enough weapons parts like the first game, with the difference this time being that the workbench has these really sleek animations that play out every time you upgrade a weapon. You take pills to upgrade your character just like the last game as well. The training manuals, however, work differently than they did in Part 1. Instead of automatically improving your equipment when you find them, they open up a new branch in your character's upgrade menu. I personally feel like this was a mistake because in the last game, the way these upgrades worked felt more realistic. In Part 1, to upgrade your weapons, you needed to collect weapon parts and upgrade them at benches. To upgrade your character, you needed to collect pills. And to upgrade your craftable equipment, you needed to find training manuals. If you found a training manual that showed you how to make shivs or explosive devices, you would make better shivs and nail bombs from that point on. In Part 2, the training manuals unlock the skills for your craftable equipment in your skills menu, but you need to take pills to actually obtain the skill. I can suspend my disbelief to think that taking supplements can make your character more perceptive to the environment or make them run faster, but how the hell does taking pills make it so that they have more space to hold arrows or increase the blast radius of their explosives? Abby either knows how to make her pipe bombs more powerful or she doesn't. How does taking pills give her that knowledge? These games are known for putting in little details that help simulate the aesthetic of realism. This change from the first game feels like a step backwards in that regard. Plus, this completely removes the point of having skill books, because it isn't like not including them gets rid of the motivation to search the area for supplies. Plus, the fact that there's different craftable equipment this time makes it make even less sense, because it's not like doing it the same way you did in Part 1, it's just retreading old ground. There wasn't anything wrong with the upgrade system in the first game. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And if you insist on doing so anyway, then at least remember to think it out to its logical conclusion first. There's a few other changes to the crafting system too, except these changes improve the aesthetic realism and gameplay, at least slightly. The nail bombs from the first game are gone completely. Their design didn't make all that much sense, with it being a tin can with sharp nails poking out of it. In hindsight, one must wonder why Joel isn't screaming in pain as he picks it up. If those nails aren't stabbing into his flesh, they must at least be poking him quite a bit. More than that, their function could leave one scratching their head when looking at them realistically. Throwing them makes them act like grenades that explode after 2 or 3 seconds, and placing them on the ground somehow makes them turn into motion-sensitive mines that explode only when an enemy gets close. It's no surprise that they were removed from the game entirely and replaced with trip mines for Ellie and pipe bombs for Abby. In Part 1, the smoke bomb was a mixture of gunpowder and sugar wrapped in a dry cloth, which in theory makes sense to do. Burning sugar can make one hell of a smoke cloud and would probably make the air smell like cotton candy. But it doesn't make much sense that they would stun enemies if you throw one at them, because smoke doesn't stun people. Even if it did, it's still not very useful, because it also conceals them and you can't shoot what you can't see. This is the main reason why I rarely ever use them. Plus, in Part 1, there were only 2 things you could craft using sugar: nail bombs and smoke bombs. So with the removal of nail bombs, they had to remove sugar as a crafting ingredient and the smoke bombs along with it, since there wouldn't be any choices for the player to make regarding crafting with sugar if they kept it in. All the other crafting ingredients from Part 1 are here with alcohol, clean rags, explosive, binding, and blades. The only difference is sugar's been replaced with plastic bottles, which Ellie needs to craft stun bombs. They stun enemies if you throw one at them, hence the name. You can also upgrade them so that they release a cloud of smoke upon exploding, turning them into smoke bombs. But the smoke isn't as thick, so it still obstructs an enemy's line of sight, but it's easier to see and shoot through. The Molotov's power seems to have been lowered a bit, probably because in Part 1, the combination of throwing a brick or a bottle and then a Molotov was a guaranteed winning strategy against a room full of infected. Just throw a distraction item to get all the infected in one place, and when they're all grouped up together, throw a Molotov into the crowd. The infected that don't get lit on fire from you throwing the Molotov will likely run into the flames. If they do that and catch on fire, then just wait for them to eventually burn to death. It was such an effective strategy for clearing almost all the infected out of an area that when I learned about it, I had to force myself not to use it. In Part 2, not only has the explosive radius of the Molotov been generally reduced, but if an infected enemy gets lit on fire, it's no longer guaranteed to kill them. The fire may go out, and you'll end up with a half-charred infected enemy running around the area trying to figure out where that attack just came from. So combining a distraction item with a Molotov is still a good strategy. It's just no longer a kill all the enemies in the area every single time, almost guaranteed strategy, if you know what I mean. Apart from just weapons, both characters also have their own in-game collectibles. With Ellie, she collects trading cards, and with Abby, she collects coins. The trading cards are at least a bit more intriguing than the comic books from Part 1 because of the flavor text, but the coins are just about as interesting as the Firefly pendants from Part 1. We later learn that Abby collects them because that was her father's old hobby, but that doesn't make it interesting. And as someone who has collected both coins and trading cards in the past, I can tell you from experience that coin collecting is every bit as boring and uninteresting as this game makes it out to be. If there ever is a Part 3 and we end up playing as Abby again, I imagine that she'll start collecting stamps as well. The melee combat also has some changes to it. The way weapons work is largely unchanged. There's a variety of different weapons that you can use. If you hit an enemy with a melee weapon, it will eventually break. How fast it breaks and how much damage it does depends on the weapon you have. You can upgrade it in your crafting menu to make it more durable, and so it'll kill most enemies in one hit for a while until the upgrade breaks off. The real game changer is the addition of a dodge mechanic. In Part 1, combat was limited to mashing square. Doing so would stun lock an enemy in place so they can't hit you back. But in Part 2, enemies don't get stun locked so easily. They'll hit back, and when they do, you have to press R1 to dodge. There's no alert that pops up on screen when this happens, so players need to just watch the enemy's movements to try and learn to spot when they're telegraphing their attacks. This also allows you to deal with multiple enemies at once instead of hitting one enemy over and over and hoping that nobody interferes. If you don't have a weapon, Ellie has her pocket knife, and Abby just uses hand-to-hand. Ellie also uses her knife for stealth takedowns, which is faster than Abby, who strangles people to death like Joel. However, if you're playing as Abby, some enemies like clickers will require a shiv to stealth kill them, again like Joel used to do. The stealth elements have some notable changes too, such as craftable silencers for your pistol. They have limited durability, which makes it so that they're not easily exploited. This also gives purpose to taking hostages. Using them as a human shield like in the last game is still pretty much pointless, but that's not what I'm talking about. A lot of the areas with human enemies will have them patrolling in pairs. You can try to shoot one in the head and shoot the other before they figure out what's going on. Or instead, you can sneak up behind one guy with your silenced pistol, grab them, shoot the other one, and kill the one you have hostage using a melee kill, as a way to save yourself ammo and some of your silencer's durability. The fact that you can use a silenced pistol makes it so that your options to perform a stealth kill are no longer limited to either shoot someone with a bow or sneak up on them. The fact that the silenced pistol fires faster than the bow or the crossbow makes it good for saving yourself if you're about to have your cover blown. The fact that the silencer breaks after limited use discourages over-reliance on it. It gives more utility to Ellie's revolver during firefights because players may want to save up pistol ammo for stealth encounters. And the fact that you can use it one-handed while taking hostages keeps it from becoming totally obsolete for Ellie after she gets the silenced submachine gun. Even more notable changes to the stealth is the inclusion of being able to go prone to make yourself smaller and hiding in tall grass. There's 2 different types of tall grass, knee-high grass and waist-high grass. In knee-high grass, you aren't hidden unless you go prone, but in waist-high grass, you're hidden if you just crouch down. And if you go prone in waist-high grass, enemies will practically have to step on you before they notice you. The grass adds multiple new pathways to traverse the environment using stealth. You can even do the same thing with small bodies of water in 1 or 2 areas. These changes give the players more options for stealth in the first game, which was limited to shooting an enemy with a bow, sneaking up on them to take them down from behind, or throwing a brick or a bottle to distract them. By the way, Part 2 also has bricks and bottles that can be thrown as a distraction, but they're not lying around everywhere as much as they were in the first game. This was probably done as a way to make sure players don't over-rely on them like they did previously, thus making their use feel repetitive. However, Part 2 still did find a way to make their use at least somewhat repetitive with the inclusion of glass windows, a lot of which can be smashed. The glass-breaking physics are good and satisfying. It appears as though Naughty Dog created different glass-breaking effects for each pane of glass. Which ones the players will see will likely depend on what type of pane of glass is smashed and how it's smashed. Whether they shoot it, throw a brick or a bottle at it, or smash it by hand. Anytime you find a window that you can smash and climb through, you'll probably find a pile of bricks and bottles nearby. But it doesn't really make sense to do that if you can just smash the window by hand. There was one exception where I found a locked room and needed to smash a window to get in, but I didn't have a throwable item in my inventory and I couldn't find a brick or a bottle anywhere in the area. Also, the window was too high up to smash by hand, so I was forced to either use one of my few bullets to shoot out the window and hope the supplies inside would make it worth it, or just move on. Besides that one instance, almost all smashable windows will likely have a few bricks and bottles lying around. Doing this hurts the joy of organic discovery, because instead of finding these areas naturally, I got to the point where I just stumbled on some bricks and bottles on the floor and was like, oh, I guess that means that there's a glass window I can smash somewhere around here. Oh, there it is. Other than that little caveat, the platforming puzzles are a notable step up from last time. Not only does Ellie know how to swim now, eliminating the need to use pallets to cross bodies of water, but the occasional act of moving dumpsters from A to B requires at least some thought from the player. In replacement of ladders and planks, the game has these ropes that are repurposed versions of the grappling hook rope seen in Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. It's too bad these ropes aren't put to any good use, with only 1 or 2 exceptions. This optional area here, where you need to smash a window and a glass overhead to swing the rope over a pole so you can enter a locked-off room in an old office building, and an area near the start that's easily missable where you need to throw an extension cord over a structure to get on top of it. These 2 areas show the potential for these ropes to be used in more mechanically clever ways for both puzzle solving and traversing the environment. It would have been nice if Naughty Dog gave these ropes more utility, since their last iteration in a Naughty Dog game primarily involved environmental traversal. I'm not saying that The Last of Us should have the same parkour traversal as the Uncharted games. In fact, I think including that in The Last of Us would be a terrible idea because it would probably clash with the game's tone, but I'm sure there's plenty of ways they could have utilized these ropes to be more involved. As it stands, the ropes are technically impressive, being able to wrap around objects in the world without clipping through them, but all that effort feels like it's going to waste because they're never really utilized in any real meaningful way. The safes now require players to actually input the code manually, which gives opportunities for puzzle solving by being tasked to solve light riddles and looking around the environment to try and figure out the code. However, you don't need to actually look for the code if you don't want to. When you move the dial on the safe, there's a ticking noise, which is probably supposed to be the tumblers moving. If you listen carefully, the noise is slightly different when you move the dial to the correct number. This allows people who, for some reason, can't or just don't want to solve the puzzles to just crack the safe using the sound design alone. The locked doors that require shivs to open are gone completely and have been replaced with doors that can only be opened from the other side. To open them, players need to try and find a way around them. Albeit finding the alternate path is rarely a challenge. In fact, most of the puzzles in this game aren't all that challenging, but are still better than the mindless platforming puzzles from Part 1, which mostly involve just moving one object from A to B to progress. Most of the levels in Part 2 feel larger and more open-ended compared to the levels in Part 1. Some levels will have various cracks in the walls that can only be crawled through, crouched through, squeezed through, or climbed into, which helps give the levels a good sense of space by keeping them from feeling too boxy. There's also levels that are comprised of buildings with multiple floors, giving them more verticality by creating spaces that both complicate stealth when utilized by the enemy and give a solid position to take the high ground in a fight or scout the area as the player. Part 2's levels being larger than Part 1's does help make the combat better, but it also makes it so you'll be spending more time scavenging afterwards. And it doesn't seem as though the levels in Part 2 have all that much more to scavenge for than the levels in Part 1 did. This in spite of the fact that they're bigger, which in comparison to Part 1 makes the looting take longer, which makes the levels feel even more dragged out. On the other hand, I can't really think of a mechanical solution to this problem, because it is a post-apocalyptic role-playing game after all, so most players are just gonna scavenge out of habit. And it's not like players have any way of knowing that there's no point in searching every nook and cranny for supplies unless they explore thoroughly anyway. But there should have been something else to help prop up the moments of scavenging, like more banter between the characters. The problem with that is, unlike Part 1 where you always had at least one companion with you throughout most of the whole experience, in Part 2 the characters you play don't always have company. Around half the game is spent with Abby and Ellie traveling alone, which means you'll be spending more time looking for resources in deafening silence. This may also indirectly affect how the players play the game. To demonstrate this, let me show you how I prefer to play one of the levels in Part 1. In the first game, there's that Pittsburgh quarantine zone with the bookstore you need to cut through. I could just clear all the enemies out of the area before searching it for supplies, but there's another way I like to do this. After I enter the quarantine zone, I go around the guys who are talking outside the bookstore. I go into the alley and up the fire stairs to the second floor. I go around all the guards and open the shiv door full of supplies so I can raid the room, followed by a nearby food stall. Sometimes I go downstairs and raid the office and lockers in the back room if I feel like it. Then I go back upstairs and kill the one guy guarding the exit with my bow so I can sneak out. I like to do it this way because it's quicker, easier, and saves resources. That's never the case with the levels in Part 2. Because all the resources are spread out over a larger area, it's easier to just kill all the enemies before doing any scavenging. And even if you don't need additional resources, it's also faster to kill enemies from the tall grass with headshots from the bow and silenced pistol, as opposed to sneaking around them all by hiding in a piece of cover and waiting for an opening to move to a different piece of cover. This is made even easier because when you clear out an area of enemies, your character will usually say something like, "Well, that's that then," or, "Okay, I think that's all of them," as a way of letting players know that they're in the clear. But this may just be a symptom of the fact that the levels are much more like playgrounds in Part 2 than they were in Part 1, with more paths to take to avoid enemies, more types of enemies to kill, and more ways to kill enemies. Just as an example, one thing you can do as Ellie is kill a human enemy using stealth and place a trip mine on their body. That way, if it's discovered by another human enemy, they'll go to inspect it and get blown up. This was something you could technically do with the nail bombs in the first game, but the more linear level design combined with more simple enemy behavioral patterns made it so that this was never a useful tactic. You can even find levels where the human and infected enemies are in the same area and you can make them fight each other, which was something that you could only do in the DLC of the first game. The friendly and non-friendly AI have also seen a notable improvement. I'm happy to say that I didn't have any instances of the characters bumping into each other while playing. Your companions will no longer just run around out in the open in front of the enemies and will actively try and avoid their line of sight. If your companions are spotted during stealth, their cover will be blown, and they'll either run away, take cover, or fight back. So your companions avoiding the line of sight of enemies isn't 100% foolproof, but it's rare for it to happen. It can be seen as annoying to have the actions of an AI companion punish the player like this, since the players have no control over what they do, but The Last of Us games are more focused on moment-to-moment gameplay to enhance immersion, rather than focusing on precision and skill-based gameplay, which typically prioritizes mastery over the controls and mechanics. As for the enemy AI, it also seems to have been improved in some ways. They don't seem to be all that much smarter than the enemies from Part 1, but they do have some changes and variety added to them to make them more challenging and less predictable. If you grab an enemy and there's another one standing 2 yards away, they may actually hear it and turn around. It all depends on what noise you make, how far away you are from them, and what difficulty you have it set to. On the easiest difficulty, the enemies will be just as oblivious as the first game, but on the hardest difficulty, their hearing range is much more realistic and at times can feel practically superhuman. If I had to make one complaint against the AI, it would be that it's too easy to lose them when diving into grass. If you're lying prone in tall grass and the enemies don't know you're there, they'll practically need to step on you before they can spot you. If you kill a few of them and dive into the tall grass, they may fire blindly into the grass, but eventually someone will say, "Everyone split up and find the intruder!" Odds are at least one enemy will go and investigate the area where they lost you, and once again they'll pretty much need to step on you before they can spot you. One would expect guards to be a bit more perceptive of their surroundings when actively looking for an armed intruder they know is hiding out somewhere, as opposed to mindlessly going through their rounds not expecting to find anyone. Other than that, human enemies will behave differently when on alert as opposed to being on patrol. Their search patterns will be more random, and sometimes they'll even turn around mid-patrol when searching the area for you. There's some new enemy types as well, such as attack dogs that can use their sense of smell to track you. The way it works is if the dog walks by a space where you were recently, they can track and follow your scent. Players leave a scent trail that's only visible if you use the listening mode. It dissipates the more distance you cover. Basically, the dogs and their handlers can follow your trail until they find you, unless you kill them, or you lose them by getting far enough away that your scent trail dissipates. These dogs provide an excellent challenge to push the player into utilizing and taking advantage of some of the larger maps. It doesn't feel good to kill the dogs, and that's probably the point. Almost all dogs have handlers with them, and if you shoot their dog, they'll notice and call for backup. But if you shoot the handler instead, the dog won't do anything. Honestly, the easiest way to stop the dogs is to just shoot their handlers, because then they just sit next to their dead body and whimper, which is actually kind of sad as well. Although if you leave the dogs alive and get spotted by someone else in the same area, they'll join in on the fight. So it's probably safer to kill them instead of leaving them sulking over their dead owner. Another new addition are the enemies called Seraphites. Mechanically, they work the same as every other human enemy, with the only real difference being they mask their callouts using whistles. This adds a little extra challenge through sound design, and as I played, I began to learn what each unique whistle meant. There's also some Seraphites that carry lit torches, but they don't do anything special. You would think that someone carrying a torch would be easier to spot if they dropped it, since the light going out would catch people's attention, but that doesn't happen, which kind of does feel like a missed opportunity. However, the Seraphites do have two unique enemy types on their side. The first one is the enemies that use bows. If you get hit with an arrow from one of these guys, it'll cause a bleed out effect, which means you'll continue to take damage until you pull the arrow out, which requires you to hold down R1 for 3 or so seconds. This may not seem like much by itself, but during a firefight, it adds a brief complication. When people are trying as hard as they can to kill you, being forced to stop fighting back to do anything for 3 seconds feels a lot longer. Even though switching weapons only takes 2 or 3 seconds, in the middle of a fight, it feels like it takes forever. The other is the Seraphite Brute, a large human enemy with a hammer. They have more health than other human enemies, and if you're playing as Abby, you can only stealth kill them if you use a shiv. As for combat, they die just about as fast in a hail of bullets as the normal enemies, but the developers do take some steps to make them more resilient. It is a little ridiculous that they can survive a direct gunshot to the head and have it not even affect them outside of stunning them for a few seconds. I get the point of this is so players don't try stealth killing them just by shooting them in the head like other enemies, but they could have given them helmets to make it so that players don't need to stretch their own believability to breaking point. Being tall doesn't make you more resistant to headshots. A later group of enemies called the Rattlers do have helmets and body armor. It is kinda disappointing how these enemies are introduced near the end of the game, because up until that point, it was reliably easy to quietly snipe each enemy one at a time with headshots as soon as they were out of sight of other enemies. I would have liked it if we could have seen these types of enemies sooner, but they offer a nice boost in challenge for the player during the game's climax. As far as the infected enemies go, there are some new additions, the most notable one being a new infected type called Shamblers. Shamblers are infected that were in the process of turning into bloaters but became Shamblers because of the heavy rainfall and flooding in Seattle. I like the idea of different environments producing different types of infected creatures, because now who knows what strange type of mutations there might be in different parts of the world. Even though this prospect is ruined a little when we go to California later and see them there too. Shamblers aren't as physically strong as bloaters and aren't as resistant to damage, although compared to the clickers and runners, they are still pretty bullet spongy. But when you get close to them, or they get close to you, they emit a cloud of acid that will cause players to take damage. It also doubles as a smokescreen. Also, when you kill them, they emit this cloud automatically. In other words, it's impossible to kill Shamblers stealthily since they automatically explode after dying. These enemies add more depth to stealth and combat situations. Since Shamblers are so dangerous, they're a high priority target. But they're usually in areas with other infected, and if you kill one, it will alert them. So if you try to use stealth, it's wise to take out the Shamblers after killing everything else. But if you decide to go loud or just get caught, players should switch to trying to kill the Shamblers as quickly as possible. Stalkers make a return with a much welcome redesign. Instead of feeling like an awkward cross between a runner and a clicker, Stalkers have their own unique animations and behavioral patterns that differentiate them from all the other infected. They actually stalk the areas that they're in, and not just when they're alerted to your presence like in part 1. They run around on all fours and hide behind walls and furniture, making them the only infected enemies that use stealth to get the drop on their prey. Bloaters are back and remain mostly unchanged, with the exception that some bloater encounters have a bit more build-up to them. They're also no longer a one-hit kill enemy. They'll swipe at you like the other infected, and they'll even shoulder charge at you, crashing through some objects like walls and furniture. They feel much more powerful than the other infected, so more like boss battles. And since they're no longer a one-hit kill enemy type, they now have multiple new animations when killing your character other than just ripping their jaw off. The graphic violence is still here, and it's even more brutal than it was in part 1. Thanks to the addition of more death animations and the dynamic blood effect that happens when your character dies in part 1 being improved and expanded upon. When killing an enemy in a way that makes them bleed, the blood will pull around the body. If you get injured and use a medical kit, your character will slowly bleed through the bandage. Slitting an enemy's throat will make a splatter pattern on the ground and walls, as will shooting an enemy, and the blood will drip down the walls dynamically. If you shoot someone in the head, you can see the entry and exit wound. Blowing up an enemy will create a real mess, splattering blood and viscera everywhere, and usually blowing off the whole lower half of their body. If you shoot a human enemy in the arm or leg, they'll scream in pain before dying of either shock or blood loss. If you shoot an infected enemy in the leg, they'll keep trying to crawl towards you until they die. If you throw a glass bottle at someone, the glass will actually get stuck in their face. Sometimes if you attack an enemy and they realize they're outmatched, they'll drop their weapon and start begging for their life.
You don't have to do this. Please.
Fucking shut up. Damn.
And in combat, if you kill someone, their friends will sometimes call out their name in horror. It's cool how Naughty Dog gave every human enemy their own individual name, but it feels kind of pointless because they just reuse the same character models over and over. This normally wouldn't be much of a problem, but it kinda undermines the work that went into giving each enemy their own name and makes reusing character models stand out more than it would otherwise. The graphic violence is meant to make the player uncomfortable as it was in the first game. One reason is, just like in part 1, it's supposed to make the players appreciate the quiet moments where they're just looking around the area, soaking in some of the little details that went into crafting the environment. The combat in part 1, and even more so in part 2, is meant to feel like an exciting and chaotic struggle just to stay alive. In part 2 especially, the challenge doesn't come from mastering the mechanics. It comes from getting through an area while adapting to new situations quickly. Just like in part 1, you're supposed to experiment and mix up your tactics to try and find which approach works best for you. A player's priorities on how to approach each situation will depend on what level they're on, what equipment they have, what their preferred playstyle is, and what kind of enemy they're up against. Even though Part 2 is clearly more graphic than Part 1, it never felt distasteful, and it never went too far in my opinion, with most of the character death animations cutting to black before showing anything too bad, letting the player's imagination fill in the blanks. Speaking of cutting to black, a major problem I had with Part 1 was the rough transition from gameplay to cutscene. The cutscenes in Part 1 were pre-rendered, and I theorized that the developers wrote the story first, created the pre-rendered cutscenes second, and designed the levels third, which is how it's usually done in games that put the story first. This resulted in some of the transitions from gameplay to cutscene to feel forced, as if the developers knew that they needed the level to set up the cutscene but didn't quite know how to go about it. In Part 2, this problem is mostly rectified, with most of the cutscenes happening in real time instead of being pre-rendered, which is better for a cinematic title like this because a smooth transition from gameplay to cutscene helps enhance the immersion. I say the problem is mostly rectified because there's still some bumps in some areas. You'll be doing a lot of holding and pressing triangle, and not just for scavenging, although you'll be pressing and holding triangle a lot for that too. What I'm talking about are all the times you'll need to hold down triangle to enter a new area, usually because a door is stuck or blocked by something. And all the times you need to do this, your character will block the door behind them even when you kill all the enemies in the area behind you. I'll talk about specific instances of this as we go on, but rest assured you'll be holding down triangle a lot when transitioning into a new level. The options menu even has an option to make your character automatically pick up any resource they walk across that can be picked up. So I guess Naughty Dog agrees with me. In fact, there's plenty of options for customizing the game the way you want to. I won't spend too much time talking about the options menu because I hate when reviewers do that, but the amount of accessibility options is impressively expansive for a console exclusive. There's plenty of options to customize your audio, HUD, crosshairs, subtitles, and options for people with vision, hearing, and motor function issues. Not only that, but if you beat the game once, you can unlock the custom difficulty modifiers for New Game Plus, adjusting how much damage your character can take, how aggressive your allies and enemies are in combat, how easy it is to sneak around, and adjusting how many resources there are to scavenge, such as ammo and crafting materials. There's even 3 optional permadeath modes to add even more challenge if the player wishes to engage with them. I've played this game from start to finish several times at this point. The first time I played it on the moderate difficulty, then on Grounded for New Game Plus. Then I turned it down to the very light difficulty to mop up what I needed for the Platinum Trophy. After that, I experimented with the custom difficulty options. The settings you see on screen are what I found to be the most enjoyable way to play for me. This is with the listening mode turned off, by the way. I set allies to light, that way they don't feel totally useless. I set resources to light as well, so I won't feel compelled to search everywhere for resources if I don't feel like it. I set player health to hard, so that way I'll actually feel compelled to use my health kits if I fuck up. Because with resources so plentiful, I would usually never use them. I would just wait until I found a vending machine with candy bars in it or something. Enemy aggression is set to Grounded, the hardest difficulty. And I set Stealth to Survivor, the second hardest. That way, I have an incentive to sneak around the enemies instead of trying to kill them all. Because resources are so plentiful, I can just try to stealth my way straight to the exit if I feel like it. I can afford to just wait until the next comm section to do resource gathering. That way I don't feel compelled to kill all the enemies in the area first so I can gather resources safely. I also have an incentive to stay stealthy because I made it so combat is harder than stealth. Plus, sneaking up on a clicker on the grounded difficulty to stealth kill them is a bit of a pain in the ass. If these settings don't work for you, feel free to customize the experience the way you want. On top of all that, there's even some additional gameplay modifiers that can be unlocked in the extras menu that are basically like cheat codes. Infinite ammo, infinite crafting ingredients, infinite melee weapon durability, and infinite listening mode range. There's 2 different one-shot, one-kill modifiers where you can kill any enemy in one hit for both guns and melee weapons, as well as 2 different slow-motion modifiers. There's also quite a few visual filters and modifiers such as Mirror World. There's also an option to replay any encounters in the main menu, for people who don't want to sit through the story again and just want to enjoy the gameplay in The Last of Us Part 2 for a few minutes, instead of needing to commit a few hours to it. There's so many options here to customize the experience the way you want. Naughty Dog needs to be commended for going out of their way to give the players so many options, despite the fact that most people will likely never use most of them, if any of them. And of course, when you start New Game Plus, all the weapons, equipment, and skills from your previous playthrough are carried over. In Part 1, when you play through New Game Plus, you had to pick up all the guns you collected again. And when you did that, they would have all the upgrades you gave them previously still equipped. Also, you could still pick up supplements and weapon parts even after upgrading everything to maximum, which on repeat playthroughs could get a little annoying. You're trying to scavenge for ammo and supplies, but you end up only finding weapon parts and supplements that you can't use for anything anymore. I can't blame the developers for not realizing this because to me this seems like one of those problems that's only obvious in hindsight, which is exactly why I didn't think to mention it in my video on Part 1. In Part 2, this problem has been rectified. Now, if you're playing as Abby or Ellie and you completely upgrade all of their skills and all of their weapons to max, the pills and weapon parts will just stop appearing in the world. It's surprising just how much of the supplies you scavenge are actually pills and weapon parts. You don't fully grasp it until they just stop appearing in the world. And, unlike the first game, all the characters get the weapons you collected back, and you don't need to pick them up again. Abby gets all of her guns back after we switch to her at the start of Chapter 5, and Ellie gets all of her guns back at the start of Chapter 2 during her first day in Seattle. Speaking of which, going back to Ellie and Dina, what seems to be a few weeks after leaving Jackson, they're on the back of Ellie's horse Shimmer, riding through the woods talking about who may have killed Joel. Ellie just says it doesn't matter who they were or why they killed him because Joel crossed a lot of people, and they already know where the killers are anyway, so there's no point in guessing. They ride through the woods for a while until they find a highway. They follow the highway until they find the walls for the Seattle quarantine zone. The gate has a warning painted on it that says WLF, trespassers killed on sight, so they know they're in the right place. You do some platforming to get over the wall. When you get to the other side, you use a generator and some codes that you can find through scavenging to open the gate so Dina can get through with the horse. They ride a little farther until they spot a place called the Sierra Vina Hotel. Ellie recalls something about the WLF falling back to some place called the Saravina base written down on the note she found with the gate codes. With their next destination in mind, they now need to find a way around another gate. She has the gate code, but it has no power, and the generator for powering it is out of fuel. She suggests going out to search the area, because on the note she found, it also mentioned there being gas in the courthouse garage and some place called the Dome. So they decide to use a map that you find while scavenging to explore the downtown area of Seattle. The downtown area is a semi-open world area and the only one like it in the whole game. The two main areas you need to go to are the courthouse and the Dome to retrieve the gasoline. It doesn't matter in which order you go to both areas, but you do need to go to both of them. There's also multiple side locations that you can search for supplies. On the map, there's 8 side locations, but really if you want to see everything, there's at least a dozen places you'll need to go. Out of all the interesting locations in the downtown area, only 4 of them have any infected. That includes the dome and the courthouse. When I first played this area, it actually got on my nerves because you're basically doing a fetch quest to get gas. I had yet to fight any humans, and coming from the first game right into this one, I didn't actually start to feel like I was being challenged until the first human enemy encounter. It takes over an hour to get through this area and see everything it has to offer. It can be rushed through in about 15 to 20 minutes if you go to the dome and the courthouse and then right back to the Fedra gate. But it stands to reason that most players will want to be as prepared as possible by making sure they grab all the supplies they can find. This results in a lot of tedious getting on and off your horse over and over again on repeat playthroughs, with character dialogue getting cut off while trying to rush through the area as fast as possible. Looking back, I think the reason this area felt especially tedious to me during my first playthrough was because I was in a hurry to find the WLF. Because I was still sore about seeing Joel die, and I was in a hurry to get revenge. At this point for me, Joel died a few minutes ago, but for Ellie and Dina, Joel died a few weeks ago. So they had more time to process the situation. Placing a wide open map like this that takes a while to get through at any other point in the game would have made it feel far more tedious than it arguably already is. This map is meant to allow a chance for Ellie and Dina's relationship to shine a little, and while I didn't find Dina and adult Ellie to be as much of a compelling duo as Joel and child Ellie, I still enjoyed the dynamic they had going on. It's also meant to provide some story to the city, and remind players that before it was a ruin, this was once a place full of people walking around doing their day-to-day. For example, there's a small side story involving a bank that you can search for supplies. You can find a note on an old skeleton that says that the nearby bank was apparently never searched post-outbreak. Ellie and Dina go over there and find the crumbling remains of the bank. They find their way inside, and the lobby is filled with infected. Ellie points out that some of the infected have body armor but are clearly not soldiers. After killing them all, you search the area, and you find a piece of paper with the vault code on it, as well as guard patrol times and a hand-drawn map of the lobby. After getting into the vault, you find the skeleton of a guy in body armor, and there's a note that he appears to have written before he died, saying that he thinks he's infected, so he shot himself in the head before he could turn. Apparently the guys with body armor were trying to rob the bank on Outbreak Day, but they ended up getting attacked when the infected swarmed the bank. At the time, it probably seemed like a smart idea. The cops would have been too busy dealing with the outbreak, and the bank robbers had no way of knowing that it would get so bad that society would collapse. There's also a side story explaining what happened to the military in the Seattle quarantine zone. It expands on the story that the players can already start to piece together when first arriving at the quarantine zone walls. It seems to have to do with a guy named Isaac, who we later learn from a note that can be found inside the Saravina Hotel is the leader of the WLF and one of its founding members. He's also one of the people that eventually helped the WLF drive the Fedra military out of the quarantine zone. I don't think I mentioned this in my video on part 1 because the military wasn't all that involved with that game's story outside of the first chapter, but the military in the Last of Us universe is called Fedra, which is an acronym that stands for Federal Disaster Response Agency, a fictional organization that was probably a task force organized after the outbreak. Near the quarantine zone gate, there's the bodies of a few military soldiers that seem to have been left there as a warning. There's a note from Isaac that you can find in a guard tower that's talking about the WLF attacking the gate. There's another note on top of one of the guard posts in what appears to be a makeshift lookout area. The person writing the note appears to have disagreements with how Isaac runs things, but they also seem to be scared of him and can't seem to find the right words to tell him that they don't approve of his methods. Go farther into the quarantine zone and you can find another note in a guard booth. According to the note, the military was starting to run out of food rations thanks to the WLF attacks on their supply lines. The military started trying to think of new reasons to expel people from the QZ as a way to ease the burden of the food left in stock.
Idiots. Just turning everyone against you.
This note combined with another one you find earlier that talks about giving a soldier drugs to get into the QZ, it basically confirms what most players probably already thought, which is that the military branch that was stationed in Seattle was just as authoritarian and corrupt as the branches in Boston and Pittsburgh were. When you find the courthouse and find a way inside, you find the skeletons of some dead military soldiers. It looks like they were executed, or as Dina says, it looks like they were shot to pieces. You can find a note on one of the soldiers' bodies. It's from someone who's addressing the soldier and trying to get him to turn on the military and join the WLF, saying that the WLF is clearly winning and she doesn't want him to die when the military loses, also asking him to meet her at a coffee shop so they can talk about it. Inside a nearby office, you can find the body of another dead military soldier. He's some sort of military commander who was killed with a machete. Remove it, and you can find another note saying that the military no longer has enough men to hold the Seattle QZ and that they were planning to flee the city. While exploring the downtown area, you can find an old tank and the skeleton of a WLF soldier with another note from Isaac, saying that he knows the military is planning to sneak out of the quarantine zone and they plan to finish them off once and for all. Go to that coffee shop that was mentioned in the note earlier and you can find another note talking about an old WLF safe house. Check the bathroom and you can find an infected enemy and a key to a nearby pet shop. Go there and you can find the old safe house that was mentioned in the note. There's some old WLF propaganda and a whiteboard with plans to ambush the caravan that the military's using to sneak out of town. Go to the old freeway where the ambush was supposed to go down and you can find a bunch of trucks along the collapsed road all shot up, including a ration truck filled with dead military soldiers. There's also a note from Isaac in the truck that seems to have been addressed to one of the soldiers, saying that he appreciates them taking the risk to help the WLF, and after they ambush the convoy and capture the military leaders, the soldier can join the WLF. Since the note was found inside the truck along with a bunch of skeletons, it's safe to say that didn't happen, and the WLF just executed everyone in the convoy. This side story is meant to show how this quarantine zone fell, and to highlight just how dangerous the WLF is. As Ellie points out, they were able to drive the military out of Seattle, something that the Fireflies never managed to pull off. Other than that, there's a few other areas you can go to search for supplies too, including a few guard posts, an old military tent with a workbench, an old music shop, an area with a code to a safe at an old checkpoint gate, some supplies to search for in the trucks along the freeway, and a campfire that appears to have been made not too long ago. Ellie and Dina bring up that Tommy may have camped out here. After Ellie and Dina finish searching the courthouse garage and the dome, which turns out to be a Jewish synagogue, they get the gas back to the gate. They get the generator running, put in the code, and open the gate. They get to the Saravina Hotel, and they see an infected jump the fence into the hotel courtyard. They get off the horse and go after it, and go into the lobby that's filled with infected. After dealing with them, they find some dead bodies of WLF members. At first, it looks like they were killed by the infected. But after leaving the lobby and searching the rest of the building, they see that they've been shot. Someone killed these guys, and the infected just wandered in. They find 2 more bodies in a room upstairs that are tied to chairs. Ellie thinks it was Tommy because one of the dead guys was part of the group that helped kill Joel, but she doesn't recognize the other guy, and they see that he wrote the code to the east gate on the floor in blood. Ellie says that she thinks Tommy tortured them both for information by using them against each other, by asking both guys a question and having them write down the answer instead of saying it. If their written answers match up, then they're telling the truth. Apparently, Joel told her about this, and we actually see him do this in part 1 with the guys from the town of cannibals that captured Ellie. They leave the hotel and go to the east gate. Ellie fires up the generator and Dina puts in the code. They ride a little farther and eventually get ambushed by the WLF. Dina falls into the water, the horse gets killed, and Ellie gets knocked out and captured. She later wakes up inside of an old school with Jordan, who's one of the guys from Abby's group and the same guy that Ellie slashed across the face with her knife, leaving a nasty scar. He starts to question Ellie about how many people she came here with. Dina isn't anywhere to be seen, so she must have gotten away. Before he can do anything to Ellie, another guy comes into the room and says that Isaac told him that they're to execute all trespassers on sight. Jordan tries to stop him, saying that they should keep Ellie alive to question her. The guy doesn't listen and tries to shoot Ellie, but is saved by Dina at the last moment.
You just think for yourself for a quick
Jordan,
second
get the
right
fuck
now.
out of my way. Jesus. You shouldn't have come here.
Dina!
This whole sequence felt kinda stupid. First, when they're ambushed, the horse dies and Dina falls into the water, separating the two. Then Ellie crawls over to get her rifle, and the WLF member just lets her do that instead of running over to grab it first. Or telling her to stop, or just, shooting her. Also, why doesn't Ellie just use one of her other guns? At this point, she has a pistol, a revolver, and a shotgun. The whole point of her having multiple guns is so she can switch between the two. So why does she need her rifle so badly? When she does grab the rifle, he takes it from her, and again, instead of just shooting her with it, he just knocks her out. You could argue that they were trying to capture them instead of killing them, because later in the game we hear that the WLF members captured some former Fireflies. So maybe that's the reason why they didn't kill Ellie right away, because they just want to interpret if the people that they capture are a threat or not. But a bomb isn't exactly the best method of capturing someone. I'm assuming that the WLF members that capture Ellie and Dina don't know what happened over at the Saravina Hotel yet. Or if they do, then that makes this even more confusing. The reason this sequence happened is probably because the story needed it to, so it can take away your horse and quickly change locations to the school. So far, this isn't too big of a deal, but it keeps going. From the conversation that he has with the WLF member that's about to come into the room, he believes that Ellie is the one who tortured those two guys at the Saravina Hotel. Before Jordan can hurt her the way he thinks she hurt his friend, he gets interrupted. Then the WLF member is about to shoot Ellie, but Jordan stops him. Then he shoves Jordan aside and is about to shoot her again, but is stopped again, this time by Dina. Then instead of immediately shooting Jordan, Dina gets on top of the skylight. It doesn't seem as though she needed to change her position to get a clear shot at Jordan, since he and the WLF member she just shot were pretty much standing next to each other. Then Jordan shoots at Dina, and instead of hitting her, the bullets shatter the skylight and she falls through, injuring herself. It's obvious that she's still alive, but it's not so obvious that she's no longer a threat. So the common sense thing to do would be to immediately make sure the threat is neutralized. But instead, Jordan checks himself for injuries and looks to see if the guy that just got shot is still alive. He then tells Ellie that she shouldn't have come here, and instead of just shooting Dina, he puts his gun away, walks over to her, and proceeds to strangle her. The reason he chooses to strangle her instead of shooting her is so Ellie and the player can have time to escape by doing a QuickTime event. So that way she can save Dina and kill Jordan. I get the reason why the game did this. It was so we can see Ellie and Dina kill humans for the first time in this game back to back. And when they do it, it's to protect each other. But still, this part left me rolling my eyes hard because of the amount of fake-outs lined up back to back. After Ellie kills Jordan, she searches his body and finds a picture and a note. Dina urges Ellie to hurry up as more WLF members show up. You and Dina then need to fight your way through the WLF and escape. After escaping the school, Ellie shows Dina the picture she took off of Jordan's body. It's a picture of a girl named Leah, who was part of Abby's group and was apparently Jordan's girlfriend. The note she found was written by Leah and was addressed to Jordan. It says that Isaac has her stationed at some old TV station and that the scars have been spotted in the area. We later learn that the Scars and the Seraphites are the same. Scars is a nickname the WLF gave them because of the tribal markings on their face. But Dina and Ellie don't know any of this yet. Ellie pulls out her map and finds a TV station on it. They decide that's their next destination. There's a few buildings that you can cut through, explore, and loot along the way. Since the majority of the game takes place in Seattle, the development team puts special emphasis on making the city feel like a real place. There's some condo buildings, an old motel, a dry cleaners, a Halloween store, a gas station, a bookstore, a craft store, a grocery store, a bank, a bagel shop, a liquor store, a martial arts studio, and a furniture store. This combined with notes that you can find in some of these places, it gives each area a sense of community and helps to remind you that people used to live here. Part 2 does the same thing Part 1 did and uses the environment and a few notes scattered around the area to tell a small optional sub-story. In an apartment, there's a note from someone named Raoul who's writing to someone named Viv about her son Jimmy robbing him in the middle of the night, telling her that they'll meet her at the drop-off area. From the wording, it seems as though they may have been smugglers. In the bookstore, there's another note that's from someone named Rebecca to someone named Fran. Rebecca was warning Fran about the WLF attack on the remaining Fedra military, saying to tell people to stay off the streets and be prepared to move. Because after getting rid of the military, the WLF were planning to move as many people as they can to their main base. Rebecca says that she can't wait to sleep in the same bed with her again, and she's glad that she's not going to need to sneak her notes by leaving them in that martial arts studio for her to find. Keep going and you find an old truck with some supplies and a sleeping bag in it. There's also another note from Raoul and someone named Heather that's addressed to Viv. It looks like this was their drop-off area that Raoul referenced in his last note. The note says that the WLF broke into Viv and Jimmy's place, which was that apartment where you found his last note. They found all of the stuff that Jimmy stole, and Jimmy tried to play innocent. Raoul tried to defend him by telling them that it's been hard around here recently and to cut him some slack. They were about to, but one of the WLF members found something called a Seraphite prayer in his pocket. The Seraphites are actually a religious group that formed sometime after the outbreak. We later learned that these little wooden carvings are what the Seraphites used to pray to their demigod, kind of like prayer beads if you know what those are. It's implied that after finding this, the WLF killed him. We later learned that the WLF and the Seraphites have been at war for control over the city for a long time, as far back as when the quarantine zone was still being occupied by the military. Inside the martial arts studio, there's another note. This one is from Rebecca to Fran. Rebecca apparently refused to leave with the WLF and go to their main base, instead deciding to leave the quarantine zone altogether. She decided that she can't go along with what Fran and the WLF want, because she saw some of their members shoot Jimmy, who was one of her neighbors. Before dying, he said, "May the current be calm, may she guide me home," which is a prayer that's said by the Seraphites. These notes, combined with the graffiti that we'll see later on our way to the TV station, is our first sign of encountering the Seraphites. Rebecca says that she was the first person that Jimmy came out to. This phrasing of words, combined with the fact that he's been stealing since he was 13, alludes to the idea that Jimmy may have been a kleptomaniac, which is a compulsive addiction to stealing. People with kleptomania tend to steal items that generally have little value, because it's less about personal gain and more about the thrill of taking something that doesn't belong to you. This explains why some of the things he stole seem so strange. It makes sense to steal ration cards, but why steal people's IDs and jewelry? It's the apocalypse. Who's gonna buy jewelry? As we continue to play, we'll see more examples of people having their lives upended by the WLF like this, showing that they weren't much better than the military. In fact, in some ways, they may have been worse.
Hey, check this out. Seattle traded one shitty ruler for another.
How old do you think this is?
At least a few years. They probably put it up right after everything went down with the military. Must have been scary for all these people. First the outbreak, then Fedra, then the wolves.
I wonder how many stuck around and joined these WLF fuckers.
Good question.
Other than that, there's a few other things that stick out in this area. In the condos, you can find a blood trail. If you follow it, it will lead inside of one of the buildings and up some stairs. Go up there, and you can find a dead body and an infected. Kill the infected, and you can loot the area. While looting, you can find a note. It turns out that the dead body and the infected you just killed were both WLF members. Apparently, they were in a nearby grocery store and got attacked by infected. It seems after they got attacked, they came back to the condo that they were using as a hangout spot. But when they got back, one of them was so injured that they bled to death, and the other was bitten and eventually turned. This is a good heads up to players that there's a grocery store nearby that has infected in it. It would be easy to miss that because there's a WLF patrol just down the street from the grocery store. You can lure the infected out and make the WLF and the infected fight each other. You can make the WLF at the gas station fight the infected in the back room of the bookstore as well. The patrol at the gas station doesn't actually start there. They actually come into the area from down the street after the player goes in it or past it. There's also a workbench inside the gas station, and the patrol entering the area seems to be timed to show up as the player is using it. This wasn't scripted because the game doesn't wait for you to start working before it spawns them. It just sets them up ahead of time so it'll happen organically. The Halloween store is a nice callback to the one in the Left Behind DLC.
Anything in here?
Just Halloween stuff.
Some of this stuff is funny looking.
I'm not a fan.
There's also a safe puzzle in the back room of a furniture store. There's a note that says the safe combination is the last few digits of the phone number of someone named Stacy. The last two numbers are missing, but if you go into the bathroom, you can find it written on the wall. After getting past the WLF patrols, the second half of this area will have explosive traps similar to the ones in Billstown from Part 1. Part 2 uses these traps to challenge the player more than the ones in Part 1 did. Because usually when you encountered one, Joel would say something, as to make sure players don't run into them. So when you know to be on the lookout for them, they become easy enough to avoid. In Part 2, avoiding these traps is more of a challenge. There are some areas where Dina will verbally warn you to be careful, but most of the time you'll need to be on the lookout for the traps yourself and try to find the path around them, which becomes harder and harder since some of the traps are inside tall grass, making them tough to see. Eventually, there is no path around them, so you'll need to just throw things at them to blow them up. While on the way to the TV station, Ellie and Dina find Tommy's horse under a bridge. It appears as though it was ripped apart by infected. Ellie and Dina follow the trail of dead infected until they come to a barricaded gate. It looks like Tommy went to the TV station, likely after interrogating those guys at the Saravina Hotel for the whereabouts of the rest of Abby's group. He parked his horse under the bridge and got attacked by infected. They ended up killing his horse and he was forced to run off and go the rest of the way on foot, barricading that gate behind him so they can't chase after him. Ellie and Dina eventually get to the TV station. They are worried that all the noise that they made on their way over by blowing up all those traps may have alerted the WLF, but there's no sign of them. They look around and find a few dead WLF members. Dina asks if it was Tommy. They get inside the building and find this.
Oh. This is definitely not Tommy.
Who the fuck did this?
I don't know. But it's a message.
This just happened. You think they're still here?
I hope not. Keep your eyes open.
We later learned that this was the Seraphites' way of sacrificing people, and we can even find their symbol on the wall written in blood. The same symbol that was on the graffiti Ellie and Dina saw on the way to the TV station. They continue searching the place until they find Leah, and by the time they find her, she's dead. Ellie finds Leah's bag under her cot with photos of all the members of Abby's crew and Abby herself. They hear on the radio that the WLF is sending backup to check up on the TV station. They decide it's time to leave, and when they get to the lobby, the WLF shows up. Their reaction confirms that the Seraphites are the ones that did this. After getting past them, Ellie and Dina make their way through more of the station, but they end up getting spotted, shot at, and chased by more WLF. They get chased out of the building and duck down into a nearby maintenance tunnel to try and lose them underground. There's spores in the air, so they put on their masks and proceed through the tunnels. Ellie, of course, doesn't need one, but Dina doesn't know that. They go through the tunnels until they make it to an old subway station. The WLF enter the station at the same time you do. They're searching the tunnels for you, and there's a few clickers around as well. A good tactic is making the clickers and the WLF fight each other by making some noise. From there, you can join in on the fight, sneak past them as they're fighting, or just wait for them all to kill each other and mop up the survivors. To leave the area, you need to cut through the train car at the end of the tunnel, which involves opening up a door by holding down triangle. This is one of those leaving the level things that I was talking about earlier. When you open the door and go through, a clicker will run up and try to attack Ellie and Dina before she slams the door behind them. This happens even if you kill every clicker in the area, so it just appears out of nowhere. They continue through the tunnels when they hear some commotion up ahead. They find the body of a WLF member that's covered in acid burns. A little farther and they see 2 WLF members get killed by a shambler. This is our first time seeing them and it's quite the introduction.
Got another shambler! Let's get out of here! Now! Watch out! I got you! I got you!
Holy fuck.
After dealing with them, you leave the area by holding triangle again. Next, there's an area up ahead with another code puzzle, except this time it's a door instead of a safe. This was one of the more challenging puzzles in Part 2. Don't get me wrong, this wasn't exactly a brain buster, but it was still one of the more challenging ones, actually requiring players to use their deductive skills a little. I wish more of the puzzles were like this, or at least the optional ones. On a table in the room with a locked door, there's a note that says to get a soda if you want the code. In that same room, there's a soda machine. Smash it and you can find a soda can with another note on it. It gives you the first 3 digits and you need to figure out the last 2 on your own, but it's not that hard to figure out the rest yourself if you just think about it for a second. There's only 5 numbers on the keypad total, that being 1 through 5, and each number can only be pressed once. According to the note on the soda can, the first 3 are 1, 5, 2. That means that there's only 2 numbers left, 4 and 3. So those must be the last 2 numbers for the code, narrowing down the list of possible combinations to 2 choices, 1, 5, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 5, 2, 4, 3. It's the second one.
Yes. How'd you do that?
Magic.
You're my favorite.
You go through another area with shamblers and infected. Go a little further and you'll find another subway station, except this one is trashed from a train derailment. You make your way through the debris and wrecked train cars, but one of the cars tips over. Then Ellie falls out and gets attacked by a runner. Dina runs over and saves her, but then sees the front of her mask is broken. By the way, that's not how that works. The face shield on the mask is meant to protect your eyes. The little vents on the top are for exhaling carbon dioxide. Gas masks are designed in a way that when you inhale, it goes through the filters. As long as the rebreather on the mask isn't damaged, there's no problem. I don't know how the spores in The Last of Us work exactly, but assuming that they can't enter through the eyes, even if Ellie wasn't immune, she'd probably be fine. Regardless, Dina sees this and thinking quickly says that they can share her mask. She's about to take it off, but Ellie stops her and takes off her own broken mask. Dina understandably starts freaking out, but Ellie calms her down and tells her that she's immune, pointing out that she's not coughing. They're interrupted by a large horde of infected charging towards them, and they run for the exit. They get chased by the infected for a while and eventually find a way outside. Once they're out of the subway and back to street level, they take cover in an old movie theater to rest up. They go inside and Ellie barricades the door. Once they're safe inside, Ellie asks what's up with her. Dina turns the question back at Ellie and asks what's up with her since she just saw Ellie breathe in spores. Ellie repeats what she said before, that she's immune. Dina still doesn't believe her in spite of what she saw. The cordyceps outbreak is such a part of everyone's day-to-day life in this world that the very idea of someone not needing to deal with that in Dina's mind is absurd. Ellie explains that she was bitten a long time ago and nothing happened. Then Dina recalled the chemical burn on Ellie's arm, realizing that she was telling the truth, and the story that Ellie told her in the weed farm under the bookstore in Jackson was a real story. She tells her that Tommy and Maria are the only two people who know. Dina starts crying, and Ellie thinks that it has something to do with her. But then Dina drops the honestly shocking bombshell that she thinks she's pregnant. Dina jokes that it's not Ellie's, obviously, which means that it has to be Jesse's. Keep in mind, they started dating a week after Dina and Jesse broke up, and they've only been together a few weeks. There's actually a few hints about this reveal that are dropped beforehand. When you first get to Seattle, you can read Ellie's journal, and she takes note how Dina seemed sick as they were making their way to the city, which means she must have known for a little while that something was up. We even see her throw up after they discover Tommy's dead horse, but Dina just chalks it up to the smell. Ellie asks how long she knew she was pregnant. Dina says that she was late a few weeks ago, confirming that she knew well before making it to Seattle. This causes them to start arguing. Ellie backs off and goes to check the rest of the theater out while Dina rests. She looks over the theater and finds an old tent with a makeshift camp. It looks like someone may already be living there. You look over the area and find a note. It appears as though this theater was previously occupied by military soldiers hiding from the WLF. One of the soldiers was either sick or injured, and the others went to the local hospital to get him some medicine. Ellie remarks that the note looks old, so whoever wrote it is probably long gone by now. After looking around some more, you can find a room with a bunch of radio equipment. The note said that this theater was a listening post, so I guess the WLF just never came out here. There's another note from the same soldier that says that the others that went to get the medicine for him aren't coming back. They either died or ditched him. He was trying to use the radio to get in contact with the other military members to see who was still alive, but the power keeps going out because of the rain. The note ends with the soldier saying that he's going to the roof to try to get the power back on. There's a yellow cable leading from the radio room to an open window. You follow it outside and up the fire escape to the roof. There's a little room with a generator and a dead body, who's presumably the military soldier who was writing the notes. It looks like he got electrocuted to death. You use the generator to get the power on and go back to the radio room. Ellie tries using the radio, but she can't seem to get it to work. She does find some keys that unlock the doors to the main auditorium. She looks backstage and finds a guitar case with the guitar still in it. Then she sits down and starts playing. The song she plays is the same Pearl Jam song Joel played at the start. We then have a flashback to 3 years prior, which also doubles as a dream that Ellie's having and is the first of many flashbacks we'll experience throughout the game. It shows a younger Ellie camping in the woods with Joel trying to play the guitar. Joel brought her all the way out here, wherever here is, to show her something as a surprise for her 16th birthday. You walk along the trail to go to the surprise that Joel has for Ellie. All the while, Ellie is trying to guess what it is. Throughout this flashback, we get treated to banter between Ellie and Joel, similar to the banter in part 1.
Mind your step.
I got it.
Oops.
Ah! What is wrong with you?
You should see your face right now.
What if I drown?
Now you're not gonna drown. You gotta work on that confidence, kiddo.
Yeah, keep laughing, old man. See what happens.
This way.
You're the worst.
Your swimming's getting better. Remember now, don't just flail about. You
Push
gotta...
the water with your whole arm. Blah, blah, blah.
Glad to know I'm getting through.
This is the game acknowledging that Ellie didn't know how to swim in the last game, and now she does. They even acknowledge the palette puzzles from the first game later on in this flashback.
Joel, look. Want to give me a ride?
Those days are long gone, kiddo.
They eventually make it to the place where Joel wanted to take Ellie, which turned out to be an old museum.
Holy shit, Joel.
We're here.
Oh my god, it is a dinosaur!
And it is.
Joel!
Surprise.
Holy shit.
It's a motherfucking dinosaur!
They go into the museum and look at the various displays, and the whole time we get to see Joel and Ellie do their back and forth banter thing. This whole flashback is the most lighthearted part of the game by far. Joel and Ellie are behaving in a way similar to how they behaved in Part 1, but they were nowhere near this friendly with each other in the first game. This appears to be happening about a year after Part 1 ended. This is probably the closest their relationship ever got. After looking at the displays in the dinosaur wing, they go to the space wing of the museum. When Ellie sees this, she's ecstatic, and she even surprises Joel by listing off a couple of space facts that he didn't know.
You know how many times we've been to the moon?
Twice.
6 times.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm gonna make it 7.
They climb into a space capsule that's on display, and Joel gives Ellie a cassette tape to play on her Walkman.
Happy birthday, kiddo.
What is this?
This is a thing that took a mighty effort to find. Take it. Close your eyes. It'll be worth it.
Okay.
Seconds and counting. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
This was a really wonderful birthday present. Ellie still wants to be an astronaut, but there's never going to be another spaceship in her world. This is probably the closest she'll ever get to achieving that dream.
I do okay.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You're welcome, kiddo.
When we're going through Joel's house as Ellie, we can find the pamphlet from this museum trip. It's no wonder that this is such a good memory for the both of them.
Dino-Nicus. That was a good day.
They go outside and see another part of the museum. Joel said that he visited this place before taking Ellie here, probably to make sure it's safe and still intact. But he didn't check out that building. They try the doors, but they won't open. Joel boots Ellie up through a window so she can open the doors, but it turns out they're blocked. Ellie goes further into the building while Joel tries to find another way in. While Ellie's going through the building, she finds a bunch of messages written on the wall in black spray paint. She also hears noises coming from somewhere inside the museum, but it turns out it's just a wild boar.
Shit.
Say what you will about jump scares, this one was well earned. Joel said that he didn't check this building out, and you get separated from him when you enter. It's really dark, unlike the rest of the museum, so you need to use your flashlight. The game even has some supplies scattered around the area despite the fact that there aren't any enemies to fight. Plus, the fact that there's graffiti painted on all the walls shows that someone was already there before you not too long ago. For all the players know at the time, it could have been the same person. But it turns out the guy who wrote those messages is already dead after shooting themselves. There's a suicide note next to his body that, when combined with the graffiti, shows why he killed himself. I killed for them. The 4 soldiers at the gate. The last one cried. The woman we tortured choked on her own blood. The stragglers who snuck into camp. They just wanted food. The kid who ran into the blast. I couldn't stop him. The people in the van. We locked them in and doused them with gas. There is no light. After we get jump scared by the boar, Joel finds a way inside and we see more graffiti on the walls. It's the Firefly logo with the word liars written under it. There is no light. Yep, this guy was a Firefly. According to his suicide note, the Fireflies have disbanded. He felt as though all the horrible things he did for them ended up being for nothing. He thought coming to the place that his parents brought him when he was a kid would make him feel better, but it didn't. Nothing is confirmed until later, but most players will have probably already guessed that Joel saving Ellie from the Fireflies had something to do with them disbanding. The game cuts back to Ellie in Seattle. She wakes up in the same place we last saw her after sleeping through the night. She gets up and you look around the theater for Dina. You find her in the radio room upstairs, throwing up in a trash bin. Dina managed to get the radio working and has been listening in on the WLF's communications. Apparently, Owen, who was one of Abby's people, has gone AWOL and the WLF are looking for him. Ellie suggests that Tommy may have gotten to him. She sits next to Dina and they apologize to each other for the argument they had. Then a message comes in over the radio.
Casualties reported in 14. All available units report. Over. This is Site 13. Unit Lima nearby. How many scars you got? Over. Negative on scars. Lone male trespasser. Armed.
Lone male
Over.
trespasser? Tommy, where's 14?
Not 100% sure.
Okay, then guess.
If this is 7, 12's all the way over here. I guess it's somewhere in this neighborhood?
Hillcrest. Okay.
Dina gives Ellie her bracelet for good luck and she leaves the theater. Dina is still pregnant sick, so she stays behind. Fast forward to when Ellie arrives at Hillcrest. This neighborhood is mostly a series of small stores and shops that you can search for supplies. There's a clothing shop, a bakery, a coffee shop, another bank, another liquor store, a bicycle repair shop, a tattoo parlor, a hair salon, an old bar, and a few other various miscellaneous businesses and shops. There's another side story here as well. Out of all the side stories told primarily through notes and environmental details, I think this one is my favorite. When you first get to Hillcrest, there's a small clothing shop on the right side of the street called Rosemont's. Go inside and find your way into the basement. It looks like it was being used as a camp, but now it's long abandoned. You find a box filled with archery trophies belonging to a guy named Boris Legazov and a drawing of someone who's probably Boris holding a bow. It says, "Happy birthday, Dad, the best clicker killer in the whole QZ." By the way, Boris Legazov is a reference to the 2019 TV show Chernobyl. There were 2 characters named Boris and Legazov in the show. They're referencing that show here because the people who made Chernobyl are now making a TV show for The Last of Us. Farther into the neighborhood, there's another WLF banner with "Fuck the WLF" written on it. Near the banner, there are 2 stores with notes inside addressed to Boris. The first note is from someone named Yolanda. Apparently, after the WLF broke into the Fedra military HQ, they found a roster of names of all the people who were enlisted with them. They started knocking on doors and looking for anyone who was part of the military, hunting them down one by one. Yolanda apparently works for the military and says she's leaving town and plans to come back with a different name. The second one is from someone named Yuli. Apparently the common consensus from the people of Hillcrest is that the WLF isn't much better than the military. They're trying to force people to evacuate to a stadium, which we later learn is the WLF's main base, and not everyone is happy with that. After using a dumpster to enter an old bike shop, you can find another note from Yuli addressed to Boris. A girl named Sophie was the one who sprayed "Fuck the WLF" on that banner. We later learn that Sophie was Boris's daughter, and she was apparently caught and killed by the WLF. The note is asking Boris not to do anything rash. Go a little further and there's another shop with another note that's addressed to Yuli. It's from a few people who left Hillcrest for the stadium. Before leaving, they ran into Boris, and according to them, he seemed off. There's another note addressed to Yuli from someone anonymous. Apparently, Boris retaliated against the WLF by killing one of their patrols. Whoever wrote the note to Yuli thinks that they should turn him in to the WLF, asking to meet up later so they can discuss the details. You can actually see where Boris attacked the WLF. Outside in the streets, there's a military Humvee with a taxi rammed into it, with "Come get me, assholes" spray painted on the side. There's another note in the kitchen of an old bar with the code to a safe. The safe is located inside of an old garage that's filled with a bunch of infected. Go a little further and you leave the area with the stores and shops and come across a suburb. There's a note inside one of the houses that was written by Boris and addressed to Yolanda. Apparently, Boris found out that the people in his neighborhood were planning to turn him in for ambushing the WLF patrol, and he saw that as a betrayal. So Boris ended up somehow knocking them all out one at a time, and locking them in that garage that was filled with spores as revenge. But Yuli ended up waking up after he turned and bit Boris before he barricaded them in. So those infected that were in the garage with the safe were all of Boris's neighbors. Go into the garage of the house and you'll find Boris himself, who's now also an infected. After you kill him, you can take the bow off his body, and the backyard of his house even has a few targets for the players to practice on. It'll come in handy for the next area, which will have WLF with dogs searching for you. When Ellie first shows up at Hillcrest, she hears gunshots off in the distance. She heads towards where they came from and sees a WLF truck drive off down the road. One of the guys in the back of the truck seems to spot her as they're driving away, so they know you're there and they're looking for you. In the next area with the WLF, you encounter them with dogs for the first time. From the way they're talking, they're clearly looking for someone, and it's not just you. After either dealing with or sneaking around them, you leave the area by holding down triangle again. At a certain point, you hear an explosion and see smoke rising off in the distance. You head towards the smoke and find more WLF. After hearing them speak, it's confirmed that they do know you're there somewhere. They're looking for two people, a girl, that being Ellie, and some guy who just blew up one of their trucks. I like how this sequence builds up the tension as it goes on. You come out here looking for Tommy and hear fighting off in the distance. You follow the sounds of the fighting and run into the WLF soldiers in the suburbs. As you get closer to the source of the smoke, you keep running into more WLF soldiers. It seems as though they're around every corner, and that's because they are. They're looking for someone, and you can hear even more of them shouting up ahead. Eventually, there's a point where you get spotted automatically and have to fight your way through a few of them. The whole time this is happening, the music is slowly ramping up, furthering the sense of tension in players. Tommy's just ahead and the WLF are swarming the area. You need to hurry and get to him first before they do. But it turns out the lone male trespasser the WLF were looking for wasn't Tommy. It's Jesse.
What the hell are you doing here?
I think I'd let you do this on your own.
Jesse.
Where's Dina?
She's safe. She's just sick.
What kind of sick?
She's fine.
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't expect to run into him. Regardless, he's here now, and he suggests stealing a truck from the WLF so you can make your escape. You and him kill all the guards to get the keys. I like how this sequence has different dialogue that plays depending on whether or not you maintain stealth or get spotted.
Ellie, got the keys. Let's go.
Hey, respond!
I don't see shit.
Get in. What the hell's going on, people?
Let's go! You're fucking dead!
What the fuck's
Ellie!
going on?
Got the keys. Let's go. Get in.
What happens next is another one-off sequence where Ellie needs to cover Jesse with her pistol. This can be compared to the section in Part 1 in Billstown. where Joel is dangling upside down and you need to cover Ellie while fighting off waves of hostile enemies. The whole set piece feels very scripted, and you're armed with just one of your guns, but it has infinite ammo. Albeit the escape sequence with Jesse is much more cinematic and action-packed. There's one thing that I noticed that's different. In the upside down section in part 1, Joel has infinite ammo. But as soon as Ellie cuts down Joel, you get your regular roster of guns back, and you go back to using your regular limited ammo pool. In the part 2 escape sequence with Jesse, you have infinite ammo, but you still draw from your limited ammo pool. If you have 20 bullets for your pistol before starting this sequence and you end up firing 15 of them, the next time you play as Ellie normally, you'll still have 5 bullets in your inventory. Likewise, if you have 20 bullets but you end up firing 40 or 50 in the escape sequence, the next time we play as Ellie normally, she won't have any pistol ammo. Also, if you get in the truck with a craftable silencer on your pistol, it'll be gone, even though Ellie took it off for the escape section. This doesn't seem like that big a deal, but in my playthrough on the maximum difficulty where supplies were limited, this ended up being a real hindrance for me. There doesn't seem to be any good reason for doing this that I can see. And you can't argue that it makes the game more realistic because you still have infinite ammo. So this seems like a technical oversight on the developer's part. Anyway, Ellie and Jesse escape from the WLF and the infected by crashing into a river. After that, they swim to shore and head back to the theater. When they get back, Dina lets them in and she's obviously surprised to see Jesse's there too. She doesn't tell him that she's pregnant, instead saying that she just has a stomach bug. The screen fades to black and we have yet another flashback to Ellie and Jackson. She's daydreaming while out on patrol with Tommy. There's another one-off segment where Tommy lets Ellie use his sniper to kill some infected. This is even better than the sniper section in part 1. It's true that this sniper section doesn't have a fail state unlike the previous one, but this one has bullet drop, which adds to the challenge. Since there's no threat of your allies dying, you can take your time and aim carefully. And since you're shooting at infected instead of humans, it makes sense that they're responding to getting shot at by just running around out in the open. This is better than part 1, where the hunters would just ignore the sniper altogether and throw themselves into a shooting gallery. After you finish shooting, Ellie and Tommy go back to the ski lodge to meet up with Joel. Along the way back, Tommy tells Ellie that Joel has been worried about her because she's been acting off recently. And as anyone who's been paying attention to Ellie over the course of these games knows, she has a tendency to zone out when she has a lot on her mind. Tommy tells her that she needs to talk to Joel if there's a problem. After they get back to the lodge, Tommy finds some excuse for Ellie and Joel to go to an old music shop in a nearby town together. Along the way, they chat with some small talk and eventually get off their horses to go the rest of the way on foot. The road is out, so Joel suggests cutting through a nearby hotel. They find a way inside, and Ellie asks Joel if he's ever been inside this place before. He says that he hasn't because the patrols usually just stick to the streets. They go through the building and find spores, and Joel tells Ellie to put on her mask. Ellie doesn't want to because it's only the two of them, but Joel says to do it anyway just in case they run into someone. He asks her if she told anyone about her immunity, and she swears she didn't. While going through the building, they find a dead clicker that seems to have been shot. Ellie asks if the clicker is one of their people, and Joel says no because the only people who've gone missing in Jackson are 2 teenagers that ran off a year ago. I don't know why finding a dead clicker would make Ellie ask that. It probably has something to do with the anatomy of the infected and the timeline where it progresses into the different stages, which is still just as confusing as it was in part 1. It still doesn't make sense to me why bloaters aren't much more common by now, but at this point I've just learned to roll with it. You keep going through the hotel and eventually run into infected. After dealing with them, Ellie says that they should ditch their plan to go to the music store and just focus on finding a way out of the hotel. Personally, I don't know why. They're already inside the hotel. They may as well just find a way out and go to the music shop, since that is the whole reason they cut through here in the first place. They keep going through the hotel and we run into our first bloater. The introduction of this guy is actually pretty good. But the bloater's introduction is nothing compared to how the fight ends. Like I said, in part 1, the bloater was a one-hit kill enemy type. Whenever it gets too close, an animation plays out where it rips Joel's jaw off. This is arguably one of the most brutal death animations in part 1. And as I said before, in part 2, bloaters are no longer a one-hit kill enemy type. But this is the first bloater encounter, so players don't have any way of being entirely sure of that yet. During the fight, this bloater's attention will be split between you and Joel, but the fight itself is actually impossible to win. Instead, when it takes enough damage, it'll hyper-focus on you, run up to you, and grab you. This is actually a scripted sequence, where it will start to do that same kill animation from part 1, only for Joel to save Ellie at the last moment. I like how the ending to this fight plays with the expectations of the people who played the first game. After killing the bloater, they brush themselves off and continue to try and find a way out of the building. They go a little further until they find a room with a skeleton of a now long dead person on the floor, as well as a single clicker that Joel swiftly deals with. Ellie looks at the skeleton and sees that it's wearing a backpack with the Jackson logo on it. She tells Joel that she thinks these might be the 2 teenagers that went missing. This is confirmed when she finds a note from one of them saying that they left Jackson to go explore the world together. Within an hour of leaving, they got infected. They both agreed to end their lives before they turned, but one of them couldn't go through with it and ended up turning. They left Jackson for the same reasons that Ellie wanted to leave the Boston quarantine zone, except they weren't immune, but Ellie was. This causes Ellie to think about her immunity, and she decides to finally ask Joel about what happened with the Fireflies.
After you took me out of the Firefly Hospital, you said there were dozens of people like me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they told me.
I've never met another immune person before. Have you?
I could be hiding it. You do.
Do you believe that?
Is now really the time for this?
We traveled across the entire country to bring me to the Fireflies. I had so many questions for them. Why did you pull me out of there while I was still unconscious?
Because I let them run their tests. And when I saw that they were useless, I got us out of there.
How do you know they were useless? Maybe if you just would have given them more time, they could have figured something out.
There was no cure. There's nothing that could help these people or anybody else. I know you wish things were different. I wish things were different. But they ain't.
Ellie finally starts asking questions about what happened at the end of the first game. Joel, however, stands firm and insists that there wasn't a cure. It has to be hard on Ellie, knowing that she's immune to something that's killed so many people. The game cuts back to the present with Ellie treating an injury. Dina comes into the room and helps her out. Ellie asks why she didn't tell Jesse about her being pregnant. Dina just says that it wasn't the right time. They go back to talking about Abby and her group. Dina says that according to the radio, one of them is in a base in a hospital. Ellie grabs her things and gets ready to leave. Dina says that she should wait for Jesse to finish resting. Ellie doesn't want to. After her and Jesse showed up at the theater, as soon as Dina saw Jesse, all of her attention was focused on him. You can tell from the way Ellie reacted that part of her is scared that Dina will try to get back together with Jesse now since she's pregnant with his kid. She's actively trying to avoid the whole thing, and Dina knows it. But she doesn't say anything, and Ellie leaves for the hospital to go get Nora. The game gives us control back once we're outside the theater. By the way, the subway entrance that we came in from when we first came to the theater is magically boarded up now, so there's that. Along the way to the hospital, you can find a diner filled with infected. If you kill them, one of the bodies will have a note on it from Isaac. Apparently, 4 WLF deserters stole some supplies and ran off. The infected you just killed was a WLF scout that was out looking for them. There's an apartment building down the street that you can search for supplies. The front door is locked. You can look for a window to smash, but if you just look to the right, there's a set of stairs going down with an open window that you can crawl through to get inside the basement. After looting the basement, you go upstairs, and when you open the basement door to the lobby, you trigger a noise trap. It looks like somebody was here, and maybe still is. At this point, players will be on high alert as they search the rest of the place. There's 2 apartments upstairs you can search. One apartment is empty and has a note in it which is connected to another safe puzzle, where you need to combine the information on it with the dates marked on a calendar to figure out the combination. The second apartment appears to be empty as well. There's some signs that someone may have been living there and a locked door, but there's nobody around. There's a workbench in the room. At this point, it's been a little while since players last came across one, and after all that scavenging they did, they'll likely have stuff they'll want to upgrade. When you go to work at the workbench, this happens.
I got her! We're not going back, understand?
Follow me!
Get this bitch off of me!
It turns out someone was there. Going to work at the workbench triggers a scripted sequence that causes Ellie to get attacked by some people who were hiding out in that locked room from earlier. After you kill them, a note you find in the now open room confirms that these are the 4 deserters mentioned in the note we found in the diner earlier. They attacked Ellie because they thought that Ellie was with the WLF. I like how this whole sequence is set up. The note in the diner foreshadows what's about to happen, and the placement of the open window at the base of the stairs next to the door helps to ensure that they'll be more likely to take that route to get in. The implication of the sound trap is that the noise alerts the WLF deserters that someone is there, and that's why they were hiding in the bedroom waiting to ambush you. And even if players don't go in through the basement as the game intends and just smash out a window, there's still no way to enter the building without making a bit of noise. The fact that this sequence is scripted and is triggered by interacting with the workbench makes it so in future replays, players will know all they need to do to avoid this fight is just not use the workbench. Just loot the apartments and leave, then wait until you run into another workbench later to upgrade Ellie's weapons. But if they want to loot the bedroom as well, they just need to interact with the workbench to trigger the ambush. This sequence with the workbench in the apartments isn't as impressive as the one in the gas station earlier, but it still was a good example of using the player's expectations against them. Another piece of environmental storytelling can be seen inside a nearby conference center. In the lobby, there's a skeleton on the floor with the words, "Feel her love" written on the wall in blood above the Seraphite symbol. There's also a note from the person who was killed in a locked conference room. Apparently, her name was Paige, and she was with someone named Simon. He went to go get her medicine from the hospital after she got sick and never made it back. She went looking for him, but got spotted by some people in hoods who started shooting at her. We later learned that these are the Seraphites, and they ended up killing her. This foreshadows the eventual run-in with the Seraphites that players will have later. You can find Simon's dead body later in another part of the level. There's a note next to his body confirming that it was him. Apparently, the body of the woman at the conference center was his wife, and she wasn't just sick. She was also pregnant, same as Dina. Simon made it to the hospital but got killed on the way back after getting ambushed by the Seraphites. He got shot with an arrow and ducked into this building where he bled to death without ever knowing his wife was killed by the same people. There's actually another pregnancy death later on, but in my opinion, this one is far worse despite the fact that we don't actually see it happen. We later see that the Seraphites have a tendency to kill people in some sort of ritualistic sacrifice. That's why the bodies at the TV station were strung up and disemboweled like that. They draw and quarter people as a way to free them, as they say. They don't even seem to kill them before stringing them up and cutting them open. Which is fair, you know, not much of a sacrifice if they're already dead. By the way, there's no way to save that guy. I've tried. If you shoot the Seraphite who's about to stab him, the box under his feet gets kicked out from under him automatically, and you can't shoot the rope to break it either. But back at the conference center, the skeleton of that girl, Paige, can be found on the floor of the lobby. In order to get into the room with the note she wrote her husband, you need to do a little platforming puzzle with a rope. You can actually see that rope in the lobby dangling above Paige's body. It's a noose. The skull is also detached from the rest of the skeleton, probably because her head fell off after decaying from hanging there for so long. There's also a blood stain on the floor under where the body would be hanging, and the Seraphite's message on the wall is also written in blood. Do you see where I'm going with this? Because it's pretty horrifying. Way worse than the pregnancy death we see later. Anyway, Ellie makes it to a point where she sees the hospital off in the distance. You cut through an old office building and find a few dead WLF members. This is where we first see the redesign of the Stalkers, in an introduction and subsequent gameplay sequence that's highly reminiscent of the hotel basement level from Part 1. You go through the office building dealing with Stalkers and other infected as you go, until you come across another door that has you holding triangle to get through. The sound of Ellie trying to get through the door attracts more infected, and she ends up falling out of a window and into a river. Ellie gets washed into an old sewer, and you find your way back out to the street. Once you're back outside, you get back on track to the hospital. A little farther in some woods, we have our first encounter with the Seraphites. Fast forward a little to when Ellie makes it to the hospital. The whole area is occupied by the WLF. You swim into the area through an old flooded maintenance building. There's a guard, but she can't hear you approach her from behind, because she's distracted from playing the game Hotline Miami on her PlayStation Vita handheld. No, I am not kidding.
Don't make a fucking sound. Hands up.
Easy. Easy.
Do you know a girl named Nora?
Sure, yeah.
Where is she?
In the hospital.
Where in the hospital?
Yeah, they're clearing out the upper floors. She's somewhere in there.
Fuck. That was dumb.
You know, I don't really mind some product placement in things like games and movies as long as it's implemented tastefully. The Last of Us is a series that has experience with product placement, as well as Naughty Dog games in general. There was a PlayStation 3 in Part 1 and a PlayStation 4 in the DLC. There's even a PlayStation 3 in Ellie's place at the start, along with copies of some of Naughty Dog's other games. But you can go the whole game without ever realizing these things are here, so it becomes a cool little Easter egg that players can find. Uncharted 4: A Thief's End has a whole ass segment where we play Crash Bandicoot on the PlayStation 1. Listening to Nathan Drake awkwardly do commentary while you're trying to play Crash is funny.
Perfect.
Oh, foxes can't do this?
It's a bandicoot.
That doesn't look anything like a bandicoot.
Have you ever seen a bandicoot?
No, but I'm sure they don't wear sneakers.
But this thing with the PSV was a little out of place for me. It felt a little too much like an advertisement. She even holds it up to the camera so the player can get a good view of it. But I guess it could have been worse. At least Ellie doesn't pick up the PS Vita off the floor and take it with her, even though that is the kind of thing that she would do. And I'll give the game this. The PlayStation Vita is an underrated little console, and Hotline Miami is a good game. Anyway, after dealing with that, you go upstairs and find your way into the hospital. You need to either kill or sneak around the WLF guards to get to another door that you need to open by holding down triangle again. Why is this door blocked from the other side? This is the only way to get upstairs. How's anyone downstairs supposed to get in? Grr. Anyway, you go upstairs and start searching the upper floors for Nora. You need to crawl into an air vent for... Well, honestly, there's no reason why we need to crawl through an air vent. There are doors on the floor, but none of them can be opened for some reason. I guess because it's video game stealth time, and during video game stealth time, we crawl through vents. Them's the rules. While crawling through the air vent, we come across Nora and hear a conversation between her and some WLF.
Where the fuck was Abby here?
That's stupid. You're gonna tell us where she went.
When Isaac talks to us about this, I'm gonna say what I think happened.
Knock yourself out. I've got work to do.
Nora! I'm not going down for her, man.
We learn the context behind this conversation later, but for now, all we know is that the WLF is looking for Abby, and Nora may know where she is. So we crawl out of the vent and go into the room with her. Ellie holds her up and starts questioning her about where Abby is. At first, she refuses to tell her. Ellie is about to start smacking her around, but Nora distracts her and runs away. You chase her through the wing of the hospital, and there's a part where she'll tip over some furniture to try and slow down Ellie. And it's actually not that hard to make it to the door before she has a chance to block it. But if you do, Ellie will stop and act like it's blocked anyway. Nora manages to get the attention of the other WLF while running through the hospital. Eventually, Ellie catches up to her, but she also gets cornered by the WLF.
No, wait.
No, back up!
Put your gun down!
You can walk away from this, okay? I can...
Shut the fuck up!
Gun down! Hands up!
Get back!
You have nowhere to go.
Get downstairs! Take her out!
The basement is filled with spores and clickers, but Nora doesn't have a mask. The WLF guards follow you down there, and you can make them and the clickers fight each other. After either sneaking or fighting your way around them and holding triangle again, we finally catch up to Nora. She's hit a dead end and is clearly infected now after inhaling spores. Nora notices that the spores aren't affecting Ellie. She realizes who Ellie is, and Ellie realizes that Nora was a Firefly. Both Ellie and the player begin to have an understanding of why they went after Joel. Ellie tries to get Nora to tell her where Abby is. Nora refuses to sell out her friend, so the player is instructed to help Ellie beat it out of her. The game cuts to black, and we fast forward to when Ellie makes it back to the theater. Dina and Jesse let her in, and she's shaking and covered in blood. Ellie tells them that she found out where Abby is. She's hiding out in an aquarium. Dina takes Ellie to the back room of the theater to get her cleaned up. She takes off her shirt, and we see that her back is covered in injuries. By the way, when you get shot in the arm with the arrow by the Seraphites in the woods, that injury is gone for some reason. From there, we have yet another flashback. This one goes back to 2 years ago. Apparently, Ellie went back to the Firefly Hospital in Salt Lake City, Utah to find some answers. We can explore the pediatrics wing of the hospital, which is the wing where Joel saved Ellie when she was about to be operated on. There's a few medical notes from the doctors, and a note from one of the Fireflies confirming that after Joel took Ellie away and killed Marlene, the Fireflies voted to disband. There's a blood stain on the floor of the operating room where Joel killed that doctor as well. There's a bag in the operating room with a tape recorder in it. The message on the tape pretty much contradicts everything that Joel told Ellie about the Fireflies.
Most people have left already. I don't know which group I'm gonna join. I was one of the ones that wanted to go after the smuggler and the girl. They said, even if we found her or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it made no difference. Because the only person who could develop a vaccine is dead.
Then Joel shows up and Ellie demands that he tells her the truth, saying that if he doesn't, he'll never see her again. But if he does, she'll come back to Jackson no matter how bad it is. So Joel finally tells her the truth.
Joel.
taking a vaccine would have killed you. So I stopped them.
Oh my God. Don't you fucking touch me! I'll go back. But we're done.
We then go back to Ellie in the theater. She wakes up after sleeping through the night, gets dressed, and goes to look for Jesse and Dina. She finds them in the lobby. Dina's asleep, and Jesse asks Ellie to go somewhere where they can talk without waking her up. Jesse tells Ellie that Dina had a rough night, and then he asks her if she's pregnant. Ellie tells him the truth. Jesse tells Ellie that they need to take her back to Jackson. Ellie agrees, but says she can't just leave Tommy out here. He's out here because of her, and not to mention Maria won't exactly be happy if they come back without him. Ellie suggests that Jesse take her back, but Jesse says that she isn't going to leave unless Ellie's with them. So seeing no other options, Jesse suggests going to look for Tommy by staking out the aquarium where Abby is until he makes his move. Ellie agrees. Along the way, Jesse and Ellie talk a little. Jesse asks if the aquarium is a WLF base. Ellie doesn't think so. Nora just said that's where Abby's hiding. He asks if Nora said why they killed Joel. Ellie pretty much half tells the truth and half lies by omission. She says that they were Fireflies and Joel had a disagreement with them over some goods when he was a smuggler. He ended up getting into a fight with them and some of them died. Jesse and Dina still don't know what happened. Dina knows Ellie's immune, but she doesn't know that Joel killed the people who were trying to kill her to make a cure, so keep that in mind. Jesse asks Ellie if she's fine with going back to Jackson after they find Tommy, even though it means leaving some of the people who helped kill Joel alive. Ellie's clearly not happy about it, but she acknowledges that Dina should be back in Jackson. He asks her how long Dina's been sick, and she tells him it's only been a few days. Then he asks her why Dina didn't tell him about the pregnancy. She just says that maybe Dina doesn't feel as though now's a good time. He asks if she was planning to keep the baby. Ellie doesn't know. Jesse tells her that he would have come out here with them if she just asked him. Ellie just said that she didn't think he would have been okay with any of this. Back in Chapter 1, when you were on patrol with Dina outside of Jackson, Dina says that Jesse talked to her about wanting to visit Niagara Falls. Ellie seems surprised by this, saying that he always seemed like a big Jackson guy. So I guess you can maybe see why she didn't ask him, but she still should have. Tommy, Dina, Ellie, and Jesse all eventually show up to Seattle, but it's kind of stupid that a laundry list of contrivances makes it so they all end up arriving separately and at different times. Along the way, they see a Ferris wheel off in the distance. According to the map, the Ferris wheel is right next to the aquarium, so that's the direction they need to go. They keep working their way towards there, swimming through flooded streets and avoiding some WLF patrols. They eventually make it to some high ground and see that all the streets ahead of them have been turned into rivers with a raging current. They try to think of ideas on how to get across, and Jesse points to a boat down in the water. They agree that's the fastest way, so they make their way down there to steal it. Once they make it down, they hear a few WLF members communicating over a radio. Apparently a group of WLF are pinned down at the marina by a sniper. After getting out of the water, Ellie and Jesse argue over what to do next. Jesse wants to go to the marina because he thinks the sniper that they were talking about must be Tommy. Ellie still wants to steal a boat so they can try and head him off on the way to the aquarium. They aren't able to agree on a plan, so instead of flipping a coin and going with whoever calls it, they do something much stupider and split up. After dealing with or sneaking around the WLF guards and stealing the boat, the next section has you steering the boat through the rapids, occasionally getting off to scavenge for supplies, open a gate, and deal with enemies guarding the way. There's one area that has some Seraphites that are waiting to ambush any passing boats. You see them attack another WLF boat in the water. There's a sniper's nest nearby that you can use to take them out. I actually missed this on my first playthrough. Then there's another bloater encounter inside of an arcade along with some dead Seraphites. These particular Seraphites are connected to another side story that's actually been unfolding for a while. It has to do with these notes that have jewels written on them. From the notes, it appears that the guy writing them is a WLF defector named Gray that ended up joining with the Seraphites. The first two notes are inside the wrecked subway station you duck into while trying to escape the TV station. Gray is traveling with a Seraphite named Zachary to the Seraphites' main base. The third note related to this story wasn't even written by Gray. On the way to the aquarium with Jesse, there's an old parking garage filled with infected that you can explore. You can find the dead body of a WLF member named Jensen, with a note by her body that she apparently wrote before she died. She was on her way to some place called the Monorail Lookout to relieve a guy named Misha and got attacked by some Seraphites, one of which she recognized as Gray. She wandered into that parking garage and wrote that note before bleeding to death. The next note is written by Gray again and talks about how he's still traveling with Zachary. He's still hoping that he'll see Jules again and is still on his way to the Seraphites' main base. The next note by Gray talks about how he and Zachary ran into a Seraphite woman named Karen along the way. She helped them and was killed by a WLF sniper. Then two WLF members stormed their camp and shot Zachary. They ignored Gray, thinking he must have been a prisoner, but Gray ended up shooting both the WLF members in the back of the head before they could kill Zachary. Apparently, killing the two WLF members and saving Zachary was enough to convince him that Gray was serious about becoming a Seraphite. After burying Karen's body, Gray shaves his head and carves Seraphite markings into his face. Zachary then gives Gray a new name, Emmett, which is what he signs his notes to Jules with from now on. The next note is a stone's throw away from the one where Gray says he's changing his name to Emmett. It's up in the sniper's perch overlooking the area, which is probably where that Seraphite woman Karen got shot from. The sniper's perch is that monorail lookout that was mentioned by the dead WLF member in the parking garage. There's a dead WLF member at that monorail lookout too with another note, which means this dead WLF member must be Misha. The last leg of this story can be found in the arcade bar with the bloater. There are two dead Seraphites in one area of the building, both of which were killed by the bloater. At least I assume, because one of them has their jaw ripped off. After killing the bloater, there's one final note from Gray, now known as Emmett. It says that Zachary was killed by the bloater after he saw it rip his head in two. At first, I thought that the dead Seraphite the bloater was eating may have been him, but he still has his head in one piece. So I think that the dead Seraphite on the pool table was Zachary. Or maybe it's not. I don't know. Because when you count the dead body with its jaw ripped off, the one on the nearby catwalk, and the one that the bloater is chewing on, that's a total of 3 Seraphites. But as far as we are aware, Zachary and Emmett have been traveling by themselves. So even if 2 of those dead bodies are Zachary and Emmett, where did the third one come from? I guess we'll never know. Emmett's last note ends with him saying that he's going the rest of the way alone and that he expects never to see Jules again. Then why the heck are you still writing notes for her, you weirdo? Now, I've been looking the other way on this, but I just can't anymore. Why the hell are these characters just writing random notes and leaving them lying around for people to find? This isn't how people typically behave when they want to communicate with someone. I've been silent about this up until now, but this particular series of notes broke me. The first 2 notes you find are in an old subway tunnel filled with spores and infected. It's very unlikely that someone would just wander down there and find them. Did the guy writing them think that the person they were writing them for was going to come down this way? We can only assume so, and if so, why? A comparable side story to this one is the one involving Ish in part 1. But with that one, at least the notes that he left were either near or in the small settlement that he and his people were living in. But leaving notes in random places for someone to find in such a large city, assuming that this Jules lady knows that this guy is writing notes for her and leaving them around somewhere, actually finding them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Anyway, back to Ellie and her journey to the aquarium. Eventually, she makes her way to the coast, but her boat ends up getting capsized. You swim through the current and climb onto the dock. Then you try to find your way into the aquarium. You find a way in and start searching the place for Abby. At first, it looks like no one's there. But then Ellie falls through a vent and gets attacked by a dog, which you quickly kill. You find an empty room that seems lived in, and you find a bag with a firefly pendant in it. It's later confirmed through bits of dialogue that Abby and all of her friends were former Fireflies. They were all stationed at the same Firefly outpost together. You keep searching and find 2 people in another room arguing about something. It's Mel and Owen, who's the owner of that Firefly pendant we found. They seem to be arguing about Abby for some reason. Ellie confronts them and demands to know where Abby is. She tells Mel to point at where Abby is on the map, and then when she has Owen do the same thing, their answers better match up. Owen tries to convince Ellie that it's not worth it, but she doesn't want to hear it. Then he tries to go for her gun, but he's not fast enough and Ellie shoots him. Mel tries to attack Ellie, and there's a struggle, but Mel ends up getting stabbed in the neck. She goes over to Owen and tries to get him to tell her where Abby is as he bleeds out on the floor. He says something, but you can't really make out what. Ellie goes over to Mel's body and unzips her coat, and she sees that she was pregnant. Ellie is understandably upset.
Whoa. Hey. It's all right. Come on, let's go. Let's go. It's all right.
At first, I didn't understand why Mel didn't use the fact that she was pregnant as a defense mechanism. But I think that there's a reason why that requires context we don't have yet. It'll have to wait for much later. Tommy and Jesse show up, and I don't understand how they got to the aquarium only a few minutes after Ellie, even though she had a strong head start and was in a boat. I guess if we had to stretch our believability a little, we could say that maybe they found another boat. We later learn the place where Tommy was sniping the WLF was the place where they kept their boats, so it is possible. They go back to the theater, and we see Dina and Ellie resting in the back room. Ellie can't sleep, so she goes to check up on Jesse and Tommy, who are plotting their route back to Jackson. Ellie's clearly not happy that they're leaving Abby alive, because she's the one who killed Joel. But she realizes that getting Dina back to Jackson is what matters most, and now that everyone's together, it's best that they leave. Tommy goes to the front of the theater while Jesse and Ellie talk. Then they hear a commotion coming from the front, and they both go to see what's happening.
Jesse, stand up! Hands in the air, I shoot this one too.
Don't you do it, Ellie. Get out of here.
Stand up, now!
Don't you fucking dare!
Shut the fuck up! Fuck, all right, stop!
Abby's here. She killed Jesse and is now holding Tommy hostage.
Toss your weapon. Toss your weapon! Fuck.
No.
I know why you killed Joel. He did what he did to save me. There is no cure because of me. I am the one that you want. Just let him go. You killed my friends. We let you both live. And you wasted it.
The game cuts to black and we have another flashback. This flashback actually has us playing as Abby, 4 years in the past.
Dad? Dad? Dad! Come on.
Most players will likely be surprised at this point, because the game is having us play as the person who killed both Joel and Jesse. Of course, this flashback is taking place before all that happened, but still, we don't know why the game is having us play as Abby now either, at least not yet. We also don't know where we are yet, except we're in the woods near what used to be a zoo. She seems to be searching for her father. She eventually finds him. His name is Jerry, who's actually played by Matt Damon. He came out to the woods looking for something. As you walk with him, Abby says that they don't like it when he sneaks off base. They referring to the Fireflies. We also learn that Owen is Jerry's personal bodyguard. Since he has a personal bodyguard, he must be someone really important. He also pokes fun at Abby for secretly dating Owen behind his back, and she's clearly embarrassed. We find out that the reason he left is because there's a wild zebra in the area that's about to give birth. They look around for it and find ample evidence that it already did. They hear the zebra off in the distance, and it sounds like it's in pain. When they investigate, they find that it's tangled up in a barbed wire fence. Owen shows up, and with his help, they free it, and it's reunited with its baby. After that, Owen says that Jerry needs to go back right now, because they just found the girl that Marlene was talking about, the one with an old bite mark on her arm and no signs of infection. Of course, the girl they're talking about is Ellie. The camera zooms out as they make their way back to the Fireflies base, and we see that we're at the hospital in Salt Lake City, Utah. This is when most players will start to piece things together. Back at the hospital, we see Marlene and Jerry arguing over what to do with Ellie. This is an argument that was mentioned in one of Marlene's voice recordings in part 1.
It's 5:30 p.m. on April 28th. I just finished speaking, more like yelling at our head surgeon. Apparently there's no way to extricate the parasite without eliminating the host. Fancy way of saying we gotta kill the fucking kid.
Jerry is both Abby's dad and the lead surgeon. He's pretty much begging Marlene to let him go through with the surgery, believing that everything the Fireflies worked for would be justified with this one act. Marlene asks him if it was Abby on that operating table instead of Ellie, what would he do? He doesn't really seem to have an answer. Eventually, Marlene caves and just tells him to go through with it. Abby comes into the room to bring him some food and tells him that if it was her, she would want him to do the surgery. It's implied that he may not have been able to go through with it if that was the case. The next scene confirms to players what they probably already guessed, that the doctor we needed to kill in part 1 to save Ellie was Abby's father. That's why Abby killed Joel.
Is he still in the fucking building?
Is it?
Abby.
No!
Abby, don't look.
Dad! Dad! No! No! No!
We flash forward back to Jackson where we see Abby kill Joel again, only this time it's from Abby's perspective. Then we flash forward again to some time after Abby and her friends returned to Seattle, and we're still playing as Abby. I thought the game was going to give us some context to Abby's character and go right back to the theater, but no. The next few hours of the game will be played from the perspective of Abby. Playing as her takes up about half the game. At the end of the flashback where we see Abby Golf Club Joel again, we'll experience Ellie and Dina's first 3 days in Seattle all over again, only this time from Abby's perspective. Even more surprising is the fact that Abby's story has nothing to do with Ellie's story whatsoever. Abby's story never even crosses paths with Ellie's story until the absolute very end. Abby's sleeping in the library at the WLF's main base when one of her friends, Manny, wakes her up. He tells her that they're being called to the front lines. During the time we play as Ellie, we hear several conversations from WLF members that imply they're at war with the Seraphites, or as they call them, the Scars, because of the tribal markings they carve onto their faces. Ellie calls them Scars as well because that's all she hears the WLF call them, but their proper name is the Seraphites. Along the way to get breakfast, you pass a full gym with personal trainers. Seeing as how she fell asleep in the room next door to it, it's implied the reason Abby looks the way she does is because exercising in that gym is her favorite hobby. Abby's friend, Manny, doesn't really have all that much of a personality outside of being a bit of a stereotype. He's a Latino ladies' man character who's trying to bang every other woman in the WLF. At least they show that he cares for his elderly father, so he's not too one-dimensional. We'll see a bit of him, Mel, and Owen, the two people Ellie kills in the aquarium. But out of all of Abby's friends, we'll be spending most of our time with Owen. We see Nora, the woman Ellie kills in the hospital, a total of 2 times. We see Jordan once. He's the guy Ellie stabs in the neck in the school. While going to get breakfast, Abby talks to him in the middle of the mess hall for 10 seconds, and after that, we never see him again. As for Abby's other 2 friends, Leah and Nick, we never see either one of them while playing as her. In fact, I'm not even sure if we hear either one of them speak during the entire game. I'm not mad about it because there's so many side characters that some of them were bound to get less screen time than others. Abby and Manny go to their rooms to get their things before they leave. Along the way, they eat their breakfast and talk a little. From their conversation, it seems as though there's a bit of an awkwardness between Abby and Mel. Abby, Owen, and Mel have been avoiding each other since leaving Jackson. As I said before, Abby and Owen used to date, but they broke up. Now he's with Mel, and she's 8 months pregnant with his baby. And we find out later that Owen still loves Abby, even though he wants to do right by Mel and the baby. So there was probably some awkward tension between the 3 that's been building up for a while. They're all still comrades, because they go way back and were all part of the Fireflies before joining up with the WLF, which is why they all followed Abby to Jackson to track down Joel. They all blamed Joel for destroying the Fireflies and rightfully blamed him for killing Abby's father, so they went on that seek and destroy mission with her. None of them regret doing it, but they are aware the way they killed Joel was especially brutal. As Abby says, Mel has killed Scars before, to which Manny says, yes, but not in the way we killed Joel. Later, in a conversation with Mel, Abby asks her if she thinks Joel got what he deserved. Mel says that she thinks he deserved worse. She just wishes she didn't take part in it. So killing Joel probably caused even more tension between the 3, which is why they're now avoiding each other. After she grabs her backpack from her room, Abby, Manny, and Mel all go to the kennel to get a dog named Alice, and then to the armory to get weapons before they leave. Along the way, we see that the WLF have a massive base. It was mentioned in some of the notes when we were playing as Ellie, but actually seeing it is another thing. The WLF turned a whole football stadium into a city. They have houses, schools, farms, and shops, with electricity provided through solar and wind power. After they grab Alice, another dog named Bear comes over and asks you to play fetch. You can play with him and pet him for as long as you want. We can actually see him again later when we go to the hospital.
Oh, hey, Bear. They got you all the way out here? There's a good boy.
Hey there, Abby.
Hey.
You can also kill him when you're playing as Ellie.
Got a trespasser!
You'll see a few characters while playing as Abby that will go on to be killed later, outside of Abby's immediate group circle, such as the girl with the PSV and the guy that Dina shoots through the skylight in the school. You go to the armory and get your guns, then you have the option to go to the shooting range with Manny to practice firing your weapons. After that, you go to the carpool, grab a truck, and leave. Abby and Mel talk for a while, trying to work through some of the tensity in their relationship. Their conversation gets interrupted when the Fire Nation attacks. Wait, what? No, fuck. Shit, hang on. Their conversation gets interrupted when the Seraphites attack. They start chasing the truck on horseback while shooting at you. You can shoot back with your rifle, and while in this segment, you have infinite ammo. And unlike the sequence earlier with Jesse and Ellie in the truck, the ammo count comes from its own separate ammo pool. So when the chase is over, you won't be left with no bullets. The difference is you need to fight in Ellie's chase sequence because if you don't, you'll die. In the chase sequence with Abby, however, you don't need to do anything at all. You can just sit there and wait for the whole thing to be over since it requires no player input. There doesn't seem to be any good reason that I can think of for doing it this way, so I'm just calling that dumb. Eventually, they manage to escape the Seraphites, but the truck is totaled, so they duck into an old supermarket that's filled with infected. After dealing with them and finding their way out of the supermarket, they see their destination off in the distance, a place called the FOB, which likely means Forward Operating Base. They cut through a boat repair shop, and you do more light puzzle solving involving ropes and ladders. There's another safe puzzle just outside the boat repair shop. The only hint is a note inside of a trailer that says something about the big win being the combination. At first, I thought this huge poster of an Atlantic blue marlin was the big win, quote-unquote, and that the date underneath it was the combination. But it turns out the combination was a little lottery ticket pinned to a corkboard with the winning numbers circled. I guess the fish poster was meant to be a bit of misdirection, but I'm gonna be honest, I would have liked it more if they had just not left us with any clues and had us look for the combination in the environment by ourselves. It would have been more challenging, but it would have placed the challenge on the player's critical thinking skills, instead of having them rely primarily on the process of elimination. The next area they go through is a rail yard filled with Seraphites, and after that they end up getting pinned down by them in a nearby gas station. Then backup shows up and saves you before you're overwhelmed. A WLF patrol heard the gunfire and came to the rescue. After killing all of the Seraphites, they get into the back of the truck and get driven the rest of the way to the FOB. One of the WLF members got shot in the hand, and while Mel is treating him, Abby notices that she got grazed in the back. When they make it to the FOB, Mel and the guy with the injured hand go to get medical treatment. Someone takes Alice away with them, and Manny and Abby are both ordered to report straight to the WLF's leader, Isaac. They notice that there's a lot of people at the base, and apparently Isaac has been giving some unusual orders, telling most of the bases outside of the stadium and the FOB to clear out and fall back. Before they report to Isaac, they check on Mel to see how she's doing. Her and the baby are fine, as well as the guy that got shot in the hand. Apparently a complaint a bunch of people had was how Mel was running around and getting shot at by Seraphites while 8 months pregnant. I can kind of understand how it may not be a good idea for her to be out and about in this sort of environment, but some people are framing this as if Mel chose to knowingly throw herself into the heat of battle while pregnant. This is a totally disingenuous framing of the situation. They were supposed to drive from the stadium straight to the FOB. They weren't supposed to see any combat along the way. They were ambushed because the Seraphites slipped past the WLF's lines.
Abby, come here a sec.
Yes?
Heard about your ambush. Where'd they hit you?
Right around here. Near the warehouses.
Shit. They keep slipping past our lines.
Mel, Abby, and Manny were called up to the FOB via Isaac's orders. Mel is a surgeon, so she was probably being called up to help Nora in the field hospital.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, Melon?
Just a few more stitches, and I'll be good as new.
You guys need to convince this girl to relax.
Hey, Mel. Relax.
You got it.
Nora tells Abby and Manny that she needs to show them something. She takes them to another tent that's been turned into a makeshift morgue. The whole thing is filled with dozens of body bags, all of which are WLF casualties. Nora takes them to one body bag in particular and opens it up. The guy inside is someone named Danny. Who's Danny? We don't know. Why should we care about him being dead? I don't know. I guess we're not supposed to care about him, we're just supposed to know that Abby, Manny, and Nora knew who he was? Even though the way this scene is framed is still a little confusing. It makes it seem as though we're supposed to actually care about Danny being dead, even though we don't know who he is. Nora explains that Danny and Owen were sent out to scout the marina for Seraphites. Earlier that day, Danny just turned up at the fob. They found him collapsed by the perimeter fence. He walked all the way back by himself with a bullet in his stomach. Isaac briefly talked with him before he died, but he didn't send any backup to the marina to see if Owen was okay and told Nora to keep quiet about it. They go into the building and see that the first floor has been turned into a makeshift prison. They go to the elevator and one of the guards goes to get Isaac, who was in one of the other rooms interrogating a prisoner. There's been a lot of subtextual buildup to this character so far. The first time we see him, it feels like any prior assumptions we may have had were pretty much spot on.
Hey, Abby.
We need to go up.
Isaac's in there.
Oh. Do you know if he'll be long?
Said again when you two arrive. Come on. Sir, Abby and Manny are here.
Don't let him fall asleep.
Yes, sir.
Let's go up.
He immediately comes across as someone ruthless and dangerous, someone who you wouldn't want to mess with, which is the exact impression I got from him after reading those notes. Isaac goes with Manny and Abby to the top floor of the building. Manny says that there's an awful lot of people here, and Isaac says that there's going to be even more later. He asks Isaac what's happening, and he says that they can't keep dealing with these small skirmishes like the one Manny and Abby encountered earlier, because they're losing too many people. So he's planning to attack the Seraphites' main base, which is on an island. Manny points out that they tried attacking their island before. Isaac says this time they're going to throw everything they got at them all at once. There's a big storm a few days out, and they're going to use it to mask their approach. How do they know there's a storm coming? Because the WLF has their own weather station to help predict weather patterns. And we know this because back at the stadium, Manny was bragging about screwing some chick who worked in a weather station. The fact that they're planning an attack actually explains why the WLF were given orders to kill all trespassers. Later we find out that the WLF tends to capture people who are outsiders to determine if they're a threat. But since they were planning a large-scale operation, they performed a security clampdown and the kill all trespassers order was given. You can even hear some of the WLF members talking about the attack when playing as Ellie. Isaac wants them to be ready for the attack. Abby tries to be sly and tells Isaac she wants Owen to be in her squad during the attack, and casually asks when he's getting back with Danny. Isaac, however, sees what she's trying to do and asks her if Nora told her about Danny. So Abby just cuts the crap and asks if Owen's okay and why a search party hasn't been sent after him. Isaac says that Danny was shot by Owen. He did it to protect some Seraphite. Abby says that can't be true. And Isaac asks her if she thinks Danny used his dying words to lie to his face. Abby insists that she should go find him, but Isaac tells her no. If Owen turns up by himself, he'll give him a chance to explain himself, but he needs her to prepare for the attack on the island. Isaac leaves, and Manny asks Abby what she thinks happened. She decides that she's going to go find out for herself anyway, asking Manny to cover for her until the next morning while she goes to look for Owen. He asks her how exactly she plans on finding him, and the screen cuts to black. We have another flashback to 3 years prior with Abby and Owen screwing around on an old Ferris wheel. I can't really tell how exactly they got up there, but whatever. This is happening back when Owen and Abby were still dating, and sometime after they showed up to Seattle and joined up with the WLF. Owen's trying to enjoy himself, but Abby can't because she's afraid of heights. She also wants to get back to base so they don't get in trouble. Owen jumps off the Ferris wheel and into the water. Abby reluctantly jumps after him. You swim underwater and find an entrance to the aquarium. They look around the area in a sequence that's meant to mimic the museum flashback with Ellie and Joel earlier. They find that the aquarium was occupied by someone else previously. There was a family living here that showed up to Seattle and used part of the aquarium as a dock for their boat. They lived in the aquarium for a while, but at some point the mom was killed and the kids left their father to join the Seraphites. The father's body can be found sitting in a chair holding his kid's goodbye note. The purpose of this flashback is to show just how much Abby and Owen care for each other. Owen is trying really hard to show Abby a good time, and Abby is willing to face her fear of heights for Owen. Owen wants to make Abby happy, but all Abby can think about is Joel and training so she can be ready to face him when the time comes. Owen doesn't know what he can do for her. All their leads to where Joel might have gone have dried up. Abby wants him to go back and train with her so they can be ready for when and if they find him. Owen tells her that she should just go back herself. You can tell by the way that Owen reacts to this that this is not the first time that they've had this conversation. He just wants to spend a romantic evening with his girlfriend, just the two of them, but Abby can only think about Joel and training, which he is visibly frustrated by. The flashback ends and we return to where we left off with Abby. She knows if Owen was hiding out somewhere away from the WLF, the only place he would go is the aquarium, since we later see in another flashback that he turned the aquarium into a kind of clubhouse. Manny escorts her until she's just outside the WLF perimeter. You need to cut through an old bar filled with infected and an alley in Chinatown with some shops. I like this scare where this clicker jumps and chases after you while you're squeezing through this crack in the wall.
Oh shit!
Along the way, you can find some Seraphite graffiti and a bunch of notes. There's one street with a truck that's been turned into a Seraphite memorial called Martyr's Gate. Past Martyr's Gate, you run into more Seraphites. It turns out they have a camp in a nearby building. You continue making your way through the area, trying to avoid the Seraphites, but eventually you get captured by a group of them. We have another flashback, this time to a few days before Abby and her group went to Jackson to try and find Joel. She goes to the aquarium to see Owen, and he's turned the place into quite the clubhouse. It's apparent that by this time, Owen and Abby have been broken up for a while, and Owen's been dating Mel for a while too. There's this mini-game where you're supposed to shoot a bunch of paper targets with a toy bow. You're trying to beat Owen and Mel's high scores, but there's no consequences if you don't. If you do beat the high score and shoot all of the targets, you get a little trophy achievement, but that's about it. This seems to mirror the scene where Ellie was shooting infected on the ridge with Tommy's rifle. Things like this act as a nice moment of mechanical levity in an otherwise tense and narrative-heavy experience. Owen tells Abby that another former Firefly joined the WLF. They heard a rumor about a Firefly regroup in the city of Santa Barbara, California. Abby says she doesn't believe that, but she has also heard her own rumor from some former Fireflies. Joel's brother Tommy, who's a former Firefly, lives in a settlement in Wyoming. Owen says that finding Tommy is probably a long shot at best because he quit the Fireflies over a decade ago. Abby says that it's a lead and she has to see it through. Isaac already gave Abby permission to go, and she got every one of her friends on board except Owen. So she came here to see if he was in, and he agreed. We go back to the present, and we see that the Seraphites have captured Abby and are planning to draw and quarter her the same way they have others. But they stop when someone else they captured is dragged over. It's a young Seraphite girl named Yara. The woman who was about to sacrifice Abby asks Yara for the location of someone they call the apostate. An apostate is someone who renounces and abandons their religious beliefs. Apparently, someone who was part of the Seraphites renounced their religion and was deemed a traitor. They ask Yara where the traitor is, and she just spits in her face. Since she won't tell them anything, the Seraphites break her arm with a hammer. They're about to break the other arm, but someone starts shooting arrows at them from the trees.
Yara. Demons are coming. Cut her down. She's one of them.
Lev.
By the way, that Seraphite lady had a revolver and she ran out of ammo after only firing 4 shots. You can't sneak that past me, Naughty Dog. I see you. Now you need to help Yara and the other kid, Lev, fight off the stalkers that were attracted to the sound of the gunshots. You don't have any equipment other than a hammer and maybe some bricks and bottles on the ground. You escape by running off into the woods, and you need to stay in the light of the torch to keep the stalkers away. I know fire's one of their weaknesses, but I didn't know they were afraid of it. If anything, I thought it was the exact opposite, because you can throw Molotov cocktails on the ground and sometimes they'll run right into the flames. Next, you need to beat one of the Seraphites that was a part of the group that captured you and get your equipment back from her. She's one of the Seraphite brutes and is basically Miss Trunchbull from the movie Matilda. I stole that joke from another YouTuber, but how many other chances am I gonna get to reference that movie in a video? Probably not a lot.
I like a joke as well as the next fat person. Teddy-o!
I know I said this before, but I feel I need to say it again. Naughty Dog gave every NPC in the game their own name, but they still reuse the same character models over and over. At least when it comes to the WLF, when they reuse the same faces, they sometimes have them in different outfits. As for the Seraphites, they all wear the same brown coats, and all the men shave their heads, and all the women put their hair in the same style of braid. So you can excuse the fact that some of the members look alike because they all have basically the same uniforms. But this problem is especially bad with the Seraphite brutes. You encounter around a dozen of these brutes over the course of the game, and there's only about 3 or 4 character models for them in total. At least with some of them you can try and pretend that it's the uniform, but Miss Trunchbull's physical appearance is fairly distinct, and the game draws special attention to her face when you first encounter her, so that way you'll know it's the same Seraphite during the second encounter. Because of that, even with matching uniforms, when you see her again later in the game, it's impossible to ignore the fact that it's the same character model. Anyway, after getting your stuff back, you, Yara, and Lev cut through an old auto shop. The kids introduce themselves, and Abby asks why the other Seraphites are after them. Lev says that it's because he shaved his head. Abby doesn't believe him, but drops it anyway. They get back outside and keep killing infected as they continue moving towards the coast, but they end up in another empty building with a blocked door. Abby gives them a boost outside so they can open the door. They try, but it's stuck, and more infected are on the way. You need to hold them off while they try and find a way out for you. After you defeat the first wave of infected, it looks like they both just ran off. But while you're fighting the second wave, they find a way out through an old ambulance sticking out of the side of the building. You crawl through to safety, but Yara's had it. Her broken arm is starting to catch up with her now that the adrenaline is starting to wear off. Abby carries her, and Lev tries to find a place for them to hide out. They find one of those portable office buildings and go inside. Yara takes off her coat, and her arm doesn't look too good. Abby resets the bone and puts a splint on it. Before she goes, Yara says thanks and asks her for her name. Abby tells them and leaves. After that, you get back to doing what you were doing before getting captured, continuing towards the aquarium to find Owen. The Ferris wheel is pretty close, so you use that as a landmarker and head that way. You cut through a warehouse and a shipping yard and get to an old highway. You try to hop over a narrow gap, but Abby ends up falling into the water. You keep going and cut through a shipwrecked ferry on the shore filled with more infected. The skeletons of the former crew are still there, and they seem to have been shot with arrows. One of the skeletons is holding a crossbow. The story of what happened on this ferry is pretty straightforward. Back when the outbreak went down, the people on the ferry sailed around the ocean to keep safe from infected and look for survivors. One day, someone that they let stay on the ship got infected, and nobody could figure out how. Some of the other crew members started to complain that they were feeling sick, and no one knows if it was the cordyceps or something else. So the ship's doctor panicked and started killing all the crew in their sleep with a crossbow they stole from a safe. The ship's captain confronted the doctor, and they ended up killing each other. The doctor was the skeleton with the crossbow. He died almost immediately. But the captain managed to make it to the bridge and steer the ship towards land so any survivors could escape. Not as interesting as the side story in Part 1 involving Ish, but it's still a welcome piece of world building nonetheless. After climbing back up to the highway, Abby continues to make her way to the aquarium. She eventually gets there and has to smash a skylight to find her way in. She starts searching the place and eventually finds Owen. He's in the back of the aquarium, sitting in the old sailboat, drinking and sulking to himself. At first, he thinks that Abby was sent by Isaac to kill him because of what he did to Danny. Abby asks what he's doing, and he says he's trying to fix up the old sailboat. Then she sits down and asks him what happened with Danny.
Danny's dead.
Figured.
You want to tell me what happened?
We were cleaning out a small camp. It's just a couple scars, and hit this one on the head. Hard. And he goes down, and his weapon's right there. And he doesn't go for it. Instead, he turns to me. And he's old. And tired. He was just ready. I've killed a lot of scars. And, fucking guy. I couldn't do it. Of course, Danny gets in my fucking face about it. I told him I'm done. He can do it himself if he wants. And he points his fucking gun at me. So I grab it, and then... First, I didn't even know which one of us was shot.
Owen tells Abby that he is sick of fighting for the WLF. He's going to Santa Barbara, California to check out that rumor about a Firefly regroup. She asks him about Mel. He thinks that her and the kid will be safer if they just stay with the WLF. Abby thinks that he's being ridiculous for leaving the WLF to go chase a rumor. She pretty much tells him that he's being stupid and that he needs to grow up. This causes them to start arguing, which turns into, Christ.
Should I go find the people that killed my family? Cut into them? I could torture them until they're crying, you know? Abby.
Yeah, so there's a sex scene between Abby and Owen. It is kind of cringy, but it's always kind of cringy to have a sex scene thrown on screen when you're not prepared for it. Also, in its defense, it does make more sense to show the sex scene than it does to just cut away like it did with Ellie and Dina. In that instance, cutting away and letting our imagination fill in the gaps feels much more fitting with the tone. The sex between Owen and Abby is framed as a spontaneous, raw emotional moment of passion, so actually showing the sex scene, or at least part of it, fits in with the tone more. Whereas the sex between Ellie and Dina was framed as two nervous friends experimenting in a comfortable setting, so cutting away feels more natural, letting us, the players, give them some space and respect their privacy. While Abby is sleeping next to Owen, she has a nightmare about Lev and Yara, the two Seraphite kids from before. She wakes up, and after feeling the bruise on her neck, she decides to go back and help them. Fast forward to morning at the beginning of day 2 when she makes it back to the shipping yard. The Seraphites are already there looking for Lev and Yara. After dealing with a few of them, she gets to the building where she left them.
Don't come any closer. It's me. Sorry. How's she doing?
They're still alive, but Yara isn't doing too well. Her arm is bright red and swollen now. Abby takes them both back to the aquarium. When she gets there, Mel and Alice are there too somehow. Before, I theorize that the reason Jesse and Tommy got to the aquarium so fast is because maybe they found a boat. It was a plausible theory, but I can't figure out how the hell Mel and Alice made it out there. The last time we saw them, they were back at the fob. They could have taken a boat or gotten a vehicle to get out there, but if they did, then why didn't Abby do the same thing? Especially since she was pressed for time, because she was trying to find Owen fast and get back to the fob before Isaac realized she was gone. There are only 2 theories that I can think of to solve this, and both theories have problems. The first one is that since Abby was so pressed for time, she went towards the aquarium using the most direct route. But there was another route to the aquarium that was much safer but took longer, and that was the route that Mel and Alice took. If that was the case, then it definitely wasn't worth it for Abby to take the route she did. Because not only does she get ambushed and captured by the Seraphites and attacked several times, but she also gets to the aquarium only a few hours before Mel. Really not worth it if the goal was to save time. Although who knows when she would have made it there if she didn't get captured. Odds are she lost a few hours because of that. The problem with this theory is that the game gives no indication that a hypothetical safer route to the aquarium even exists. The only other theory that I can think of is that Mel left the fob a few hours after Abby and went the exact same way as her. Which means Mel had to have left in the dead of night and somehow got to the aquarium without a scratch, despite the fact that Abby almost died on the way there multiple times. Anyway, Mel and Alice are at the aquarium now, and Mel's a surgeon, so Abby asks her to look at Yara's arm. Mel tells them that her arm isn't just broken, the bone is shattered, so they're going to have to amputate. But they don't have the supplies to do that. So Abby needs to go to the WLF hospital base to get them. The problem is that some of the streets between where they are and the hospital have been completely flooded and are now raging rivers. Getting around them to the hospital and back would take a few days, which is time that Yara doesn't have. If they don't get that arm off soon, then she won't make it. But Lev tells them that he has a way to get to the hospital and back in just a few hours. Abby tells Mel to make a list of the things she needs, and her and Lev leave. On the way out, Owen tries to talk with Abby about what happened the other night, because he did cheat on Mel. Abby, however, doesn't want to focus on that right now. It's just like before when Ellie didn't want to address the love triangle between her, Dina, and Jesse. Abby doesn't want to address the love triangle between her, Owen, and Mel. She's trying to avoid the whole thing. Lev and Abby leave the aquarium and start making their way towards the route they need to take to get to the hospital. Lev says that the Seraphites use this route to get over the rapids and sneak past the WLF. They call them sky bridges, and you need to make your way to the top of an old skyscraper to get to them. Along the way, Abby asks Lev again why the Seraphites are hunting him and Yara. Lev gives the same answer he gave before. He shaved his head. It was against rules and tradition for him to do that, and he did it anyway. The majority of the trip to the WLF hospital base has Abby and Lev talking and bonding with each other. I actually liked the back and forth between Abby and Lev. It wasn't as entertaining as the back and forth between Joel and Ellie from part 1, but I still enjoyed it. There's a safe puzzle in an apartment. This one's a little less intuitive than the others, but it's still a nice challenge. There's a whiteboard on a table in the apartment. The whiteboard has a map of the apartment and some of the buildings in the surrounding neighborhood drawn on it. Some of the buildings are marked with a warning, which is a good heads up for a nearby deli that you'll need to cut through that's filled with infected. There's also a note on the table next to the whiteboard. The note talks about 2 people who live in another apartment down the hall. Each apartment has a first initial and last name under the apartment number next to the door. The way you figure out the code is to combine the information on the note with the apartment numbers next to the front doors of 2 apartments. Apartment 302 is the one with the note, and the apartment that the 2 people down the hall live in is apartment 304, which means the code is a combination of those 2 apartment numbers. So it's either 304302 or 302304. It's the second one. This puzzle isn't as intuitive as I would have liked, but it does make some sense. If you were hiding supplies in a safe, you wouldn't want to hide the combination behind a riddle that can be easily solved. There's also 1 or 2 moments where Lev shows off his sick parkour skills. It's actually kind of funny watching Lev effortlessly jump from platform to platform while Abby is struggling to jump these small gaps. In her defense though, Lev isn't carrying all that much, and Abby's pack is probably pretty heavy. Lev is carrying a bow, some arrows, and a knife. Abby's carrying multiple guns and weapons, ammo for all of those guns, crafting supplies, a brick or a bottle to throw as a distraction, and a fistful of pocket change.
What is that? A quarter. A quarter of what? What?
They make it to the building and start going up when they get ambushed by some of the Seraphites. When they spot Lev, they call him the Apostate again, but they also call him Lily for some reason. After you kill them, Lev asks Abby if she heard what they called him. Abby says yes, but they both agree to just let it go. At this point, some players will start to get an idea of what's going on with Lev, but we'll come back to that later. They keep moving up, and they make it to an elevator, and Abby's fear of heights starts to really kick in. They get to the sky bridge, which is just a pair of old construction cranes that collapsed and became lodged between some skyscrapers. They get across the first one, and as you would expect, Abby's absolutely terrified the whole time. Lev, however, is fine. He says he's scared of dogs and the ocean, but not heights. He tries to ask Abby about what's going on with Owen, but Abby points out that she's facing one of her deepest fears right now, so it's not really a good time. I think he was trying to help take her mind off of how high up they are. He did something similar earlier when they were heading up in the elevator.
Can I give you some advice?
Oh my god.
Just think about the good parts too.
The good parts?
Yeah, like you run faster. You're more focused. You don't feel pain as much. Every bad feeling, your palms sweating, your heart racing, they're all signs you're actually stronger. So when you feel afraid, you should think about how your body is getting ready for what's coming. Only when weak may I carry my true strength.
They get across the first bridge, and Abby thinks that it's over, but there's still one more to go. The second bridge is even worse, because it's even more unstable looking and has even less room to catch your footing. To make matters even worse, it was foggy when you crossed the first bridge, but halfway through crossing the second one, the fog clears up so you can see all the way down. There's a section on the first bridge where you cross, and the game makes it so you can't fall. But when crossing the second bridge, at around the halfway mark, Abby crouch walks, so she can stabilize herself easier if it feels like she's going to fall by quickly getting on all fours. When crossing a narrow beam in this game, you need to do that thing where you move the stick left to right to help the character keep their balance so they don't fall. There aren't any button prompts when doing this. The game just expects you to keep an eye on the character's body language to see if they're leaning a little too far to the left or right. On the second bridge, when Abby's crouched, it's harder to stabilize her because it's hard to tell which direction she's leaning. I don't think this part worked very well, even though I understand that the developers had limitations on what they could do. There aren't a lot of ways to convey the feeling of being off balance using a controller, unless they add some kind of sliding controller weight or something. That's why these kinds of sections usually either have a button prompt on screen telling you which way to lean, or it's telegraphed by the body movement of the character, or a little bit of both. There are no button prompts because The Last of Us is a series that targets realism, which would be fine, but Abby's body language isn't all that well telegraphed, so it's hard to tell if she's about to fall or not. You kind of just have to guess and occasionally stop to get down on all fours to stabilize yourself. The telegraphing of Abby's body language is so poor that it really just feels like you're guessing which way you're supposed to point the stick half the time. Because of that, I found it more reliable to just move up a few feet, get down on all fours, and then move up a few feet again and rinse and repeat until getting her across. And it made me wonder why she doesn't just crawl on all fours to cross instead of crouch walking. Anyway, Abby and Lev almost make it across the bridge, but Abby slips and they both fall as Lev tries to pull her up. Luckily, their fall is broken by them landing in a conveniently placed swimming pool. They take a moment to catch their breath, and then Abby asks Lev where to go next, and he says he doesn't know. Whenever the Seraphites use this route, they go from the bridge straight through to the other side of the building and down another elevator. He's never been inside the building properly, or at least not this part of it. They go through the building until they come to a floor that's filled with spores, which is a problem because Lev doesn't have a mask. So you have to go into that spore-filled area and look for one because without one, Lev is trapped. There's a few dead military soldiers around, so some of them may have had masks on them when they died. You search the floor and eventually find one. Then you need to get back to Lev while dealing with stalkers that are now all over the place. After you get back to him and help him put on the mask, you use an old fire hose to rappel down a few floors. It turns out the whole building has been turned into a giant nest, with nearly every floor having infected and spores everywhere. Some of the infected are even stuck in the fungus growing on the walls. At a glance, they seem dead, but if you get close, they'll break out and attack you. The fact that their bodies are coated in fungus while there's fungus everywhere makes it so that they're enemies that are using a form of camouflage. You see these guys in a few other places, but they're a lot more present here than anywhere else. The first encounter with the Seraphites is my favorite enemy encounter in the game, but this skyscraper was my favorite encounter with the infected specifically. As I was going through each room, I was scanning the environment very, very carefully. I was constantly on alert and worried that one of those things was just gonna pop out of the walls and attack me. As you go through the building, you'll need to deal with a bunch of infected, including those camouflage wall stalkers, 1 or 2 shamblers, and a bloater. You do some platforming, and you hold down triangle some more. Once you're outside, Lev points towards an old window washer platform on the side of the building. Apparently, that's the way they would have come down if they hadn't fallen. Abby asks Lev if he regrets shaving his head. He says that he wishes he had just run away instead, then his sister wouldn't have gotten involved in all of this. She wouldn't have gotten injured and would be back at their home taking care of their mother. They make it to the hospital base, and Abby tells Lev to wait outside while she gets the supplies. Since he's a Seraphite, they'll shoot him on sight, but since Abby's WLF, she should be able to just walk in, get the supplies, and walk out. She goes up to the gate, and after she tells them that she's a wolf, they recognize who she is and let her in. They ask what she's doing there, and she says that Isaac ordered her to go to the hospital and grab some supplies. You can walk around and hear that some people in the WLF are already gossiping about Owen.
Hi, guys. Oh, Abby, did you hear about Danny? I heard rumors. Hope you're not spreading them.
No, we're not.
Good. Keep it that way.
What is wrong with you talking to her about that?
Abby goes into the hospital and asks PS Vita Girl for some supplies. But then the WLF soldiers from the front gate come in and arrest Abby. They just contacted Isaac on the radio and asked him about Abby. So the jig is up. Isaac knows Abby defied his orders and went off base after he told her no. So now she was to be detained and taken back to the FOB. Fast forward what seems to be a few hours later. They've taken Abby's things and handcuffed her, but eventually Nora shows up, lets her go, and gives her her stuff back. They walk through the hospital and talk about what's going on. Nora says that Manny told her what's happening with Owen. Also, apparently, Isaac questioned all of Abby's friends after he found out she was missing, including Mel, even though she was at the aquarium last we checked. This adds a whole new dimension of confusing questions to just how did Mel get to the aquarium. When you last see Mel, she's still at the aquarium, and it's roughly around morning or early noon. When you get the news that Isaac questioned Mel, it's late at night. And when you get back to the aquarium the next morning, Mel is doing surgery on Yara's arm with the supplies you found. Because of all this, that means she made it to the aquarium without getting a scratch, made it back to the FOB without getting seen by the WLF, got questioned by Isaac, managed to leave again without getting spotted, despite common sense dictating that Isaac would have had some extra eyes on her after questioning her about Abby's whereabouts, and somehow she made it back to the aquarium again. Mel and Alice somehow managed to do all of that, apparently without getting attacked by infected or Seraphites. Also, none of the WLF patrols apparently caught her sneaking out of the perimeter of the FOB. And if they did, then they didn't bother asking her what she was doing. The whole timeline of the events around this makes absolutely no sense. It is annoying how this is never explained. Anyway, Abby tells Nora that she's looking for supplies so Mel can do a surgical amputation. The only thing that she leaves out is the fact that she's trying to help two Seraphites, instead telling Nora that Owen is the one with a broken arm. Nora tells Abby that the only place left in the hospital where she can still find the things she needs is in the basement. The WLF haven't cleared that area yet because it's filled with infected. Apparently, when the outbreak started decades ago, one of the first places to end up falling was Seattle, and the hospital was ground zero for the whole city. The basement was where the first infected were treated back before anyone knew what was going on. Nora leads Abby to the basement area, and you're on your own from there. You search the area for supplies and deal with the infected and spores. There's notes left over from the people who occupied the hospital, and it's eerie to read these so long after the outbreak happened, especially since some of the people who got infected are still down there even after all these years. There's nothing different about them as opposed to regular clickers, but there is one unique enemy called the Rat King. The upcoming boss fight for the Rat King has some great build-up to it. When you go through the basement, you find a few doors that have electronic locks. You can try to open them, but with no power, they won't budge. Try opening one of the doors, and you can hear a strange noise coming from the other side.
The fuck is that?
When you hear that this is one of the first places with infected, you'd naturally expect to see something special relating to that. So the clickers are there to throw the player off and make them think, oh, there's no surprises here, it's just some notes that were written before the outbreak and some more clickers. So that way, when they encounter the Rat King, it's even more shocking. When you get the power on and come back, those doors that were making noises are open and the other side is blocked by a wall of fungus and dead bodies. But there's a giant hole in the center as if something just burst out of it. The blood indicates that it was something alive. The door didn't open normally. It's bent, and there's a blood trail leading from the door to another doorway. There's a bunch of bloody handprints on the walls, including on top of the door frame. The metal doors are all bent, and the last one even got ripped off its hinges. It's no coincidence that the area inside the fungus looks like a birth canal. Something was just born from that long petrified hell. Something alive, infected, big, and strong enough to bend steel. You can tell Abby is scared when she sees this as well. You find an ambulance in the parking garage. You search through the back and find a trauma kit with all the supplies you need in it. That's when the Rat King shows up. You run through some of the basement hallways trying to lose it, but you end up getting stuck in a boss arena where you need to fight and kill it. The arena is made up of a few large and small rooms that are all connected through doorways that the Rat King can smash his way through. Every room, no matter how small, will have at least 2 ways out, to make sure that the player never gets cornered. Most of the rooms will be littered with ammo and supplies for the player to use, and after taking out enough of its health, one of the infected will break off from the rest of the mass. The one that breaks off acts like another stalker, except that it can see and throw mycotoxin like a bloater. So you need to deal with it and the Rat King. The Rat King is just a bunch of different infected that have been fused together into one entity after being in the hospital basement for so long. This expands on the infected in an interesting way and helps to explain why it's so strong and bullet spongy. The boss fight isn't all that challenging because it's pretty easy to just run away, turn around, shoot, and repeat until it's dead. But it's horrific, grotesque, and a fun little set piece with some good build-up. After killing the Rat King, the smaller infected that broke off manages to find an exit out of the area. After following and killing it, Abby finds her way back outside the hospital where she runs into Lev. Apparently, the WLF found out that she escaped and are now looking for her. Back when we were playing as Ellie, we saw Nora talking with 2 WLF members. From the conversation, it seems they were accusing Nora of helping Abby escape, which we later learn is true. By the time you get back outside, it's morning, and due to the timing of everything, Ellie has to have already been inside the hospital and killed Nora. So that means that Ellie and Abby were both in the hospital at the same time. They were just in different parts of it, so they never ran into each other. Remember when Abby turned the power on? Back when we were playing as Ellie, when she went into the morgue, there was a line of dialogue from one of the WLF soldiers that at first seems like a throwaway line, but it adds so much in retrospect.
Yes.
The fuck's the power doing on?
That also means that Nora may have saved Abby's life. When Ellie was interrogating Nora for her whereabouts, she refused to tell her that she was somewhere in the lower levels of the hospital, instead choosing to tell her where her hideout is on the other side of town as a way to buy her some time. Technically, she could have just as well lied to Ellie altogether, but who knows how she was thinking when she was being tortured. When you find Lev, he says this.
They're all looking for you. What did you do?
Nothing. I told you to stay put.
I couldn't. Your friends are all over the place.
Lev probably heard that they were looking for Abby and that someone started a commotion inside the hospital. Not knowing the details, he put 2 and 2 together and thinks Abby's responsible for it, never knowing that it was Ellie. Now that they have what they need, they steal a boat and go back to the aquarium. Fast forward a little, and Abby and Lev are sitting outside in the hall while Owen and Mel perform the surgery on Yara. Thankfully, she ends up pulling through minus 1 arm. Also, Abby manages to convince Lev to pet Alice and helps him get over his fear of dogs, the same way Lev helped Abby confront her fear of heights. Later, it shows Abby dreaming of the Firefly Hospital again. Last time she had this dream, she ran down the hall into the operating room and Yara and Lev were dead, strung up and gutted the way the Seraphites do. This time, when she goes into the operating room, her father's standing there, smiling at her. Abby wakes up on the 3rd day in the back room of the aquarium. She looks around and sees Yara and Lev arguing about something. Then Mel shows up. Abby asks her what they're arguing about. Apparently, Owen offered to let them come with him to Santa Barbara, but Lev doesn't want to leave Seattle. He wants to go back home to see his mother and try to convince her to see things his way and leave with them. Yara insists that he can't because she's too devout and won't defy the rules. Apparently, their mother is known in the Seraphites for being one of the most religiously devoted people. She would never leave the Seraphites' island even under the threat of death because that's their holy land. Mel says that she's going with them to Santa Barbara too, but not if Abby's going with them.
What? He may fall for your little act with these kids, but I don't.
There's nothing to fall for.
Isaac's top scar killer suddenly had a change of heart? Nothing to do with Owen, right?
I haven't always done the right thing.
You're a piece of shit, Abby. You always have been. I'm done with you. You want to do right by these kids? Get out of their lives before you screw them over too.
It's unclear if Mel knows that Owen cheated on her with Abby, but it's still possible. Abby's clearly upset about the situation. She knows that it wasn't right for her to sleep with Owen, but she still loves him. Yara comes over and asks if she's okay. She doesn't answer and just asks how Lev is. Yara says that he ran off and asks her to help look for him. You walk around the aquarium looking for him, and Yara tells you what happened with her and Lev when they had to run away. Back in the skyscraper, when the Seraphites attacked, they called Lev Lily. I thought that the twist was going to be that Lev was actually a girl. He shaved his head and changed his name because the Seraphites were making him follow some weird tradition he didn't want to follow. After doing that, the Seraphites marked him as a traitor and he ran away with Yara. and he just let people call him a boy because his head was shaved, and all the men in the Seraphites shaved their heads. It was an honest mistake and he just rolled with it. It turns out I was about half right. The reason he shaved his head and changed his name to Lev is because he's actually transgender. He wanted to be a soldier like Yara, but it was decided that he was going to be a wife to one of the elders, as is tradition. I really hope that when Yara said that, she meant it's tradition to be raised to become a wife to one of the elders as an adult in the future, not, oh, God. That actually might be the most horrifying thing in this game. Lev told Yara about how he felt a long time ago, and Yara told him he had to keep it to himself. He seemed fine for a while, but one day he had enough and shaved his head like one of the men. After that, they were forced to run away from home. You can actually hear about this happening too when you play as Ellie.
Did you hear what Lily did?
I did. Shameful. But not all that surprising.
Her sister, though. I was shocked.
Their poor mother.
She should have sensed that something was off, though.
I was actually wondering why he chose the name Lev. Obviously, he couldn't keep calling himself Lily if he wanted to identify as a boy, because that is decisively a girl's name. But why did he choose Lev as his new name? Why not something else, like Bobby or Fred or something? The game doesn't really explain why, but I think I know why the developers chose to call him Lev. The name Lev sounds a lot like the word left. I went back through my gameplay footage to see if my suspicions were right, and sure enough, they were. Lev is left-handed. You can tell because he's holding the bow with his left hand and pulling the string back with his right. Bow users hold the bow with their dominant hand because it's the one they use to aim. So maybe it's implying that he changed his name to Lev because his skill with a bow is one of the few things he received from the Seraphites that he actually values. At least until I receive information that tells me otherwise, that is the origin story I'm going with. Abby recommends looking around for something to make him feel better. They start looking for something to give him when they find him. Yara says that he likes sharks, which Abby finds funny because he said he's scared of the ocean. So they settle on a stuffed shark plushie they found in the gift shop. Owen shows up, and Yara asks him if he knows where Lev is. He says he's out back. So Yara goes to give him the shark plushie and apologize for arguing. Owen asks Abby if she's coming with them to Santa Barbara. Abby says she can't because of reasons that he already knows about. He tries to convince her that they can figure out a way to make it work, but their moment gets interrupted when they hear Yara yelling outside. They go to check it out, and they see that Lev stole the boat that they took from the front of the hospital. He's going back to the Seraphites' island to see his mom. Abby and Yara agree to go to the marina to get another boat and chase after him. Meanwhile, Owen and Mel will stay at the aquarium and fix up the sailboat so that way they can be ready to leave. Fast forward to when Abby and Yara make it to the marina. This, apparently, is the place where the WLF store their boats. They hear gunshots and fighting in the direction of the marina, so Abby tells Yara to wait down there while she goes to check it out. When she makes it to the street, Manny comes out of nowhere and tackles her to the ground. It turns out there's a sniper in the area, and that sniper is Tommy. After Abby went AWOL, Isaac assigned Manny to lead the attack on the island. Manny and his team went to the marina to get the boats for the attack when some sniper ambushed them on the road. So this is happening around the time Ellie and Jesse heard the WLF talking about a sniper over the radio. Also, if we look back at the time we spent playing as Ellie, we can actually see what's probably Manny and his team driving towards the marina on the overpass. Manny informs Abby that they've been having trouble with trespassers the last few days. This is the first time that Abby even becomes aware of the presence of anyone from Jackson, and she doesn't even know who it is yet. The next gameplay sequence will involve you trying to work your way up the street to make it to the sniper's post. This sniper section is better than the sniper section in Part 1 for a few reasons. First of all, the obvious, unlike Part 1, the sniper isn't invisible. If you look through the scope of one of your guns, you can see Tommy standing on the bridge off in the distance. The game wants you to work your way up the street towards him, so if you try to counter-snipe, he'll shoot you down right away. He won't just injure Abby. Getting shot will knock her on her ass, making counter-sniping impossible. This is a much more immersive and elegant way of nudging the player to participate in the set piece the way it was intended, by using cars as cover while moving, crawling, and even swimming up the street. The sniper is paying extra attention to you even though Manny is there with you, but that can actually be explained away too, what with the sniper being Tommy. Abby is the one who killed Joel, so it makes sense that he would prioritize trying to kill her over Manny. When you make it to the end of the street and into the parking garage, Tommy will start using the player's tactics against them by shooting cars to lure over the infected. Eventually, you make your way up to the bridge with Manny. You get into a shootout with Tommy, but the game won't actually let you kill or even injure him in any way, which is a little annoying. You and Manny manage to push him back into a restaurant where he pulls down a shutter and hides inside. Manny suggests trying to find another way inside to avoid getting ambushed, so they try going through a set of back doors by holding triangle.
Screw it. Let's go.
I don't know how they didn't hear Tommy open the shutter when he came back out of the restaurant, since you can hear it close when he goes back in. But whatever, that's not as big of a deal as this next thing that's coming up. With Manny dead and it being just you and Tommy, I was expecting this restaurant to be a standoff with him, similar to the restaurant standoff with David in part 1. But Tommy just leaves the restaurant through the back door. I suspect the developers were planning for Abby to fight Tommy like this as well, but they ended up removing it, likely because it wouldn't have felt like it had real stakes. After all, we know for a fact that both Abby and Tommy survived this fight since we saw them both alive in the theater earlier. When you follow him outside, he ambushes Abby by hitting her with his rifle instead of just shooting her. I don't know why he wasted his opportunity to properly ambush Abby. He may have just ran out of ammo, but he seemed to have a limitless supply of it before. At first, I wasn't sure if Abby recognized Tommy, but we later get confirmation that she did. Now she knows that the people from Jackson are in Seattle, but she doesn't have the time to focus on that right now. Tommy and the people from Jackson can wait, but this thing with Lev can't. So she takes a boat from the marina and goes to the Seraphites' island with Yara. They make it to the island, and from there, Yara leads the way. They find Lev's boat not too far from where they hit landfall. Yara says that he probably went to their house to see their mother, so that's where they go. Along the way, they find some dead WLF members that were strung up and left as a warning. Abby finds a note on one of their bodies. It appears that they were a team of WLF scouts. According to the note, there are even more Seraphites on the island than the WLF originally thought. Also, the island is way more secured and well guarded than the team expected. Not a good omen for the WLF and the upcoming attack. They keep moving further inland when they hear horns blaring everywhere. Yara says that's the Seraphites' warning signal, which means Isaac and the WLF are already attacking the island. She says that there's roughly 1,000 people on the island, and about half of them are trained in combat. The other half will hide once the fighting starts. They move through the island, either avoiding or dealing with Seraphite patrols as they go. Along the way, we see Haven, which is the main village on the island, and a bunch of boats in the water are sailing right towards it. They eventually make it to Lev and Yara's house. By the time you get there, their mother's dead, and Lev is sitting in the corner crying. Apparently, after Lev made it to the house, his mother was furious at him, which isn't surprising. She started hitting him and screaming at him. He tried to run away and get her to listen, but she just kept screaming at him and chasing him around the room. Eventually, he pushed her down, and she hit her head into a table and died. Back when they were on their way to the marina, Abby asked Yara a little more about their mother. Yara seems to think that it's ridiculous how much Lev cares about her. From the way she talks about her, she seems convinced that their mother cares way more about her religion than she does for her own children. Odds are, the reason Lev cares about their mother more than Yara is because Lev was supposed to be a wife to one of the elders, and in Seraphite culture that's probably considered an honor. So their mother probably treated Lev better than Yara, who was just a lowly soldier. Lev probably conflated that with her loving him and not her just loving her religion, which is probably why she reacted so badly when he showed back up at the house. Although having her die does feel like a cop-out. Instead of having Abby or the player meet her in person and see what interesting drama could have occurred from that, she's just dead by the time you get there. Which could have been fine too if the circumstances surrounding her death were actually interesting. She could have been trying to kill Lev with a knife or something as a way to absolve him of his sins, as a way to make Lev realize that she cares more about her religion than she does him, so he's forced to kill her in self-defense. Kind of like how Carrie's mother tried to kill her at the end of the 1976 movie. But no, she just clumsily hits her head on a table, wrapping that whole thing up before you even get there. And now all that's left is for our heroes to make their daring escape. They decide that they need to get to Haven to steal another boat to get off the island. And by this time, the WLF are on the island fighting against the Seraphites. You cut through a part of the island that still has a bunch of old pre-outbreak buildings to try and avoid running into the WLF. But you end up running into them anyway, and Yara gets shot.
This way.
Got one!
Yara!
Abby?
Yara!
That's when Isaac comes out of the woods with more WLF soldiers.
Yara, please!
We need to move.
Come on! Come on! I can't leave her here! Stay back! Drop it! Now!
Holy shit.
It's Abby! Stay back!
Stand down.
Isaac.
What the hell are you doing?
I need you to hear me out.
What's that behind you?
He saved my life.
Move out of the way. We'll deal with you back home.
He's not one of them, please.
Abby, move.
God damn it, he's just a kid!
You have 3 seconds to get away from that scar. 1.
You really gonna shoot me?
2.
I'm not fucking moving.
No!
What the fuck? Don't let him escape!
For a second, it looked like Isaac wasn't going to shoot, but Yara shot him before he got the chance to make that decision. Now Yara and Isaac are both dead, and the WLF are hunting down Abby too. Lev is obviously upset, but Abby is honestly not doing much better. The next area has more enemies, and this time they're WLF. Abby has an audible reaction when she kills one of them too. You keep moving until you see Haven on fire off in the distance. The next area has WLF and Seraphites fighting each other. This and the next area are the only 2 areas in the game where the human enemies fight each other. The thing is though, the AI was clearly not meant to do this. This area is made up of a large field of grass you can crawl through, with rusted old cars scattered around to use as cover, and an old restaurant that you need to cut through. The AI in this section has a scripted routine. There is no real chaos of battle, it's just an illusion. The AI follows the same scripting every time you play through this section. When you first enter the area, there will be a group of WLF and Seraphites fighting each other. If you don't interfere with the fight, the WLF will win. Then they'll run off to act as backup to the WLF that are pinned down inside the restaurant. But they don't get too far. From here, it seems as though the Seraphites will fire at the WLF taking cover inside the restaurant, and they're scripted to just keep shooting at each other but never hit anything. No matter how long I waited, neither side made any advancements until I intervened. If you break the AI scripting by killing anyone, even if you aren't seen, the AI will act as though they're being attacked by infected. They'll run around and try ducking into cover while occasionally taking pot shots at each other. The reason the AI does this with the infected is because they're usually being chased and they're trying to lose them. But it seems as though in this fight, the AI uses the tactics that they normally use to fight the infected, and it doesn't work very well. Human enemies will go into cover, not shoot at anything, run away, and duck into a new piece of cover and rinse and repeat until one of them finally shoots and kills someone. They'll keep doing this until everyone on the other side is dead. Likely the WLF will win because there's just more of them. Honestly, I can't describe it any better than just letting you see it can. It looks really awkward when a group of people that were trying to kill each other a second ago start running around like chickens with their heads cut off. And it's not like you have the option to avoid this from happening either. You need to cut through that restaurant to get to the exit. Which means you'll probably need to kill some people since the restaurant is surrounded by Seraphites and the WLF are taking cover inside. After getting past them, Abby and Lev steal a horse and ride the rest of the way towards Haven. The whole ride there is extremely chaotic. The last time we saw this much chaos happening in this franchise was when Joel carried Sarah through the streets of Austin, Texas. Mechanically, this sequence is similar to the set piece in the first game, where you were playing as Ellie trying to get away from a group of cannibals on the back of a horse. You'll get chased by some Seraphites on horseback. They'll shoot at you, and you can shoot back, and once again you have infinite ammo, but it still draws from your existing ammo pool for some reason. Eventually, you'll get knocked off the horse, and you need to go the rest of the way on foot. There's another area where the Seraphites and the WLF are fighting each other. This area feels way better because it's more enclosed. The fact that it's a smaller area with more cover means the AI isn't going to be running around like a dumbass. Instead, they tend to stick to just one piece of cover and stay there. After getting past them, you cut through a crumbling building, balancing Abby on the rafters while the whole thing burns and falls apart around you. You get to the door and try removing the debris blocking it by holding triangle again. Lev gets outside, but some debris falls on top of Abby, and you need to crawl out while Lev is being attacked by a Seraphite brute. In Abby's rush to help Lev, she takes off her backpack to get unstuck from under the debris, and she loses all of her guns, including her sidearms, which she didn't have in her backpack. She had those in her holsters, but she lost those too, I guess. The next fight is between you and that Seraphite brute. It's a multi-stage fight with changing weapons, arenas, and a quick-time event, so it's a bit different from the last one with Mitch Trunchbull. I don't know who this Seraphite brute is, but since he's the last Seraphite you fight in the game, and he has a unique boss battle, he feels important. After you kill him, you and Lev run through the water and steal a rowboat to get off the island. Before we move on, I want to take a moment to talk about the backstory of the war between the Seraphites and the WLF, now that their involvement with the story is over. I already talked about how the WLF was founded, but I haven't covered the Seraphites yet. It seems they were around in one form or another, even before the military got driven out of the quarantine zone by the WLF. They are a religious group. And like most religious groups, there was a figurehead that started it all. In the case of the Seraphites, it was started by some lady that they refer to as their prophet. Her real name appears to have been lost to history. I guess the name Seraphite could mean follower of Sarah, so maybe her real name is Sarah, but we never know for sure. I think more than likely, though, the name Seraphite means follower of the Seraph. A seraph, or seraphim, plural, means the burning one. It's a type of celestial or heavenly being originating in ancient Judaism. Christian angelology and Jewish angelic hierarchy consider seraphs to be some of the strongest angels in heaven. Usually they're associated with light and purity. I think the Seraphites from The Last of Us Part 2 are called that because they believe their prophet was a seraph. Or perhaps the prophet herself believed that she was a seraph. There are effigies and murals of her all over Seattle. She's depicted as a woman with black hair and brown eyes. Back when we were playing as Ellie, we ducked into an underground tunnel to escape the WLF at the TV station. That room with the code-locked door has a few notes to help figure out the code. One of the notes is written on the back of an old scrap of newspaper that appears to have been written after the outbreak. According to what little we can decipher from the newspaper scrap, a doomsday prepper helped save a bunch of people after the outbreak started. The contents of this newspaper scrap leads me to believe that this doomsday prepper lady is our mysterious Seraphite prophet. There's even a little wooden Seraphite prayer on a shelf in the same room. This newspaper scrap is incomplete because it's cut off, so we'll need to try and make a few educated guesses to fill in the blanks based off the Seraphite's general behavior, since this is the most lore we get about this lady. So when the outbreak started, there was a doomsday prepper who was nice enough to share her supplies with her neighbors. This doomsday prepper had enough food and supplies for her entire neighborhood. They all survived together until the military came in and rescued them. The paper calls it a miracle, because apparently when the military found them all, the surrounding neighborhoods were overrun with infected, and they were almost out of food. With this woman's help, her entire neighborhood kept safe from the infected for 6 months following the outbreak. When she was asked what inspired her to stock up for the apocalypse in the first place, she said she had a vision of a massive catastrophe that would be divine retribution for mankind's overdependence on machines and technology. If she thought that the cordyceps outbreak was a form of divine intervention, then that explains why the Seraphites call the infected demons. And if she thought that technology was bad, then that explains why the Seraphites think so as well, refusing to touch or interact with most things from the old world, with the exception of a few things like guns. When the other survivors were asked what they thought about that divine retribution stuff, they all agreed right away, saying stuff like, "She guided us through the darkness," which is a statement that sounds similar to what the Seraphites say when they pray. They said that she had the foresight to gather enough supplies for everyone and that she knew the military would find them if they just waited. A lot is missing in the next paragraph, so this is where the guessing gets really heavy. When the military tried to get them to leave and evacuate to the safety of the quarantine zone, they said no. They wanted to stay, only requesting enough food and supplies to last them through the winter. I say that because on top of food, water, medicine, and weapons, one of the most standard things for doomsday preppers to stock up on is seeds. After all, food supplies run out eventually unless you grow more. So they just wanted enough food to last them through the winter so they could start growing their crops in the spring. The fact that they didn't want to live in the safety of the quarantine zone like everyone else did at the time was unprecedented. The military still insisted that they leave anyway, and since we later learned that the Seraphite's prophet was killed in the quarantine zone, they eventually did. There's a part in the newspaper scrap that seems to mention a danger to the quarantine zone. My guess is that the military was planning to bomb the area they found the survivors in. I say that because the paper says that the neighborhoods surrounding theirs were overrun with infected. These neighborhoods were likely just outside the quarantine zone, and we've seen that the military does that to try and kill swarms of infected outside of QZs. And the military couldn't just leave the infected out there since it was dangerous with them being so close to the QZ. So maybe the fact that their settlement was right in the middle of the target zone is why they eventually left. Either because the military forced them to, or by choice. We don't know much about how the Seraphite's prophet died. All we know is that it had something to do with Isaac, and she died in a place called Martyr's Gate, which is the entrance to Chinatown with that truck sitting in front of it. The Seraphites turned the whole area into a shrine to her. They come here to pray and leave notes to her asking for requests. There's another note in a nearby building that was written by another one of the WLF members. They talk about being stuck guarding the Seraphite's prophet and saying that they want to take her to a more secure area. When Abby puts the note away, she says this.
Isaac. You turned a crazy person into a martyr.
The prophet was captured by the WLF at one point, and they had her at Martyr's Gate, before it was Martyr's Gate. They were planning on moving her, but she died at the location, and then it became Martyr's Gate. Combine that with what Abby said about Isaac, that leads me to believe that Isaac killed the Seraphite prophet. or at least he was likely present when it happened. The note says that the war between the Seraphites and the WLF was going on even when the Prophet was still alive. So this is what I think happened. Isaac and the WLF captured the Seraphite Prophet. They were at Martyr's Gate, likely driving down the road in that truck, and they stopped for some reason. They were planning on getting on the move again, but they were attacked by the Seraphites. Isaac probably wanted to capture her to try and use her to make the Seraphites stand down. But when they tried to rescue her, the WLF just killed her, hoping that without their prophet, the group would just dissolve. But that didn't happen. Instead, she became a martyr, and the Seraphites became even more fanatic. They began drawing and quartering people, believing that they were cleansing them. According to Lev, the prophet wrote down her beliefs and teachings in a sacred text, and nowhere does it say to disembowel people. He believes that the Seraphites are taking the prophet's words and twisting them to their own ends. The prophet preferred to rule through diplomacy and peace, but wasn't afraid to fight and use violence when necessary. But the Seraphites' current leaders, who are referred to as the Elders, are just using her sacred text to justify their hatred towards the WLF. As for the whole carving lines into the face thing, the best guess that I can come up with is this part in the note at Martyr's Gate, where the WLF member thought that it was weird how no matter what, she always had this peaceful smile on her face. Even when they were pushing her around and screaming names at her, she just kept smiling. So maybe the carvings on their faces are them honoring their prophet too. Carving a smile on their face, Joker style, as a way to honor her ability to keep a brave face in the face of adversity. That's my best guess on that one anyway. At some point, the Seraphites moved to an island that was covered in trees and plant life, away from the ruins of the old world. It's unclear if this was before or after the prophet was killed, but the island has a massive city on it called Haven, and it's honestly impressive to look at. It's obvious that they've been living on that island for a long time, so I'm gonna say that the prophet was still alive when the island was settled. Likely sometime when the WLF and the military were busy fighting each other. There isn't any island like this off the coast of Seattle in real life, so I'm not really sure exactly where this is supposed to be. The football stadium that the WLF uses as their main base is called Soundview Stadium, which isn't a real place. But it is modeled after a real place called Lumen Field. The Seraphite Island, however, is weird geographically because you can see the Space Needle is on the island. In real life, the Space Needle isn't on an island, it's right in the middle of Seattle. The best theory that I can come up with is that all the flooding turned some part of Seattle into an island. While on the island, you can find a note that says the Seraphites leveled a lot of the old buildings. Now you may be thinking, Clockwolf, why are you talking about this? The Seraphites Island is just a fictional island the developers made up somewhere. You're overthinking it. I personally don't think so. Naughty Dog mapped and modeled a lot of the locations in The Last of Us Part 2 with painstaking accuracy. And not just the more iconic locations like the Convention Center, the Seattle Aquarium, and the Seattle Great Wheel. Neil Druckmann and the Naughty Dog team flew to Seattle and walked the streets, taking pictures and video to use in the development for the game. There's a lot of areas in the game that are mirror images of their real-life counterparts, including random streets, highways, and buildings. If you live in Seattle, I imagine it would be a bit mind-blowing to walk around in the game and recognize the geometry and general layout of the area. Even more so if you saw your apartment building or the place you worked. With such a painstaking attention to detail, I don't believe that Naughty Dog created a fake island for the Seraphites and then just threw the Space Needle on it, which is the most iconic landmark in Seattle. Sometime after the Seraphite Prophet died, the WLF and the Seraphites forged a shaky truce. But the truce ended after the WLF killed a group of Seraphite teenagers. But they only did that because the teenagers were taking pot shots at WLF patrols for fun. Some people seem to think that the WLF are militant fascists. I don't think we know enough about them to make that call one way or the other, but that does seem to be the direction Naughty Dog is leaning with them, and they certainly tick a few boxes. They're highly nationalistic, they don't seem to care about human rights all that much, they seem to blame all their problems on the Seraphites, They have an obsession with national security. They even refer to people who come into Seattle who aren't part of the WLF as trespassers. Supremacy of the military seems to be the WLF's bread and butter as well, with pretty much everyone dressed like a paramilitary soldier. There's a few instances of the people who lived in the quarantine zone calling the Fedra military fascists. Then after the WLF takes over, we see a few instances of people who lived in the quarantine zone saying the WLF is just as bad, if not worse, than Fedra. Then there's the WLF's leader, Isaac. From the notes and interactions with Abby, we can see Isaac is clearly a man who values loyalty over everything else. How that loyalty is cultivated is irrelevant, whether it be loyalty through fear, respect, codependence, or some combination of the three. We see hints that some of Isaac's own people are scared of him. Even when they're loyal to him, they're still afraid of him. That's why the WLF deserters that Ellie encounters in the apartments near the convention center were so paranoid. The note you can find in relation to them has Isaac claiming that they would have tried to work something out if they had asked to leave. But there's even evidence that Isaac knows that he needs to dispose of people whose loyalty is shaky, like the skeleton in the downtown area next to the old tank. The note next to the skeleton shows he was questioning Isaac's leadership. Did Isaac send him out to destroy that tank knowing he probably wouldn't make it? He seems to have ingrained this idea of unquestioning loyalty into the culture of the WLF. We can see and hear this in the way that the WLF talks about deserters, viewing people who want to leave the WLF as traitors because their loyalty isn't absolute. That's why Isaac let Abby and her group go off base to kill Joel, so he could codify Abby's loyalty to him. That's also why Isaac almost shot Abby on Seraphite Island. She defied his orders by going off base, and now she's doing it again to protect Lev when he told her to get out of the way. She's been a good soldier up until recently, but now she's undermining his authority in front of his men. I have no doubt that if Yara hadn't shot Isaac first, Isaac would have killed Abby to make an example of her. Anything less than total unquestioning loyalty cannot be tolerated. And that's it. That's all the lore we have in terms of the Seraphites and the Washington Liberation Front. I kind of wish we got to know more about these two factions, especially the Seraphites. I would have loved to have read those sacred texts their prophet wrote to get more of an insight on their religion and ideology. And I can't guess anymore because I've reached the limit of how much information the game gives about the Seraphites. I could only make massive assumptions based on next to nothing now. The war between the Seraphites and the WLF isn't really the story. It's more like a framing device for the story, or at least the part of it that takes place in Seattle, which is why Naughty Dog didn't get too much into it. They just needed you to get the general idea of what these two groups are like and how they view each other. The Seraphites see the WLF as a threat to their way of life, and the WLF sees the Seraphites as a mad death cult. Now they're at war with each other for control of Seattle, which eventually resulted in the battle on Seraphite Island. We later learned that the Seraphites won the battle. I use the term won loosely because this was clearly a massive loss on both sides. The WLF managed to take the Seraphites by surprise by using the storm as cover, so they had the upper hand at first. But unfortunately, they underestimated the amount of Seraphites on the island. And plus, with Isaac dead, the chain of command probably got thrown into disarray. So they were able to drive the WLF off the island. But they clearly still lost a lot of people, and Haven was pretty much razed to the ground. There were no winners in that fight. Abby gives Lev her jacket as he's staring back and taking one last look at his old home. In one day, he saw his mother and sister die, and the place he grew up in got destroyed as he was forced to flee. He's still a kid, so chances are this is the worst day of his life up to this point. They make it back to the aquarium and go inside. By this time, Ellie has already come and gone. This is confirmed when Abby and Lev see Alice's dead body. We know what's going to happen next. Abby goes into the lobby of the aquarium, and sure enough, Mel and Owen are dead. Abby is obviously devastated, but Lev finds the map Ellie dropped. Abby and Lev get to the theater and go inside. If you go into the radio room, you can hear a transmission from the WLF about the attack on the island.
Site 2, this is Briggs Unit Echo. Fuck.
This is Site 2. Echo, what's the situation?
Isaac's dead. It's a fucking massacre.
Echo, please repeat.
Isaac is fucking dead. Anyone else go off the island?
Echo, you're the first to call in. No word from the other unit.
Jesus Christ, where the fuck was the backup?
What's your location? Who's with you?
The sprinkler ready for our squad.
Echo, you're breaking up. What is your location?
From the rim. Down out here.
Echo, come in. Bridge. Shit.
Abby also finds the photos of all of her friends and the map they used to track them. She goes downstairs and we see the theater cutscene play out again, only this time from Abby's perspective. After Yara died, I worried about Lev because I didn't see him anywhere when I saw this event play out from Ellie's perspective. But it turns out he was there, off in another corner of the room. Abby says that Ellie killed all of her friends, which is true. But after playing as Abby, we now know she has no way of knowing that yet. She only knows that Manny, Mel, and Owen are dead. There doesn't seem to be anything she's seen so far that should lead her to believe that Nora, Jordan, Leah, and Nick are dead too. So I suppose she just guessed or something? Last time, at the moment when the game cut to black, Abby is about to shoot Ellie. But we see that Tommy jumped up at the last minute and tries to stop her. Lev shoots him in the leg, and Abby shoots him in the head. The player will likely assume that he's dead, but we find out later that he survives. Abby tells Lev to guard the way out in case Ellie slips out, and runs backstage to fight her.
Motherfucker!
This boss fight between Ellie and Abby is played from Abby's perspective, and is mechanically similar to the fight between Ellie and David in Part 1. It's a 3-stage fight where you need to sneak up on Ellie while completely unarmed and melee attack her from behind. During Phase 1, Ellie has a handgun. After beating her in that phase, Abby and Ellie struggle and fall through the floor of the theater and into a basement, changing the combat arena. For the second phase, Ellie pulls out her shotgun. There's different objects in the environment that when bumped into make noise, such as chains dangling from the ceiling. You can also throw bricks and bottles, either as a distraction or to stun Ellie long enough to run up to her and hit her. During the third phase, Ellie will start sneaking around like the player, using her bow and trip mines to get the drop on you. She'll also be more vigilant, so if she sees you throwing things at her out of the corner of her eye, she'll dodge. The best way to deal with her is to either sneak up from right behind her, or wait for her to lay down her trip mine and throw something at it so it'll go off in her face, stunning her. Mechanics aside, this fight between Ellie and Abby feels very raw and visceral. As it should, since this fight is very personal for the both of them. Ellie using her bow and trip mines is another great example of using the player's own tactics against them. Same as the fight with Tommy. Ultimately, Abby ends up winning the fight. Dina tries saving Ellie, but she fails because she ran over to Abby screaming instead of sneaking up on her and stabbing her, which was kinda stupid.
Stop! She had nothing to do with this. She's pregnant. Good. Abby.
Don't ever let me see you again. Come on.
This is the end of Abby's half of the story in Seattle. In fact, this is the end of Seattle's involvement in the story altogether. There's still another 3 chapters to go, and we play as Ellie for almost the whole time. There's also far less sub-stories and no more extended flashback sequences that take a few minutes of gameplay to complete. Between Ellie and Abby, both of their 3 days in Seattle have good qualities to them. Ellie's first 3 days have the better combat encounters, with the first encounter with the Seraphites being my favorite one in the game. There's also the section where you're shooting Seraphites from a sniper's perch, the semi-open world section with the horse at the beginning, the first encounter with the redesign of the Stalkers, needing to deal with the WLF and their dogs, and the areas where you can make the human and infected enemies fight each other. Abby's 3 days have the best one-off sequences and set pieces. The fight with Yara and Lev after getting captured, the goofy game of target practice with Owen, the balancing act while trying to get across the crane, the sniper battle with Tommy, riding a horse through Haven while it's burning down, the boss battle with Ellie, and of course the Rat King. But while the areas and sequences play well by themselves, there's still a problem with the presentation and the mechanics feeling separate from each other. Here's an example of what I mean. When you play as Ellie and try to get into the hospital, you can either fight or sneak your way in. Same as all the other areas. When you get into the hospital, you'll need to crawl around inside the air duct, then get out and confront Nora.
Don't scream. Abby was here earlier. Where'd she go?
I don't know. You shoot me. The sound will have every soldier come running.
You'll still be dead.
Setting aside the fact that if you equip a silencer on your handgun, the game removes it for this cutscene, how am I supposed to believe this if I fought my way into the hospital? How am I, as the player, expected to believe that one gunshot will bring the whole hospital down on me if just a minute ago I blasted my way through the front door? Shooting and blowing things up just out front of the hospital and inside the hospital on the first floor. We know that Abby was likely in the hospital at the same time as Ellie, and no one notices her fight with the Rat King. But Abby was all the way down in the hospital basement, so it's easier to believe. But let's say the people upstairs couldn't hear the gunshots and explosions. The problems don't stop there. When we go to the upper levels, we begin Videogame stealth time and start crawling through the air duct. While doing so, we see some of the WLF working through the vents, unaware that there's an intruder watching them, one of which is Nora. We crawl out of a vent and drop down into a hallway. At this point, Ellie needs to stay quiet so she can get the drop on Nora. Ellie needs to stay quiet, but I don't. To the game's credit, you can't shoot any of your guns in this hallway, but for some reason you can still use your throwables. And when you do this, no one notices. I'm not one to ask developers to take control of the character away from the player, but if you're going to use the story to try and railroad the player into a specific playstyle, the gameplay should reflect that. So that way, the player can't accidentally harm their own immersion by using their mechanical freedom to act in ways that they will later find out clash with the story. Why is it that the player can do this? We already know that Naughty Dog isn't afraid to force players into a specific playstyle by taking away some of their mechanical options for the sake of the story, because they already did it in the first game with the surgeon at the end. Hell, they even do it in this game. You don't have the option to counter-snipe during the sniper section, and if you try, Tommy will shoot you down right away. The game is limiting the player's options on how to deal with this problem so that way they can experience the set piece the way it's intended. This isn't the only example of this. Something similar can be done while escaping the school as well. At least during the escape sequence where you steal a truck with Jesse, if you linger around for too long, Jesse gets killed. Also, during the chase sequence with Nora in the hospital, if you let Nora get too far away, you fail automatically. She doesn't just wait for you to catch up to her before she starts running away again or something. But these are both exceptions to the usual rule, that hanging around to look for resources usually never comes back to bite you, even during moments that are presented to feel time-sensitive. And yes, I've played a video game before, and I know these are examples of video games doing those things that video games do, but that's the point. There's multiple instances of the game having you do things that don't make any sense outside of video game logic, which stands out more than it would otherwise in a game franchise that's known for using careful attention to detail to simulate realism. Since I'm trying to immerse myself in a world with a serious, grounded, realistic, and down-to-earth tone, anytime a character does something or says something that only makes sense in the context of it being a video game, it clashes with the tone so hard that it shatters my suspension of disbelief. In Part 1, anything the game let you do made sense in the context of the world you were in. It didn't matter if you killed all the guys in a given area or if you snuck around them to save resources, because either of those approaches make sense, both for the player to do within the context of it being a video game and for Joel to do within the context of his character and the world he inhabited. Anything that Part 1 lets the player do is something Joel would do. The only thing that I can think of that Part 1 lets you do that makes no sense for Joel to do is when you're just standing around doing nothing. If you put the controller down and go make a sandwich or something without pausing, Ellie's idle dialogue will play. She actually acknowledges how weird it is for Joel to just be standing around doing nothing.
Oh, cool. You're just gonna stand there? So, what are we doing? Oh, nice. You're just gonna hang out. Do absolutely nothing. Just gonna, stand there. What are we doing? This is taking entirely too long. You doing nothing and walking around doing nothing. You are literally walking around in the same exact spot.
As a player, it makes perfect sense for Joel to just be standing around. I'm not controlling him right now. I'm off making a sandwich or going to the bathroom or something. But as a character, it doesn't make a lot of sense for Joel to behave this way, and the game acknowledges that. But it's extremely unlikely that players will hear Ellie's idle dialogue play out by accident, because they can just pause the game. Compare that to the sections in Part 1 where you need to hold down triangle to leave the level. Don't get me wrong, sometimes the game will pull the bold and innovative decision to have you mash square to get through a door instead of holding triangle, but you're still going through a barricaded door after a chunky button prompt tells you to. This wouldn't be a big deal if it happened a few times like in Part 1, but it happens so often that it gets extremely repetitive. This is the reason why I've been complaining about it so much, because it's a constant reminder from the game that these big wide open areas aren't real spaces. They're video game levels with only one way forward. Doing this doesn't always make sense within the context of the game world. It's reasonable enough to want to barricade the way you came to keep people from following you, but if you kill everyone in the area before leaving, then there's no one left alive to follow you. So it doesn't make sense to go through the effort to barricade the exit behind you, but the game makes you do it anyway. It doesn't always make sense in the context of the game world and its characters, but as a player, it makes perfect sense. The game is making you do that so it won't have to keep rendering that area, because the real purpose of doing it is to save memory space on your hardware. Likewise, when you kill all the enemies in the area, your character will say something to let the player know that they're in the clear. Part 1 did something similar to this. If you sneak up behind the last guy in the area and try to strangle him, Joel will perform a melee takedown instead of choking him. But the player isn't always going to see this because it requires that they sneak up and choke out the last guy. Specifically, instead of killing them in some other way. Not to mention, there's a difference between a character performing an action on screen that implies to the player that they're in the clear, and a character just explicitly saying it. Usually in part 1, when you finish clearing an area, Joel will say something like, "Okay, I think it's clear," which makes sense within the context of the game world because he almost always had a companion with him. He's trying to reassure Ellie that they're safe now so they can be on the same page and relax a little. It shows that Joel cares about her well-being in some capacity for one reason or another. In part 2, the character you're playing will sometimes be all by themselves. So when they say, "Okay, I think it's clear," it doesn't make any sense for them to say it, unless they were saying it as a way to let the player know that they're no longer in danger. Even though they shouldn't be able to know if it's safe or not if I don't. And the fact that these levels are bigger in part 2 makes this problem even worse. I prefer to play these games with the listening mode disabled. There were so many occasions when I was playing where I would kill most of the enemies with stealth and try to find the one or two I missed. The listening mode could have been useful here. I could have imposed a rule on myself, only using it as a tool to look for the last one or two enemies I missed. But I didn't need it because I can just wait to see if Ellie or Abby says anything. If they say, "Okay, I think it's clear," or something like that, then I can start searching the area for supplies. If not, I keep searching for the last guy. In part 1, I viewed these pieces of character dialogue primarily as character development. In part 2, I viewed them solely as a gameplay crutch a lot of the time. Because your character saying these things usually makes no sense and usually adds nothing in terms of the story and character development, it can only make sense in terms of the gameplay. In my video on part 1, I said that Naughty Dog was good at creating games with stories that don't get in the way of the gameplay and vice versa. And that is still true, but with every improvement part 2 makes from part 1 in that department, there's at least one or sometimes two steps backwards. Part of that probably has something to do with the change in direction the developers went from part 1 to part 2. While the gameplay is mechanically sound, there's multiple things that make the game's presentation feel surface level, which exposes some of its mechanical artificiality, thus in turn harming the suspension of disbelief, which is a much bigger deal in a game like this than it would be otherwise. It's not just some of the mechanics either. Another thing that makes part 2 feel somewhat artificial is the amount of plot armor that's present. This is one of the major complaints people seem to have about the game, so let's get it out of the way right now. For those of you that don't know the difference between plot armor and plot holes, here's a quick rundown. A plot hole is defined by the Oxford Dictionary as, quote, an inconsistency in the narrative or character development of a book, film, TV show, etc. Plot armor is less about the internal consistency of the writing and more about the external effects on the audience's suspension of disbelief, when the narrative and characters just do things for the sake of moving the story forward. Even though those things are consistent within the context of the fiction, we, the audience, still know that the reason the writers chose to do it is because they wrote themselves into a corner and they need to think of a way out. An example of a plot hole is when Joel and Ellie leave Boston and head to Bill's town. Ellie suggests that Joel should just take her back to the Boston quarantine zone. Joel dismisses this as an option, just saying that he doesn't believe that he can get them back into the quarantine zone in one piece. The fact that Joel thinks that going across the whole country in a dangerous world filled with mushroom zombies is a better idea than spending a few hours going back the way they came is inconsistent with his pre-established character as a competent post-apocalyptic survivor. That's why I call this a plot hole instead of plot armor. With all that being said, The Last of Us Part 2 doesn't have that many plot holes, although there are still more than I'd prefer, with my ideal number being 0. As far as I can see, there were only 2 times where the narrative or the characters were inconsistent. One is the part where Jordan tries strangling Dina to death instead of shooting her. I already went over that bullshit. And the second one happens near the end of the game. Other than those examples, everything else can be contributed to plot armor. We can craft theories about how Mel managed to get to the aquarium so fast that are consistent with the narrative and characters, but it's annoying that we have to at all because it's never explained. Plot holes are seen by most people as worse than plot armor, likely because plot holes are more distracting to a story's immersion. But Part 2 prevents things in its story from becoming plot holes by just not explaining them. This is a plot device called Deus Ex Machina, where a story just solves a problem with a contrived plot event that's either unexpected and or never explained. After all, we can't know for sure that there's any narrative or character inconsistencies if we're never given the details. Plus, this game's story is in service to enhancing its themes and messages, and it's not like those things are benefited in any way by explaining the logistics of characters getting to and from the aquarium. The game never addresses the how, but it needs Mel to be at the aquarium so she can help Yara and send Abby and Lev off to the hospital on a supply run, thus the plot armor. Another example is when Tommy ambushes Abby after the sniper battle. Instead of just shooting her when he has the chance, he uses a melee attack, which results in a struggle between the two that ends with him getting knocked into the water, and Abby recognizing who he is so she'll know who she's dealing with for the showdown at the theater later. On my first playthrough, I knew that the sniper Manny briefed me on was Tommy right away because of the conversation between Ellie and Jesse earlier, so I wasn't worried about Abby or Tommy in this situation, because I saw them in the theater earlier when I was at the end of playing Ellie's half of the Seattle timeline. I'll admit that Manny's death surprised me because it happened when I wasn't expecting it in a way I wasn't expecting, but I knew no matter what happened, Abby and Tommy would come out of this alive because they were both being protected by the power of plot. During one of the flashback sequences, Tommy lets the player as Ellie shoot some of the infected with his sniper rifle, the same one that he uses years later to attack Manny's convoy. If that sniper rifle was established in the narrative to be a magic sniper rifle that never jams and doesn't need to be reloaded, then it would have been an inconsistency in the narrative for Tommy not to shoot Abby at the marina when he had the chance. Instead, we're just supposed to be content with the possibility that either Tommy ran out of ammo or his gun jammed at that exact moment and not think about it too hard. The worst part of this isn't even the reliance on coincidence, it's the fact that it's never explained. Back in the theater, after Ellie, Dina, Jesse, and Tommy are all together, we could have caught a glimpse of Tommy recounting the story of what happened at the marina. Imagine us as Ellie walking in on Tommy talking and we hear him say, "I had her in my sights and I wouldn't you know it, my gun jammed. Can you believe my luck?" Or something to that effect. It would have made it much easier to swallow in hindsight because then the game would have at least addressed it. I could sit here and talk about each and every individual thing that the game does that is technically contrived, or technically convenient, or technically a coincidence. But if we did that, then we would dive down into a bottomless rabbit hole of semantics. Because technically all fiction has contrivances. Because all fiction is inherently artificial. The definition of contrived is, quote, deliberately created rather than arising naturally or spontaneously. If we go by that definition in the literal sense, then all fictional writing is contrived. That would mean all plots are contrived too, just by the virtue of being plots, which isn't the case. And at that point, the term plot contrivance loses all of its usefulness. When it comes to the discussion about plot contrivances, the audience's suspension of disbelief is one part of it, but another part has to do with the writer's intentions. Plot points can happen naturally in fictional writing, even if that fiction is artificial. But if you can see the machinations of the writer, it starts to feel contrived, and that's when it becomes an issue. It's about the questions the audience asks themselves and the questions the writers wants the audience to think about when they're trying to immerse themselves in the story, writing, and characters. If those questions don't have satisfying answers, it becomes harder to satiate suspension of disbelief. What each audience member defines as satisfying will ultimately vary from person to person. This is all to say, fictional stories are made up. All plots tend to progress in awfully convenient ways when you think about it. You have to be willing to accept that and meet fictional stories on their own terms in order to enjoy them. In order for something to be considered plot armor, it needs to 1. Be part of the plot, obviously. And 2, it needs to illustrate a violation of the internal logic and/or consistency of the writing in some way. There needs to be something that we can point to and say, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. It is convenient that Mel just so happens to be wearing a coat that hides her pregnancy when we show up at the aquarium, and the story doesn't give us any direct explanation as to why. But it doesn't violate the logic or consistency of the plot or her character for her to be wearing it. So it's not an issue. In the same way that Ellie and Dina duck into the theater and the building happens to have a working generator and a radio that they can use to track their targets. Or how in part 1, the apartment that Ellie and Joel duck into to escape from the truck just so happens to be the one apartment in this big city that Henry and Sam are hiding out in at that particular moment. Or how Robert tells Tess and Joel that he sold their guns to the Fireflies. Then Marlene, the leader of the Fireflies, just so happens to show up right after he tells them this information. That's just the way things shaped out in the story, dog. If we wanted, we could go down the semantics rabbit hole even more with this. So you're telling me that Ellie, by some wild coincidence, just so happens to be the one person in the world who's immune to the mushroom that's turning everyone into monsters, and we're given no explanation as to why. Pretty convenient, don't you think? Yes. Yes, it is. It is very convenient. In the context of the fiction, it's convenient for Ellie and convenient for Joel. Outside the fiction, it's convenient both for the player and the writer, because we both need her to be immune so there can be a story to experience. There's a reason it's called science fiction. The point being, just because something is technically contrived or convenient or coincidental, that doesn't make it plot armor. Things like Tommy not shooting Abby when he had the chance, Mel getting to the aquarium without a scratch, Ellie not acknowledging the fire escape ladder next to an unsecure window at her hideout, the game removing the silencer from your handgun when you confront Nora. Those things are plot armor because they violate the writing's internal consistency and logic. Things like Mel wearing a coat that hides her pregnancy, Abby running into Joel outside of Jackson, and Ellie dropping the map with her hideout circled on it for Abby to find. These things aren't plot armor, because they all have logical explanations within the writing and characters. Mel was probably wearing a coat because she was cold and was getting ready to leave on the boat with Owen as it was storming outside. We see Lev shivering on the boat ride back from the island. Abby even gives him her jacket. Joel ran into Abby because the ski lodge is their favorite place to be stationed at when on patrol, and Ellie left the map behind because she dropped it when she was attacked and forgot about it after killing Mel. Her hideout was circled on it, probably because she's from out of town and didn't want to get lost. We see that she looks at maps all the time to try and figure out where the hell she is. Seattle is a big city. I think at worst you can argue these things are cop-outs from the writers. As long as they don't illustrate a violation of the internal logic and or consistency of the writing, plot, or characters, it doesn't count as plot armor. As for the characters themselves, they range anywhere between good and serviceable. Mel was probably the most boring character. Yara was okay. What she went through to protect Lev and the fact that she still died anyway was tragic. But just as a character, she still wasn't very interesting. The same is true with Manny as well, even though he was a bit of a dickhead. Owen was by far my favorite side character, and I was able to buy that he did care about Abby by the end. Abby is a different person with Owen. She's much warmer and friendlier when he's around. His carefree goofball personality worked surprisingly well off of Abby's bitter and sour personality. I also enjoyed the back and forth between Abby and Lev. Abby's personality actually matched with Lev's pretty well. They both see themselves as soldiers to some extent, so they were able to easily synergize on that level, letting their other personality traits stand out more. Lev is inquisitive and clearly smart for his age, but he's also naive, because he's still a kid who spent his life living on an island isolated from most of the rest of the world. He's also hilariously immune to sarcasm. Abby has trouble dealing with this at first, because she seems to be the kind of person who typically uses dark humor and harsh sarcasm to bond with people. Ellie feels like a stranger compared to how she was in the first game. One reason why is just because she's more mature now since she's an adult. The other reason is because Joel isn't there with her. Joel's grumpy old man personality made the fun, goofy, childish parts of Ellie stick out more. That's why they were such a great duo, even though Joel didn't have all that much of a personality by the end of the first game. Half of Joel's personality was his backstory with his daughter dying. The other half was him just being a grumpy, sad, mean, and lonely old man from Texas, who likes sports and guitar and those other things that people from Texas enjoy. You know, to make sure that you're aware that he was from Texas, in case you forgot. And it looks like the developers agree with me on this, because they spend some time in Part 2 trying to give Joel more character development. Ironic, seeing as this game is Joel's big send-off, and he dies within the first hour. Throughout the game, there's at least 3 instances of someone mentioning that Joel really loved coffee. And while it's true that coffee is objectively one of the best things ever, this isn't brought up in the last game. Joel only ever mentioned that he missed coffee once or twice in passing. There's also several pieces of dialogue that allude to Joel really liking movies. Again, this is something totally new that was never even hinted at in the first game. The only time Joel ever mentioned a movie was one time in Pittsburgh, and he didn't exactly give it a glowing endorsement. We also find out that Joel apparently enjoys wood carving as a hobby. Again, at no point during the first game is this even hinted at. This is just something that the writers just made up about him for Part 2. It seems the writers agree with me when I say Joel wasn't all that interesting as a person outside of his relationship with Ellie, which is a problem in a narrative that wants its audience to look back at him and remember all the things that made him great as an individual. So instead, they gave him more personality traits in this game and let him show more emotions other than anger and apathy. This is sad in its own way, because it shows that there's still plenty that both Ellie and we the audience don't know about Joel as a person, and now we'll never know. As for Abby as a character, she had her ups and downs. She's clearly flawed as a person. The game goes through great lengths to make absolutely sure you know that. Jesse and Dina were alright too, but mostly just serviceable. The reason the side characters weren't more interesting than they are here partly has to do with how plot-driven the game is. Dina didn't have all that much of a personality outside of being Jewish and Ellie's pregnant girlfriend / sidekick. And that's because that's all the story really needed her to be.
Yo, check this out.
Oh, wow, that was an interesting beat.
Excuse me. I am a natural. Admit it.
I love you?
Whatever. We're starting a band.
How about you be my groupie?
Your what?
Well, okay. Bands apparently had these hardcore fans that would just follow them around.
Isn't that what I'm already doing?
I guess so.
I'm not going to pretend that I know exactly how Naughty Dog and Neil Druckmann went about making this game, but it was probably hard to come up with ideas for a sequel in the first place, because the last game was good because of its characters, not its story. The story of getting Ellie to the Fireflies was mostly ancillary to the bonding exercise between the two main characters. Even the side characters were there as a device to further the development of Joel and Ellie as characters. Because of that, a sequel about Joel and Ellie moving from one place to the next would feel like retreading old ground. Even if they were totally different characters moving from A to B for different reasons, it would likely feel like the game was trying to recapture the magic of Part 1 again. So Part 2 had to be something completely different in order to justify its own existence. Which is why the narrative is more driven by its plot than its characters this time. This isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it still feels like a mistake, because coming off the heels of The Last of Us and going into The Last of Us Part 2, you would expect the game to be more of the same. So the things that Part 2 does differently from Part 1 will stand out more, whether those things were well executed or not. Which is why people who say that they hate this game are still willing to admit that the gameplay is an improvement from Part 1. If players had more familiar things that were well executed that they could latch onto, I'm sure the game could have avoided making so many fans mad. But Part 2 isn't interested in giving the players an experience that feels familiar. It's trying to be experimental with its systems. The cool and interesting things that Part 2 does aren't things that people have seen in many other games, so they can be hard to identify, especially since what will naturally stand out to players more is the familiar. The main characters in Part 1 were the primary focus of the whole experience. The characters in Part 2 are there to service the plot and help enhance its themes. So when they do something that doesn't make sense or isn't clearly explained in service of the plot, it stands out more than it normally would otherwise, no matter how inconsequential and small it may be. The plot contrivances and plot armor aren't the only problems either. There's also a few problems with the story's pacing. The story is paced the way it is because of the way it's structured, and the story is structured in the way it is in service of its themes and messages. But the story structure does cause a series of problems with the pacing that sort of snowball as it goes on. At the game's launch, Naughty Dog hid the fact that people would be playing as Abby for so long. Barely anything about her in the game's press release was ever mentioned. There was a trailer released that showed when she was captured by the Seraphites and had to fight her way to safety with Yara and Lev, but nobody knew who she was. There were fan theories that she was Ellie's mother, but those turned out to be false. Also, there were trailers released where it showed Joel was alive with Ellie in areas where he wasn't. This is likely because fans were already guessing the game's plot after the reveal trailer came out in 2016. The reveal trailer showed a few shots of the outside, including a Firefly logo on a stop sign. It cut to Ellie sitting on a bed in a ruined house surrounded by dead bodies. Joel walks into the house with a white light behind him. He walks into the room that Ellie's in and asks, "Are you really gonna go through with this?" To which she responds, "I'm going to find and kill every last one of them." People guessed that this meant that Joel was dead and Part 2 was going to be an epic revenge quest. It turns out they were right, which is bad. What Naughty Dog were trying to do with this story required Joel's death to be as shocking as possible. So they created a trailer with a fake cutscene to try and throw players off the trail, and make them think that Joel would be around for much longer than he actually is. Some people were unhappy about it, which I get. I'm on the fence about it myself. I wouldn't go as far as to call it false advertisement though. Then the whole game was leaked a few weeks before launch after a data breach from an unsecure server or something like that. That was a whole thing. Point being, no one expected to play Abby for as long as they did. After all, it's Ellie's angry face on the cover. Not only does the game have you swapping protagonists and playing as Abby for at least as long as Ellie, on top of that, we're also leaping through time with flashbacks that also seem to sometimes double as dream sequences. Most of the perspective shifts aren't that confusing. However, the switch from Ellie to Abby halfway through the Seattle timeline is by far the most jarring one. They try to soften it by having you play as her in an area with no fail state so you can get your bearings. But not only are you switching protagonists after playing as the same character for so long, as soon as the character switch happens, the game has you leap through time as her 3 times within the span of a few minutes. And the story is constantly hurtling exposition at you, both verbally with character dialogue and environmentally because of all the new things there is to see. By the time they get to the stadium, players have been fighting the WLF for a while. It's only natural that they would be curious what life looks like on the other side. And when you compare the WLF's main base to the crumbs of lore we got before with the notes and occasional conversations, this is the ultimate lore dump. We learn more about what life in the WLF is like in the first 40 minutes while playing as Abby than we do in all of our time with Ellie. It does all of this right at the peak of a pivotal story moment too. In Part 1, when we switch from playing as Joel to playing as Ellie, it happens in the middle of a pivotal story moment as well. We see Joel get injured at the university and eventually pass out from blood loss. After we swap to playing as Ellie, it takes a while until we even learn whether or not Joel's alive. The first bit of gameplay we experience as Ellie is tracking and hunting a deer through the woods. Somewhat similar to how in Part 2, Abby is tracking her father through the woods, and then after we find him, we start helping him track a zebra. These gameplay sections have no fail state, as a way to let us get used to playing as a different character after playing as someone else for hours. Here's the difference though. When you're playing through the flashbacks in Part 2, they don't start off being mechanically complex because you're just walking around and listening to character dialogue, but they are narratively complex. One moment, we're still trying to process the fact that Dina is pregnant, and the next moment we're in the past and we don't know where we are, and Joel is alive. Is this a dream sequence or a flashback or what? During the deer hunting section, nothing much is going on mechanically or narratively. You're just tracking a deer through the woods. Best case scenario, Joel is alive and waiting for us to get back with something to eat, and worst case scenario, Joel's dead and Ellie's looking to feed herself. Either way, our best course of action at the moment is to follow Ellie's lead and hunt that deer. Imagine if Part 1 made it so the first time we play as Ellie was during the coal mine fight against the infected with David. Mechanically, it's not that different from playing as Joel, but from a role-playing standpoint, it would be very confusing and jarring to start playing as Ellie here. But since you're about to be attacked, you'll need to get your bearings fast. The character swap from Ellie to Abby is that multiplied by like 20. We see Abby kill Jesse, and she's about to shoot Ellie. Then the game cuts to black, and we're playing as Abby in the woods somewhere. She looks younger, and this is before she got her muscles. At this point, players are probably stuck somewhere between wanting to go back to the theater right now, and wondering why the game would have them play as Abby after she killed Jesse. We see that she's looking for her father, and we don't know why. We find him, and we find out he collects coins, and he's out here looking for something. He says he knows Abby and Owen are dating, and also this is when we figure out that Abby and Owen were actually dating, even though we thought he was with Mel before. There's also a large placenta on the ground, and now there's a zebra, and now here's Owen. Then we see the zebra has a family. Then Owen says they found Ellie, and we're at the Firefly Hospital in Salt Lake City. Then we find out that Joel killed Abby's father to save Ellie. And, of course, the story gives us a moment to process all this information. Just kidding, we have another time skip where we see Abby kill Joel again. Then we have another time skip where we see Abby's back in Seattle and she's asleep. Wait, does that mean that she was having a nightmare about when she killed Joel? I wonder what this says about her as a character. No time to think about that. Manny says it's time to go. Who's Manny? Explain later, but not really. Now we're in a library. No, it's a gymnasium. No, it's a school. No, it's a cafeteria. No, it's a stadium. And there's a city here, and there are people. And the guy you stabbed in the neck is here, except you didn't, because this is the past, but not the past from before, and you're playing as Abby now. Get with the program, come on. Manny's father's here. Who's he? Doesn't matter. We never see him again. Also, who's Manny? Explain later, not really. We need to go to the fob. What's a fob? Explain later. Now there's burritos. What the fuck is happening? It's too much! It's information overload! And players can't be expected to follow the story under these conditions, let alone immerse themselves in it to effectively roleplay as a relatively new character. Especially after coming off of Ellie's story, which was so intensely focused on her, Dina, and Jesse. Another game that has you playing as two different characters with two different stories that overlap somewhat is Yakuza 0. When that game's story has you switching protagonists, it has a narrator do a recap of what you were doing before. Like when you're playing as Kiryu and the story has you eating some soup in a restaurant after a big fight or something, the game's story will have you swap from Kiryu to Majima for a few hours and experience Majima's story. Eventually, it'll swap you back to Kiryu, and when it does, it'll have a narrator recap what you were doing as Kiryu before giving you control of him again. Previously, in the story of Kazuma Kiryu, he was eating soup in his favorite restaurant after a big fight, or something like that, to catch you up on what you were doing previously and ease you into the character swap so it's not jarring. Because swapping characters or swapping time periods like that can mess with a player's equilibrium if they are not prepared for it. But I think that there's a reason why the character swap was so jarring. It wasn't just because the game was trying to swap protagonists. It was trying to make players feel like they were playing a totally different game. Like when they're playing as Ellie, they're playing The Last of Us Part 2, and when they switch to Abby, they're playing The Last of Us Part 2 Part 2? Or The Last of Us Part 2.5? Or something like that. To help emphasize how small Ellie's revenge is in the grand scheme of things. There's a whole war going on between the WLF and the Seraphites that we barely even grasp while playing as Ellie. The WLF and Seraphites' sheer numbers are much larger than we could have ever guessed too. Ellie and Abby kill a lot of people over their 3 days, but even then, they barely even put a dent into their troop numbers. Meanwhile, Ellie's bouncing around town looking for Abby, and nobody seems to know what she's been doing for the last couple of days. Abby doesn't even know Ellie's in town until halfway through the third and final day, which goes to show how small and petty her revenge is. Ellie and Abby's stories have so little to do with each other that they may as well be different games. Even though Ellie's revenge quest is all about Abby and revenge is all she can think about. A mindset that constantly interferes with her ability to deal with more pressing problems, like Dina's pregnancy, or finding Tommy, or the little love triangle between Dina, Jesse, and her. We're meant to follow Ellie's story in a very narrow-minded way to help us roleplay as her, which is why the game doesn't switch back and forth between Abby and Ellie over and over and over again like some other games with stories like this do. It would have been even harder to understand what the game was trying to convey to players if it did it that way. But when your story doesn't follow conventional storytelling norms, your audience will be more likely to guess what you're trying to do instead. And no, the irony of that statement is not lost on me. When your audience guesses what you're trying to do with the story, they may guess wrong, if they don't have enough information to guess correctly. It's like the difference between a wild guess and an educated guess. This can drastically affect the way the audience perceives the story, which is why one of the major complaints you see levied against this game is how it doesn't follow the traditional 3-act story structure. You can argue that the game would have been better if it did do that. I would probably disagree. But the fact of the matter is, Part 2 is clearly, deliberately not trying to follow traditional story structure. It's only natural that when the audience sees something that doesn't make sense to them, they're likely going to assume it was an oversight on the part of the writers, instead of an intentional and deliberate choice. Not understanding major twists in a story's structure, pacing, and writing decisions leads to confusion. Confusion leads to misunderstanding. And misunderstanding is the death bell for audience retention. This leads me into another problem with the pacing, specifically Ellie's half. You see, Ellie and Dina are in Seattle to get revenge on Abby and her crew. But between when Ellie and Dina first show up in Seattle, killing Jordan at the school, killing Nora at the hospital, and killing Owen and Mel at the aquarium, nothing much really happens in terms of progressing the plot. They try to fill that empty space with other things, such as Dina's pregnancy, trying to figure out where Tommy is, the love triangle between Ellie, Dina, and Jesse, various bits of lore and environmental storytelling through collectible notes, as well as trying to learn more about Seattle and these various warring factions that inhabit the city. The problem is, these things feel like side stories to the main story, which is avenging Joel's death. So they end up feeling like distractions at best, and padding to stretch out the runtime at worst. Because of that, you end up spending a lot of time just waiting for things to happen, as Ellie goes from one side of the city to the other looking for Abby. Then we finally find her, or she finds us at the theater. She shoots and kills Jesse, and things are about to come to a head when the game cuts to black and we switch over to Abby's perspective. Because of all the previous flashbacks as Ellie, I thought that the game was going to quickly give us some backstory on Abby's character before cutting back to the theater. That, combined with information overload, made it so I had a hard time focusing at first. It wasn't until I found the first skill book as Abby and saw that there were a bunch of other skill tree branches that I haven't unlocked yet, that I realized that I would be playing as Abby for the next few hours. When I realized this, I was disappointed. Not that I had to play as Joel's killer for so long, although I'm sure there were some people who were offended by that. I was disappointed that the amount of time that I would have to wait for that payoff in the theater had instantly doubled all at once. Another problem was the fact that I knew that the game was trying to get me to like Abby. As in, I knew what the writers were doing. They wanted to get me to like Abby, so when we went back to the theater, whatever happens, I'll see it from a different perspective than I would have otherwise. I knew right away that's where they were going with it, and that's where they wanted me to go too. So I spent a lot of the time playing as Abby thinking to myself, Okay, game, I get it. Abby isn't an evil person like I blindly assumed at the start. She just has flaws like many people do and wanted revenge just like Ellie does. You made your point. You don't need to spend this long saying that to me. Go back to the theater now, please. It all just made me assume that I didn't have to pay attention to the bigger picture while playing as Abby. In fact, I wasn't even sure that there was a bigger picture during my first playthrough, outside of the game just confirming that Abby isn't a cartoonishly evil supervillain. Let me extrapolate on this a little more. When playing as Abby, there's not one or two, but 3 instances of Abby interacting with a dog, 2 of which let you play fetch with them. Abby pets dogs, and meanwhile, Ellie kills dogs. This is one of the most blunt pieces of character juxtaposition between Ellie and Abby. When I was playing Abby for the first time, this felt benevolent. Like, the only reason that the game was letting this happen is because it was trying to get me to like Abby. Which was true. But when I replayed the game, I realized that there's a moment in Jackson where you're actually able to pet a dog as Ellie. This action fits so naturally within her already established character that I didn't think twice when she did it. Meanwhile, when Abby did it, I felt cynical about it, as if the game had nefarious intentions. Like the writers were trying to manipulate me emotionally to try and get me to like a character I didn't want anything to do with, which I'll admit was unfair for me to do. This story required the writers to make Abby a conflicted and flawed character, while also making sure that the player bonds with her at least a little, and at least understands her actions, even if they don't approve of them. Which is exactly what they did with Joel at the end of Part 1. They needed to do this in less than half the time they did it with Joel 2. One of the ways they went about it was doubling down on the benevolence. Remember the scene with Abby and her father saving the zebra? I thought it was only there to try and make me like Abby's father before showing me that Joel killed him in the last game. Because, he saved a zebra, so he can't be all that bad. But then I remembered another animal that escaped from the Salt Lake City Zoo in the first game. The scene with the zebra was supposed to mirror the giraffe scene from Part 1, as a way to show the player that Abby and her father have a relationship similar to Joel and Ellie. Even though the giraffe scene was even more benevolent and over the top than the zebra scene, and it's not like Part 1 earned the giraffe scene. The characters being well fleshed out doesn't change the fact that this is unapologetically over the top and blunt in the context of the game's world. But by the time the giraffe scene happened, I had been with Ellie for hours at that point. Seeing her reaction to petting the giraffe distracted me from everything else around it. So I just gave it a pass because it was easier to suspend my disbelief. When I started playing as Abby during the zebra scene, I was still mad about what she did to Joel. So I just cynically dismissed it as a hand-fisted way to get me to like her and her father and nothing else. The next problem is the narrative perspective change. As I said before, when playing Part 2, you're supposed to view Ellie's half of the Seattle timeline very stringently and narrow-mindedly, as a way to enhance the feeling of role-playing as her, because revenge is the most important thing in the world to her, so it's all she can think about. But when you play as Abby during her half of the Seattle timeline, as well as the later chapters, you're supposed to switch to a more open mindset. The game's writing does not do a good job at conveying this to the audience. So the first time I played this, I was looking at the whole thing from the same narrow-minded perspective the game wanted me to when I was playing as Ellie, which made a lot of what the game was trying to convey to me in Abby's half go over my head. The theme of the futility behind the cycle of revenge is part of it, but it's only a fraction of what the game is trying to do. Another thing Part 2's trying to do is experiment with narrative perspective in video game stories. We're getting into literary terms now, so stay with me here. Narrative perspective, or narrative point of view, is a literary device that is meant to affect how an audience perceives a story by how it's told. How a writer uses narrative point of view can drastically alter the effects of the story on the audience. There's a few different points of view that stories are typically told in. The first-person narrative point of view, the second-person narrative point of view, and the third-person narrative point of view. The first-person narrative point of view has us viewing the story through the eyes of the main character, or at least from one fixed perspective. Any knowledge that the writer doesn't want the character they're following to know must be kept both from them and the audience. Anything the character does not know isn't important to the narrative until told otherwise. And it's best that the writer has us follow them closely and pay attention to the information that they are receiving. The second-person narrative point of view is less common in books and movies. It's where the narrative treats the audience as if it's aware that they are watching the events that are unfolding, subtly framing the way it talks about the events to make them feel more involved, almost as if it's implying that the audience are a character in the story too. Not to be confused with the also uncommon fourth-person narrative point of view, where the characters break the fourth wall and acknowledge that they're in a story by talking past the fiction and conversing directly with the audience. The main way to tell the difference between the two is if any of the characters break character or not. The third-person narrative point of view is where the story is being told through the perspective of a third party, or multiple third parties, by treating the audience as an outside force that's getting all the relevant information as the events are unfolding in front of them, either by having us jump between different characters that are doing different things in different locations, or by having a narrator acting as the author tell us what's happening, sort of acting as a story guide. This is most common in TV shows, since they usually have us observe multiple characters to see how each of their seemingly separate stories come together to paint a whole picture in the end. There is no crystal clear line between first, second, and third person narrative point of view. Trying to draw one would just result in us getting bogged down by semantics, but we can at least make some inferences. One example of a third-person narrative point of view is a game called What Remains of Edith Finch. What Remains of Edith Finch is an interactive experience, or walking simulator if you'd prefer, that tells the story of a girl named, you guessed it, Edith Finch. Edith returns to her childhood home after being away for many years. While controlling her to explore the house she grew up in, we learn more about members of her family who have long since passed away through different notes and journal entries. The journal entries are all narrated by either Edith or the person who wrote them, but they all are told in the past tense, as in everything you experience in this game has already happened and is being recounted by the characters, to make it perfectly clear that we, the audience, can't use the limited interactivity the game allows us to change the outcome, no matter how tragic we think it is. This is why the game works so well as a walking simulator, quote-unquote. Giving players more interactivity with the world wouldn't add anything to the story it was trying to tell in the way it wants to tell it. Another example of narrative point of view is Half-Life 2, where you're role-playing as Gordon Freeman. There is no narrator in Half-Life 2. All the information the story gives is delivered in real time by the cast of characters to the player character. So clearly this story is being told from a first-person point of view, right? Well, yes. And no. Semantics. Yes, it's being told through a first-person point of view mechanically because of the first-person camera, same as What Remains of Edith Finch, but narratively you could argue that Half-Life 2 is being told from a second-person point of view, because there is no Gordon Freeman. He has no real character. He doesn't even have in-game dialogue. He's an empty hazmat suit. I know that there's going to be people that'll say, no, Gordon Freeman has a bunch of backstory and we know a lot about him and blah, 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 blah. That's lore, not character development. There's a difference. The closest thing he has to character development is what you do as him over the course of the Half-Life games. That's because Gordon Freeman is meant to be a blank slate for the player to imprint themselves on. So when the characters are talking to Gordon, the players can act like they're talking directly to them. How is it that Gordon Freeman, a scientist with no prior combat training, is able to fight off wave after wave of cybernetically enhanced soldiers by himself? How is he able to do that? How does the game explain this? Well, Freeman can't talk, so it's not like it's fair to expect him to explain how he does the things he does. He also doesn't have any character development outside of what you do while controlling him. So it's not fair to expect the story or its supporting cast of characters to explain how he can do the things he does either. Since there's no in-game explanation, Occam's razor dictates that the only answer that makes sense within the context of the fiction is the obvious one. It's because the player's controlling him. It's why he's the best example of a silent protagonist in any story-focused game. He's the player's window into the Half-Life universe, and Valve has him fulfill this role unabashedly. You are Gordon Freeman, and Gordon Freeman is you. You're meant to role-play as him. Compare that to The Last of Us Part 1. The camera is third person, but the narrative is being told from the first person point of view. You are role-playing as Joel for most of the game, but Joel has his own character. He's not a blank slate like Gordon Freeman. You're meant to follow him closely, as well as Ellie and Sarah when we get to play as them. In Half-Life 2, Gordon can't hear characters talk about a problem and come up with solutions by himself without the player's input. The game doesn't allow it. Anything you can do within the established rules and mechanics of the game world is something Gordon would do. Your solutions to problems are Gordon's solutions. In The Last of Us, this same notion is true. You are meant to be role-playing as Joel just as much as you are Gordon. The difference is, in The Last of Us, Joel has his own established character, so the game won't let you do anything that Joel wouldn't do. In the hospital at the end, you need to kill the doctor in order to save Ellie. You must do this to progress, and that's because you're role-playing as Joel. The reason the game doesn't give the player an option to save Ellie in a way that doesn't result in the surgeon dying is because that's not how Joel would behave as a character. As we see when we play the game, Joel's first instinct when someone endangers him or someone he cares about is to kill them. Anything the game lets you do is something Joel would do, and by limiting player control here, the game is emphasizing that, thus enhancing the immersion of role-playing as him rather than detracting from it. Computer games aren't like other media. They're interactive, and therefore they offer a different set of tools that can be used to change perspective. Shifting perspectives in games can be used to craft a style of storytelling that you can't get from books and movies, because how perspective is used in a game can affect both character development and player immersion in the act of role-playing. There's a difference between playing a game and role-playing in one. An example of playing a game would be Koi Koi. I'm only using that as an example because I have Yakuza 0 installed on my PlayStation 4. When you're playing Koi Koi, you're not playing as anyone but yourself. You're simply using your own set of problem-solving skills to defeat your opponent. Role-playing is where you're asked to become someone else in a figurative sense. Another way of looking at it is that the act of play gives players an opportunity to look at themselves in the mirror and ask themselves, what flaws and weaknesses do I have and how can I improve on them? Those flaws and weaknesses can range from needing to get better at Koi Koi to needing to get better at handling campers in Fortnite. Whereas the act of role-play asks players to take their lived experiences and apply them as someone else somewhere else. Often it is a someone with a different lived experience altogether and a somewhere with a different experiential setting, or a different set of rules, to put it another way. This set of rules is sometimes different morally and always different mechanically. One of the most memorable moments in video games for people like me who grew up playing the original PlayStation is the Psycho Mantis boss fight in the 1998 video game Metal Gear Solid. Throughout the game, you role-play as Solid Snake from the first-person narrative perspective, but during certain moments, the game will seem to switch to the second-person narrative perspective of storytelling. Like when Naomi will ask Snake, and therefore the player, if they want to save the game. The Psycho Mantis fight, however, takes this to a new level. He reads your memory card, he uses the rumble feature to make your controller vibrate on the floor, he makes images appear on the screen to make it look like your TV changed channels by itself. But the best part is when Mantis messes with the controls so you can't switch weapons, items, or move at all. So you need to unplug your controller from port 1 and plug it into port 2 to get control back. You find this out by calling Colonel Campbell on the codec using the number on the back of the CD case. The best part of this is that in spite of everything that's happening, no one ever breaks their established character. When Psycho Mantis talks about reading your memory card and making your controller vibrate, he seems to be talking directly to the audience. But Psycho Mantis is established within the game world to be a psychic. So him being able to know things that other characters would have no way of knowing, like that he's in a video game, makes sense within the context of the fiction. When you look at it this way, you could actually argue that he doesn't break the fourth wall during this fight. The same is true for the other characters. You may be thinking to yourself, what about when the Colonel tells you to switch your controller to a different port? Listen to the codec conversation where the Colonel tells you to do that.
I've got it. Use the controller port. Plug your controller into controller port 2. If you do that, he won't be able to read your mind.
This could be interpreted as a fourth wall break because it seems as though the Colonel is talking directly to the player, but it also seems as though the Colonel is talking directly to Snake when he says this. If the Colonel had said, player, unplug the controller from port 1 and plug it into port 2 to regain control of Snake, then there wouldn't be any other way to interpret it other than an explicit fourth wall break. Because then he would have been talking past the fiction and directly to the player. And even though the game's story has mostly been told from the first-person point of view up to this point, when the Colonel talks about controllers and ports, Snake never questions it. If the writers wanted you to look at this conversation from the first-person narrative point of view like the rest of the game, they would have had Snake respond, "What controller? What are you talking about, Colonel? This isn't a video game." Because that would have been more true to Snake's character, but he doesn't. That's because this game's writing wants to give you this pertinent information without breaking character immersion. The Colonel is telling this information to Snake, and Snake not asking what he's talking about implies that the player should listen and do what he says. If Snake responded to the Colonel by saying, "What are you talking about?" some players may have dismissed these instructions from the Colonel as the game making a self-aware joke, instead of serious instructions on what to do next. The main problem with telling a story from the fourth person, or as it's also known, fourth wall breaking, is that it deflects immersion. Because how is the audience supposed to be immersed in the fiction if the fiction itself acknowledges that it's not real, thus implying that nothing really matters? That's also why fourth wall breaking tends to work better for comedic effect. Because in a comedy, the writing traditionally implies that the audience isn't supposed to take it too seriously anyway. So breaking character immersion usually doesn't hurt the experience all that much. Metal Gear Solid isn't a comedy, at least not most of the time anyway. So if the Colonel had told the players directly what to do instead of Snake, it would have hurt player immersion, and this moment wouldn't have been looked back on as fondly by gamers as it is. That's why this part of the story is best looked at from the second-person point of view instead. The reason why you can't really tell if the Colonel is telling this to Snake or you is because not being able to tell helps with the immersion. Because you are Snake, and Snake is you. You're meant to roleplay as him. So by having the Colonel say this the way he says it, the writing is implying that there isn't a difference between you and Snake, thus enhancing the immersion rather than detracting from it. Throughout the game, the player helps Snake fight against other bosses like Vulcan Raven and Sniper Wolf by controlling him like normal. But during the Psycho Mantis fight, you can't control Snake at first. So by having the player switch between controller port 1 to controller port 2, it feels like you are battling Psycho Mantis directly without Snake's input. Because, again, you are Snake and Snake is you, as the writing already implied. Then swapping controllers acts as a sort of mechanical feedback, confirming that implication. Mantis even takes damage when the player does this to enhance that feeling even more. All of this is done in a way that keeps the characters consistent and true to themselves, while not only keeping player immersion and the believability of the stakes in the world intact, but enhancing it. All thanks to a simple change in narrative point of view and a clever use of the PlayStation's hardware. That is why this moment is seen as such a powerful moment in video game storytelling. You can't replicate this kind of storytelling in non-interactive fiction like books or movies. It just goes to show how powerful of a tool narrative point of view can be in video games. In Part 1, the game mechanically limits the player in the surgery room, because it adds to the role-playing experience by forcing you to behave in a way that's true to Joel's character. Even if you don't agree with killing the lead surgeon, you still go along with it for Ellie's sake. After all, the game isn't giving you any choice, so the moral responsibility doesn't fall on you. Yes, the mechanical responsibility does fall on you. You choose to either shoot the surgeon or take the scalpel from his hands and stab him with it. You press the buttons on your controller which triggered the event to happen. But the reason why you're in the position where you're pressing those buttons isn't your responsibility. The immorality of this act falls squarely on Joel and the choices he made himself to bring you to that point. So, what narrative point of view does The Last of Us Part 2 have? Well, remember, we are supposed to follow Ellie during her first few days in Seattle very straightforwardly and single-mindedly, so as to help us roleplay as her, because revenge is the most important thing in the world to her. Everything happening around her with the war between the WLF and the Seraphites doesn't matter. She's there to get revenge on Abby and her friends. Everyone and everything standing between her and revenge is merely an obstacle, one the player is expected to remove with an arrow to the face. As for Abby and her friends, they are a group of evil monsters who took Joel away from Ellie and deserve to die the worst death possible at her hands. This is the mindset that we're supposed to have when we start playing as Ellie. When we switch to Abby, we're given more context about what we were missing. Abby doesn't even know that Ellie's in town for most of the time, which shows how petty her revenge is. We see the reason that Abby killed Joel is because she wants revenge herself for him killing her father. We see that the reason that Abby wasn't at the aquarium with Mel and Owen is because she was off saving Lev. But most importantly, we see that Abby herself isn't an evil monster like David was from Part 1. Even people who hated this game and hated Abby can admit that the game did a decent job at helping them understand why she did what she did. Now, remember the different narrative points of view? Here's a quick refresher just in case. The first-person narrative point of view has us viewing the story through the eyes of the main character, or at least from one fixed perspective. Any knowledge that the writer doesn't want the character they're following to know must be kept from both them and the audience. Anything the character does not know isn't important to the narrative until told otherwise. And it's best that the writer has us follow them closely and pay attention to the information that they're receiving. This is obviously in reference to Ellie's first 3 days in the Seattle timeline. The third-person narrative point of view is where the story is being told through the perspective of a third party. By treating the audience as an outside force that's getting all the relevant information as the events are unfolding in front of them. By having us jump between different characters that are doing different things in different locations, to see how each of their seemingly separate stories come together to paint a whole picture in the end. This is somewhat in reference to Abby's timeline, as well as the later chapters in the last part of the game. I say somewhat because the differences between the first and third person narrative perspectives are fluid. Again, you can't really draw a clear divide between the two without diving into semantics. During the flashback to the museum, we play as young Ellie exploring the museum with Joel. When I saw Joel watching Ellie play the guitar at the beginning of the flashback, all I wanted was for Ellie to stand up and hug him, because I knew what was going to happen to him. But I didn't have the option to make Ellie do that because she didn't have the information that I already had as a player. So I just feigned ignorance and went along with it as if I didn't have different information that Ellie had. I thought the story wanted me to view this flashback from Ellie's perspective and pretend that I didn't see Joel get his brains bashed in a few hours ago. But that's not how you're supposed to look at it. The audience is supposed to be aware and acknowledge that Joel is going to die tragically. But, just like the story in What Remains of Edith Finch, this is all happening in the past. So there's nothing we can do to change the inevitable outcome no matter how tragic we think it is. All we can do is enjoy the moment while it lasts, by exploring the museum thoroughly with Ellie and making sure she sees as many cool things as she can.
Tiny head. Joel, look.
That is a hat on a dinosaur.
It's called a hatasaur.
We're supposed to view Ellie's Seattle timeline from the first-person narrative point of view, and these flashbacks with Ellie are supposed to be viewed from the third-person narrative point of view. The thing is that there's nothing that explicitly says that we're supposed to view the flashbacks this way, because once again, the differences between the two are ultimately fluid and semantical. It is somewhat implied that's what we're supposed to do, because the information in these flashbacks could have been summed up in cutscenes. Instead, it's a long section of barely interactive gameplay that's set in the past like What Remains of Edith Finch. But that implication is offset by the fact that we just came off the extremely singular-minded perspective of Ellie's Seattle revenge quest. The same thing is true for the other flashbacks. During the flashback to the hotel in Jackson, we aren't supposed to pretend that we don't know what Joel did when he lies to Ellie's face about it. It's supposed to put us in this mindset that Joel needs to tell Ellie the truth, because she keeps asking questions and she has a right to know. Plus, it's better that she hears it from Joel than having her figure it out some other way. During the flashback at the abandoned Firefly Hospital, we're not supposed to pretend that we don't know what Ellie might find while searching the place. We're supposed to be both happy that Ellie will finally know the truth and dread what that will mean for her and Joel's relationship. This is also the case for Abby's half of the Seattle timeline. I spent so long at that point playing through Ellie's half with such a singular and narrow-minded first-person point of view. I thought that while I was playing as Abby, I was supposed to do the same, pretending that I didn't know what may happen when we go back to the theater, as well as what was going to happen to Owen and the rest of Abby's friends. That was a big ask. We see Ellie kill Abby's friends, and their deaths are pivotal moments in the story, but we didn't spend all that much time focusing on them while playing as Ellie. We spent most of that time looking for them or waiting for Ellie to find them in between focusing on all the other side stories. But we aren't supposed to pretend that we don't know what's going to happen to them. We're supposed to acknowledge that they're all going to die no matter what. It doesn't matter if they're good people or not, and some of them are, at least in some ways. That's what makes it a good tragedy. It also doesn't matter what Abby does to try and redeem herself, not just in the eyes of the player, but in the eyes of her friends and her own. We know that it doesn't matter what kind of hell she chooses to go through to try and be a good person and do the right thing, because it's going to end with her losing everything and everybody she loves anyway. This is also a problem in the theater fight. There were actually two common reactions to this fight that people had. One was just people letting Abby get killed by Ellie because they hate her and thought watching her die horribly was funny. The other was from people who didn't bother to do that just because they knew it would trigger a fail state. Instead, they spent the whole fight wishing they were doing literally anything else. I was the latter. You're actually supposed to dislike this fight, but not in the way that I did on my first playthrough. When I first played through this section, I wasn't just uncomfortable or sad like the game wanted me to be. I was mostly annoyed. During the flashback sequences, I thought that I was supposed to pretend that I didn't know what was going to happen to Joel. During my time playing as Abby, I thought that I was supposed to pretend that I didn't know that Ellie was in town, and that I didn't know what was going to happen to Owen and all of Abby's friends. It was a bit of an ask, but I did it. Here's the mindset that I had for most of my time when I was playing as Abby. First, you robbed me of the payoff at the theater by having me abruptly switch to Abby. Now you're asking me to roleplay as Abby by pretending that I didn't see Mel and Owen die earlier. Okay, video game, fine. I'm starting to lose my patience though, because it's pretty clear by now that the developers wanted this game to be more plot-driven than character-driven. So I've been trying to focus on the plot. But as far as I can understand it, the plot is about revenge and why it's bad. And nothing much has happened to advance that point, even though I've been playing for hours by now, which is starting to get really frustrating. If you're just going to string me along this much, whatever payoff you have for me when I get back to the theater had better blow my fucking mind. During the theater fight, I thought that since the game was still having me play as Abby instead of switching me back over to Ellie, it was implying that it wanted me to forget all of the time I spent playing as Ellie, as well as all of the events of the whole first game. Just forget about all of it and try to kill the strange, mean girl that killed all of your friends. It was too much. It was too big of an ask. I couldn't do it. I was officially sick and tired of the game stringing me along so much. I couldn't even conceive of any satisfying narrative payoff that would have made doing that worth it. That's why I was annoyed, because I was genuinely insulted that the game would ask me to do something like that. To ignore all of the dozens of hours I spent with her and Joel and then have me fight Ellie as Abby? As if the twist of the story is that Abby was somehow a victim of Joel and Ellie was actually the villain the whole time. By the time I was near the end, I already resigned myself to believing that this story was wholly unsatisfying. I was no longer interested in what it was trying to tell me and just wanted to finish it for the sake of finishing it. Once the credits rolled, I wasn't sure how to feel. I couldn't help but feel as though I missed a lot of details. But I kinda didn't want to play it again, because I thought that the whole point of the story was just to say revenge is bad, which is a point that the game could have easily made without subjecting me to a fuck ton of superfluous misery porn. Remember, kids, don't go looking for revenge, because if you do, you may end up like these characters. The Last of Us Part 2. A story about two characters that went looking for revenge, and because of that, they got exactly what they had coming to them. Aren't you glad we made you watch Joel die and these characters suffer for hours to tell you this deep and profound message? See what I meant earlier when I said that these problems start to snowball? The message of revenge bad is not all the game is trying to do. But plenty of people thought that was it, because the narrative storytelling didn't do a good enough job at steering them in the right direction. There's nothing here that explicitly says you're supposed to look at these moments from a different angle than Ellie's Seattle timeline, and broaden your perspectives, so to speak. It barely even implies it. At least not in the writing. I knew that I was missing something after my first playthrough, so I played it again. 3 times! After playing it so much, I started to get it. Part 2's story is good. Very good, in fact. The problem is in the written narrative. For those of you that don't know the difference between story, plot, and narrative, here's a simplified rundown. A story is a description of what happens. A plot is a description of why something happens, and a narrative is a description of how something happens. Another way of phrasing it is a story is a description of what happens. A plot is the sequence of events that accumulate into an explanation of why the story's happening the way it is. And a narrative is how the information regarding the story and plot is delivered to the audience. In other words, how the writer chooses to tell it. That is the basic rundown. I might be oversimplifying it, but I'm trying not to bog you down with too much over-explaining. This video's long enough as is. Part 1's story was simple for the most part. It was a paint-by-number story about two characters traveling from A to B during the post-apocalypse, trying to get somewhere so they can synthesize a cure for this game's version of the zombie virus from one character's immunity, while they both discover the value of friends and family and companionship along the way. It had a lot of post-apocalyptic zombie tropes, which made it feel safe and somewhat generic. Its plot was its strong suit. How all the side characters, as well as the whole man versus nature thing, helped further the character development of the two main characters. But by far, its strongest point was the characterization. The characters on display were portrayed in a way that was so believable thanks to a combination of good acting and animators, it still worked for a lot of people, including myself, in spite of the mostly simple, generic, and tropey story. It's possible the reason why the characters were so well portrayed in Part 1 was because the overall story was constructed of various tropes and cliches. So the writers were able to focus most of their energy on making the characters' behavior and development as fluid as possible. Which makes sense considering how Part 1's goal from the beginning was to focus on two characters bonding with each other through their various trials and arcs. Part 1 is a very plot-heavy game that's mostly character-driven. Part 2 is the same, except its plot is even more complex than Part 1's, taking more twists and turns and chances. But as a result, it doesn't feel quite as tight, which resulted in a laundry list of plot contrivances. What really separates Part 1 from Part 2, however, is the way the characters drive the experience, which has a lot to do with how the writers chose to approach the narrative. In Part 1, the written narrative did exactly what it set out to do. Naughty Dog set out to make a game that felt like a high-budget TV show, and that's what they accomplished. The way they approached Part 2 was different. Its written narrative wasn't as good as it needed to be to convey all the information it needed for its more complex and less tightly wound plot to click with everybody. Again, when it comes to the writing department at least. What Part 2 tries to do instead is use its written narrative to point players in the right direction. and then use a series of symbolic clues carefully placed on screen, as well as some of the gameplay mechanics to pick up the slack. The problem is, the way it was done was so subtextual and abstract that it looks like a lot of people just didn't get it. Odds are, some people who played Part 2 and said that they hated it probably didn't understand it, because parts of its narrative are delivered in a way that can make it hard to understand. I had to play through it twice to even begin to understand what it was trying to do, 4 times in total to fully appreciate it. Plus, the sad and heavy subject matter doesn't help. Part 2's story is tragic, as in the story genre of tragedy like Romeo and Juliet. Part 1's story was largely a hopeful, feel-good story, even though it did take a bit of a tragic turn by the end. It also opened with a tragic event and had plenty of tragic events scattered throughout, because you can't have a story about hope without pings of tragedy, just like you can't have a story about tragedy without pings of hope. Part 1 was a hopeful story with a layer of tragedy constantly resting beneath the surface. Part 2's story is decisively the exact other way around. That's the reason why there are so many scenes throughout both games that mirror others. There's scenes throughout Abby's half that mirror scenes in Ellie's half. And there's scenes in Part 2 that mirror scenes from Part 1. That's because the writers are trying to take the themes of Part 2 and line them up with themes from the first game, as a way to drag the tragedy that was always bubbling under the surface in Part 1 up and out. This game isn't just a continuation of the characters' stories. It's also an expansion of the first game's themes. That is the reason why it's called The Last of Us Part 2 and not just The Last of Us 2. The second game's tragedy wouldn't work without the first game's hope. Part 2 is supposed to make you uncomfortable because its story is supposed to be a tragedy with an underlying layer of hope. An inverse of the first game. Players are supposed to want what's happening in the game to stop, and they did whether they understood what it was trying to tell them or not. When you look at it this way, the generally mixed reactions to the game online begin to make a little more sense. I've seen some people say that they loved the first game and it's one of their favorite games of all time, but they hated the second one and after they played it, they never want to play it again. I've seen other people say that they not only loved Part 2, but they think that it blows the first game out of the water in terms of story quality. This helps explain why some people hate The Last of Us Part 2 and others love it. But the way the game is experimenting with narrative point of view goes deeper than just having us play as Ellie and then switching over to Abby to show us what we were missing. It's also trying to use tragedy to make players want to look for a different and more hopeful point of view. Tragedy that's portrayed through violence. This series has always been good at showing both the good and the bad sides of the human condition. This was the purpose of the violence in Part 1, to have it contrast with the human moments of bonding with Ellie, pings of violent tragedy to help punctuate the tranquil hope. In Part 1, this was just a backdrop, but Part 2 takes this idea and makes it the centerpiece of the whole experience. The violence in Part 2 is tragic because it's both necessary and totally avoidable. According to Neil Druckmann, the creative director at Naughty Dog, it's a story of tribalism, of how we vilify and dehumanize those on the outside. When is it time to let go? And when should you hold on at any cost? This is a story of trauma, redemption, and empathy. In almost every instance of one side fighting the other, the violence and the death could stop if one of the two sides committing it would just agree to stop having a hand in it. The most obvious example of this is the war between the Seraphites and the WLF. The whole reason they're at war is basically because of a series of both sides pointing at each other and saying, "You started it!"
God, remember when we could pass through this area without getting jumped by scars?
Getting nostalgic about the truce? Easier days, huh?
Too easy. We let our guard down, and they strung up an entire squad.
That was in retaliation to us shooting those kids.
Okay, but those kids attacked our guys. What would you do?
I don't know, not riddle them with bullets?
I'd rather save our people.
Manny, they're kids. It's not their fault.
Not our fault either. Those deaths are on them.
Okay.
The WLF hate the Seraphites because they think they're a psychotic death cult who are trespassing on their land, and the Seraphites hate the WLF because they go against their religion. Both sides view each other as a threat to their way of life, so they never even attempt to understand each other because they simply don't want to. Their minds are already made up. Even when they founded a truce, it was out of convenience rather than understanding. They still hated each other, and as time went on, that hatred only continued to grow, which is why that truce was never going to last. The end result was the attack on the Seraphite Island, which is portrayed as a massive waste of life on both sides. The moment when the blind tribalism is most obvious is when you need to fight your way through Haven as it's burning down around you. You fight the Seraphites and the WLF as they fight each other. The whole time, the Seraphites and the WLF are yelling at Lev and Abby for being traitors. But Abby didn't betray anybody, at least not at first. Yara is the one who shot and killed Isaac, not Abby. They just assumed that she betrayed them. Because she defied the orders from the WLF's leader and went missing for days, and when she finally turns up again, she's protecting some Seraphite. All of the Seraphites are crazy, evil death cultists, so if Abby's protecting one of them, she must be just as bad as the rest of them, details and context be damned. The same is true for the fighting between Ellie and Abby. When Abby and her group go to Jackson to look for Joel, they find out that there's a whole city full of people in their way. They could have attacked Jackson to try and find Joel, but instead, Abby suggested trying to figure out another way to lure Joel out. After they kill Joel, they leave Ellie and Tommy alive to minimize the bloodshed. The result of this is Tommy and Ellie retaliating by going to Seattle to kill Abby and her group, as well as any WLF members that get in their way. The reason that Ellie and Tommy kill the WLF too is because they feel justified in doing so. After all, the WLF attacked them first. Not just after they first arrived in Seattle, in Jackson too. Even though we later learned that Abby and her friends weren't there on official business. But Ellie and Tommy don't know that, and even if they did, why should they care? Although if it wasn't for the WLF getting their fighting forces wiped out in the attack on Seraphite Island, they may have retaliated and sent hundreds of people out to attack Jackson. Something Jesse pointed out in an optional conversation. Ellie kills Abby's friends, which results in her killing a pregnant woman. Abby then retaliates by killing Jesse and trying to kill Tommy and Dina. Ellie didn't know Mel was pregnant, but Abby doesn't know that. For all she knows, Ellie knew Mel was pregnant and just didn't give a shit. So why should Abby care if she kills a pregnant Dina? Even though the knowledge that she did something so terrible would burden her for the rest of her life. Just like the war between the WLF and the Seraphites, the fighting between Ellie and Abby is just a series of them pointing at each other and going, "You started it." This constant self-justification that what they're doing is okay because the ends justify the means somehow is self-destructive. It's causing them to sink to newer moral lows that they wouldn't have otherwise. And all that's needed for it to end is for one side to just stop. The violence that the player inflicts on people, at least in Ellie's half, is totally avoidable if Ellie would just go back to Jackson to mourn Joel's death. I've seen some people trying to compare this game to Spec Ops: The Line because they both share themes of revenge, violence, trauma, and dehumanization. This is true, but the difference is how Spec Ops: The Line and The Last of Us Part 2 use those themes in their respective stories. Part 2 is trying to use its themes of revenge, violence, trauma, and dehumanization to experiment with empathy, role-playing, and narrative perspective in video game storytelling. Spec Ops: The Line is using its themes in service of its meta-commentary on the genre of modern military shooters. They aren't the same thing, so it's not fair to compare the two. Trying to would be like comparing the movies E.T. the Extraterrestrial and John Carpenter's The Thing, because they both share themes of how humans would react after making first contact with alien life. It's how their stories use those themes that make them such massively different experiences. Just because their stories have similar themes doesn't mean the story content is the same, or that their stories are trying to convey the same message. The reason people are making this comparison seems to be because they think that the game is using its violence to do that meta-contextual thing where it's criticizing you, the player, for playing it. Spec Ops The Line does that, but that's because it's a metagame, which is why the writing doesn't go much deeper than reflecting back on itself and calling you a dick for playing it. Part 2 isn't a metagame. So if it is calling you out for engaging with its systems in that way, it would only make sense within the context of the game's world and characters. Which would imply that Ellie and Abby are both two evil monsters with no conscience or moral code at all, and uncontrollable bloodlust or something like that. Kind of like the Doomslayer from the 2016 Doom reboot, which as anyone can see from how they behave in the story, that's clearly not the case. Some people also seem to believe that the violence in the game's combat actually conflicts with the story. You know, like Ellie kills a pregnant woman in a cutscene and it's horrible, but at the same time, this lady could have been 3 weeks pregnant. Or this one. Or this one. Or any of the other women that you kill along the way. The term that's used for this kind of thing is ludonarrative dissonance. I don't like using this term because I think it sounds, quite frankly, ridiculous. But ludonarrative dissonance is some big fancy term that just means a video game story and gameplay aren't acting harmoniously, that they don't feel in sync with each other. There's a video by SolePorpoise that goes into more detail about it. He's the same guy I recommended in my video on part 1, and he's a friend of the channel. I'll link it in the description somewhere. If you want to know more about it, just go watch his video on it. The shorthand of it is ludonarrative dissonance is about gameplay and story themes, not character motivations. The theme of The Last of Us Part 2 isn't just violence is bad, it's also about trauma and revenge. The character motivations behind why they are committing the violence. Which means ludonarrative dissonance would only work here if Ellie and Abby were killing the WLF and the Seraphites for the same reasons they want to kill each other, which isn't the case. It is true, though. Any of the women you kill while you're out looking for Abby could have been pregnant just like Mel, but you killed them without a second thought anyway. That's the whole point. If this one NPC from Part 1 can turn out to have a whole backstory, then you would think that some of these others would as well. Especially since Naughty Dog went out of their way to give them all names and screams of agony. This is also why when Abby realizes Danny is dead back in the fob, it feels like it's supposed to be a pivotal moment with her character. Despite the fact that we have no clue who the fuck he is. Abby knew him, and finding out that he's dead made her upset. That's all the information the game wants to give us, and frankly, that's all we really need. Abby knew Danny before we knew her, and now that he's dead, we'll never get to know him. It's probably also the reason why the Seraphite brute at the end of the island battle feels like an important character, but we never learn who he is. And it's also why the game shows us characters interacting with the world as Abby, who got killed when we were playing as Ellie. The reason the game is doing this is because it wants to remind you that all these people don't just exist in the world as devices to optimize your experience. Because real people have their own stuff going on outside of contributing to your adventure. That's part of the reason why the ending to Part 1 was so memorable. Because we didn't get to see Ellie and Joel solve all their problems by the end. When you're participating in someone else's story, you don't always get to know what you're missing. Another game that has enemies that use callouts during combat is Fear. The difference is that game uses its callouts to make you feel like the AI is planning how to attack you. If you're hiding behind cover, they'll actually name the piece of cover you're hiding behind. Most games would have the AI yell something like, "Over there!" But in Fear, they yell, "Behind that desk, behind the vending machine, by the door, in that cubicle," or whatever piece of furniture you're hiding behind. If the player is stubbornly dug into cover, they'll yell, "Flush 'em out," and toss a grenade your way. It feels like they're planning how to attack you, partly because they tell you they are. It helps the enemies feel lifelike. The callouts in Part 2 are here for the same reason functionally, it's just totally different tonally. The callouts in Part 2 are here to make the enemies seem lifelike, same as Fear, but instead of making you feel like the AI is planning how to attack you, the callouts are meant to make you feel like the AI are real people with lives, names, friends, families, hobbies, quirks, and etc. The game is trying to remind you that you're killing real people. Well, they're real people within the context of the game world anyway. We want to dehumanize these NPCs and think of them as mindless, blood-filled meat puppets that we can use for target practice. Like the infected. That's the reason why hearing them scream in pain and call out someone's name in horror is so uncomfortable. It's a constant reminder of their humanity. The game is trying to make you feel like you're killing real people by having the NPCs tell you that they are real people.
Ambush! It came from over there! Got visuals on them! Right here! Miles! Jesus Christ! I caught them! Right over here! You're gonna die, fucker!
It's also why the WLF have dogs. There's plenty of people who get more upset by seeing a dog get hurt than seeing a human get hurt. And that is exactly why they're in the game. That is also why the reveal of Mel's pregnancy is so shocking to both the player and Ellie. We thought that she was just another body like all the other WLF members we've been killing indiscriminately. But the surprise reveal of her pregnancy shattered our bubble of blissful ignorance. It's possible we could have killed a dozen pregnant women as Ellie throughout the game, but we still killed them without a second thought anyway. We just didn't think about that as we were doing it because we didn't want to.
Jeez. I guess this is how it ended for this zone.
Well, every battle's got a losing side.
What if they had families?
Everyone has a family. Best not to dwell on it.
How can you not?
The reveal of Mel's pregnancy, as well as all of the violence in Ellie's half, is supposed to be something that sort of drives a wedge between Ellie and the player, which is saying a lot in a medium that tends to reward violence by reducing its total impact and meaning on the experience by whittling it down to a number on a scoreboard. We're supposed to be trying to role-play as Ellie, to want to get to know her again now that she's all grown up. But the violence that she's inflicting on others is horrific. This is meant to make players who want to bond with Ellie by role-playing as her reconsider doing so. After all, Ellie's the reason that you're in this position, and at least with Joel, he did what he did to protect himself and the people he cared for. In Part 1, the violence was used to help with character development, both by emphasizing Joel's status as a ruthless killer and by making the more human moments of bonding with Ellie stand out more. What you did as Joel was necessary for survival, arguably up to the point in the Firefly Hospital. But Part 2 isn't just about survival. Ellie and Dina are in Seattle by choice. They're looking for revenge. Same as Abby and her friends when they went to Jackson by choice to get revenge on Joel. The target of the revenge isn't even the WLF and their dogs. Ellie is in Seattle specifically to get revenge on Abby and her group, not the entire WLF, they're just obstacles in the way. Ellie's not making the player kill to protect anyone. She's the reason you're in this position helping her do these horrible things. The moral responsibility for the violence still falls on Ellie, but you controlling Ellie and interacting with the mechanics and pressing the buttons feels like an endorsement of what she's doing, because you're helping her do it by controlling her. Even though it all feels at least somewhat justifiable on some level, it's still horrible and clearly immoral. The opening of Part 2 feels extremely similar to Part 1. We start out with two characters talking in a cutscene. There's a brief bit of gameplay that amounts to holding forward, followed by more cutscenes. Then we flash forward a few years. Our main character wakes up from sleeping when someone knocks at the door of their dwelling. There's a new character that we've never seen before, but we can tell from the way they're talking to each other that our main character clearly knows this person well. There's a brief section of gameplay where the player is just walking around, taking in the area, and looking at all the people trying to live their lives, safe from infected behind large walls. Albeit, Jackson clearly seems to be a much happier place overall than the Boston quarantine zone. The game does this to set our expectations, so we'll think that Part 2 will be more of the same from Part 1. Then Abby shows up. And as we play as her, we begin to learn that she and her friends are up to something, and this feeling of suspicion begins to set in. We are wondering how this stranger is going to intersect with the characters we already know and trust. It's actually lightly hinted at what will happen in the intro. When we were following Tommy back to Jackson on horseback, we see Joel literally riding off into the sunset. Then when they get back to town, Joel walks away from the camera with his back turned as it moves up. A classic cinematic shot in westerns. When I first played this, I couldn't help but feel as though this was going to be the last time I would get to play as him. Joel dying here was probably meant to be the game's big expectation-subverting mic drop moment. I'm sure there were more than a few people who expected Joel to die in this game at some point. I was one of them. But I didn't think they were going to kill him like that. I've seen this death scene a dozen times now, and it never gets any less uncomfortable no matter how many times I actually watch it. When Abby kills Joel at the start, it's supposed to somewhat mirror Sarah's death from the beginning of Part 1, being shocking and uncomfortable. Both scenes also serve as very good benchmarks for the tone and mood of each of their respective stories. Part 2 wants you to be angry and sad here, so you'll be on the same page as Ellie, being blinded by anger, sadness, grief, and a lust for revenge. Some people weren't happy about the way Joel was killed off, feeling like his death was rushed. It is weird how the very person Abby came out here looking for ends up being the first person from Jackson that she runs into, but I don't think that it's fair to call this bad writing. At worst, I think you could argue that this is another cop-out from the writers. But it's not too unusual. It's not like the game acts like it's normal and makes perfect sense either. Because even Abby admits how crazy lucky she is to have run into the very person she was looking for. After Joel saves Abby, they're forced to fight their way out of the area together. Joel and Tommy are then forced to go to the place Abby and her friends are staying to escape the infected horde. They're then forced to go inside the building because of the blizzard. Tommy tells the group that they're from a nearby city, which would be pretty hard to hide, seeing as how Jackson is shown to be visible from miles around. Tommy introduces himself and Joel to the group, which may not have been a good idea. But Joel and Tommy aren't exactly uncommon names. Not to mention, Tommy already told Abby their names and the fact that they were from a nearby town earlier at the ski lodge. So lying to the rest of the group was no longer an option. Joel letting his guard down when he was in the room with Abby and her group did seem a bit out of character in hindsight. Standing in the center of the room, surrounded by a bunch of armed strangers, but he probably thought the group was cool because he saved their friend and they saved him and Tommy by letting them into their camp. Plus, everything happened so fast that they probably didn't have time to think that far ahead. Joel never passed me off as the type of guy who plans things out too much, choosing instead to rely on his instincts and adapt to whatever situation he's in. Throughout the game, there's multiple instances of Joel being symbolically compared to various animals, such as the wood carvings in his house, his coffee mug with an owl on it, this story of a wooden horse that was brought to life by a child's wish, and obviously the display in the museum that shows a moose being attacked by a pack of wolves. There's also the dog, Buckley, a border collie that we first see at the dam in Part 1, and we get to pet him as Joel. The next time we see him is at the beginning of Part 2. Ellie pets him, calling him an old-timer, and he's sitting next to an NPC that's modeled after Gustavo Santaolalla, the guy who created the soundtrack for both games. I really hope I pronounced his name right. If I didn't, I apologize. I think this is meant to symbolize that Joel is the type of man that relies on instinct, like an animal. Some of Part 2's detractors are claiming it doesn't make sense for Joel to let his guard down here, because back in Pittsburgh, Joel saw right through an ambush where a guy was pretending to be hurt. I don't know why people are making this comparison. I don't think it's a fair one at all. After the ambush, Ellie asked Joel how he knew about it. He said it's because he's been on both sides before, so it wasn't just his instincts that guided him to run that guy over. Personal experience was also a factor. But ignoring that detail, if we are going by that logic, then why was he able to see through that ambush but not the one with Abby and her group? Why did his instincts fail him here but not back in Pittsburgh? I don't think his instincts failed. Look at this scene again.
You two live nearby?
We do. A few hours down the hill. Y'all should come back with us, restock before we head out.
Appreciate it. I'm Mel, by the way.
Tommy. This is my brother.
Joe.
Y'all act like you heard of us or something.
Because they have.
The reason his instincts didn't tell him that he was in danger here is because he really wasn't. Remember, they didn't know who he was until right after he introduced himself. So up until then, they didn't have any intention of killing him. After he told them his name, the mood in the room visibly shifted. They all think to themselves, wait a minute, this is the guy? Joel picks up on this right away. When he says that they're acting like they heard of him, you can tell by his choice of words and the tone in his voice that his instincts are telling him that something's up. But it was already too late. I think a more analogous comparison is Joel and Ellie running into Henry and Sam. Remember, Joel trusted Henry and it almost cost him his life. But he was willing to trust him again even after he abandoned him and Ellie. Henry saving him and Ellie from drowning was most likely a big reason for Joel giving him another chance. In Part 2, Abby's group gave Joel and Tommy sanctuary from the gigantic horde chasing them, after they saved one of their friends' lives. So what's the difference? Joel isn't invincible. He almost died in the first game from a stupid accident. It's not fun to watch a character you like get tortured, murdered, and spit on, but it's better than having him die by going down in a blaze of glory to protect Ellie. Or him dying peacefully on his deathbed in Jackson of some disease with Ellie sitting there holding his hand, as a way to pander to fans. Joel shouldn't be not allowed to die a brutal death just because he was the protagonist of the first game. You don't always get to say goodbye the way you want to. The game still pays plenty of respect to him as a character by the time the credits roll. Seeing Joel die like that did make me mad at Abby and her group, however, which was clearly the intention. We, the players, are meant to feel the same way Ellie does. We're supposed to think that this evil woman and her friends came into Ellie's life and brutally tortured and murdered the only person that ever loved her for no good reason, and we are going to make them fucking pay. Dina and Ellie have both killed non-infected humans before. We see Ellie kill for the first time in the hotel in Pittsburgh, and we help her kill David when we play as her. On the ride to Seattle, Dina confirms that she's killed people before as well. Not only that, but the first time Dina killed someone, she was 10 years old. 4 years younger than Ellie when she shot that hunter in the hotel. Neither of them are new to killing or violence, and the first time we see both of them kill someone in this game, it's to protect one another. They need to escape the school, so you kill anyone that you need to so Dina and Ellie can make it to safety. You fight your way to the TV station to find the next target of your planned revenge, but she's dead by the time you get there. You escape the TV station to get away from the WLF, and escape the subway to get away from the infected. When they make it to the theater, Dina tells Ellie that she's pregnant, and Ellie acknowledges that if she had told her sooner, she would have been okay with them turning back. But they can still turn back now. They could just rest up in the theater for a little while and go back to Jackson. This is only the beginning. As we go on, the reasons for both Ellie and the player to give up this revenge quest will just keep accumulating. Dina isn't doing so well, but she thinks she knows where Tommy is. We go out to try and find him, but Dina stays behind because she's sick. When Dina was with you, killing people felt more justifiable. She was watching your back and you were watching hers. That was the whole purpose of the fiasco in the school after all. But now Ellie's by herself, so you're not killing to watch Dina's back anymore. Now you're doing it as a consequence to save Tommy. Now that we know Dina's pregnant, the only justifiable reason to continue prowling around in Seattle is to find Tommy. And, we may as well get our revenge while we're looking for him. After all, it is the whole reason we came out here. We get to the location that Dina told us about and we find Jesse, not Tommy. So now he's involved. We get back to the theater and see Ellie sewing a cut in her arm. She later leaves to go to the WLF hospital base to find Nora. When she finds her, she corners her in the basement area of the hospital. She gets infected with spores and Ellie demands that she tells her where Abby is. Nora won't give up her friend. So Ellie does what Joel taught her. The only thing she knows. If Nora won't talk to her, then maybe she'll talk to Mr. Pipe. Every time Ellie hits Nora, we have to press a button to make it happen. The point of doing this is to bring attention to the fact that every time Ellie hits her, it's a choice. This is Ellie's first proper murder. There's no way you can frame this as self-defense in any way. She was already infected and was going to die anyway, but that was Ellie's fault for going into the hospital, chasing after Nora, and throwing her into the spore-filled morgue. Every time Ellie raises her weapon and waits for the player to press square, she could stop committing violence. She could stop making us, the player, help her commit violence. But she doesn't. Because she doesn't know what else to do. It's what Joel taught her to do. So it's all she knows how to do. So it's all the game will allow us, the players, to do. At this point, we aren't supposed to feel bad for Nora or any of Abby's friends. At least not primarily. We're supposed to feel bad for Ellie. Ellie goes back to the theater covered in blood. Likely mostly not hers. She managed to beat Abby's location out of Nora. Ellie's never tortured anyone before, and we see that the experience of doing so took its toll on her. In fact, this whole revenge quest is clearly taking a toll on her mind as well as her body. The next day, Ellie talks with Jesse, and they agree that Dina needs to go back to Jackson. Ellie says she can't leave without Tommy, and Dina won't leave without her. So they agree to go to the aquarium to wait for him to show up. Along the way, Jesse asks Ellie if she managed to figure out why they killed Joel. Ellie leaves some details out so she won't need to tell Jesse that she's immune. But she says that the people that killed Joel were former Fireflies. They got into a disagreement with some goods when he worked for them as a smuggler, which resulted in a fight and some of them died. Of course, there's more to it than that, but Ellie and the player get the basic gist of it. We now know why they went after Joel, so there's no longer a motivation for her to stay in Seattle to try and discover why they did it. She knows the reason why now. That mystery has been solved as far as Ellie's concerned. They hear over a radio that there's a sniper shooting at the WLF. Jesse correctly surmises that it's Tommy, but Ellie still wants to go to the aquarium. She insists that the best way to go after Tommy is to go after Abby. Jesse disagrees and seems to realize that she's letting her desire for revenge cloud her judgment. So he goes to the marina and wishes Ellie good luck by herself. When I got to the aquarium, it wasn't what I expected. There was so much build-up to this that I thought the place was going to be a fortress where Abby was hiding out, behind tons of security and guards. But when I got there, not only was it very easy to get inside, but the whole place was disconcertingly empty. Abby isn't even there, but Mel and Owen are. Owen is extremely close to Abby, but Mel made her feelings towards Abby perfectly clear earlier, so she's about to give her up. Owen tries to intervene, which results in him getting shot. Mel instinctively pulls out a knife in self-defense and tries to stab Ellie. We are told to mash square to save her. After we complete the QTE, Ellie wrestles the knife away from Mel and kills her. That's when Ellie learns that Mel was pregnant. It turns out when Jesse told her that they should have gone to the marina to get Tommy, he was completely right, because they both show up at the same time shortly after. If Ellie had just gone with Jesse to get Tommy, she probably wouldn't have killed a pregnant woman, and you wouldn't have helped her. The player doesn't help Ellie kill Mel directly, only indirectly. You mashed a button to save Ellie from getting stabbed, and by doing that, you helped her kill Mel. Anyone who saw that QuickTime event when it popped up knew what was probably going to happen if they lost and what would happen if they won. Ellie was either going to die, thus triggering a fail state, or Ellie was going to push Mel off of her, take the knife away, and kill her with it. The moral responsibility of killing Mel is still completely on Ellie, but by saving her, you helped put that burden on her. Even though she didn't know Mel was pregnant when she stabbed her, and you didn't either. Except, you did. Back in the beginning, when we were playing as Abby, we heard Owen tell Abby that Mel was pregnant.
Mel's pregnant.
Oh. Okay.
It's not just that, though.
Should I say congrats?
When everyone else sees this, they're gonna want to turn back.
I didn't remember this part because it was brought up so nonchalantly. All I could think of from the beginning of the game with Abby was Joel getting hole-in-one'd. After watching Joel die, most people will have one of two things on their mind. Revenge, and why did Abby do what she did? How does remembering this conversation help with either of those things? So most players would have just dismissed it. In fact, most people probably wouldn't have even remembered this conversation happened until after they replayed the game. We don't even know who this Mel lady is yet, so why should we care? We see Ellie kill plenty of women throughout the game. Any one of them could have been pregnant. So why should we care if we're going to help Ellie get revenge on someone who we know is pregnant? Oh. Shortly after escaping the school, Dina asks why she thinks Abby's group left her and Tommy alive. Ellie doesn't question why, and doesn't seem to even care.
Something keeps bugging me. Why didn't they kill you and Tommy when they had the chance?
I don't know.
It seems reckless.
Maybe they're dumb.
Maybe.
What?
Could be that you just weren't who they were looking for. So they let you go.
Yeah, well, they did beat the shit out of us. The one guy, Jordan, kicked my face in.
Yeah, but why do you think that they didn't finish
It doesn't matter. They fucked up.
They did.
Jesse also asks if she thinks the WLF will retaliate by attacking Jackson, since they've killed a lot of their people at this point. Ellie doesn't seem to think so for some reason. She doesn't really explain why.
You ever worried they're gonna come back to Jackson after us?
What do you mean?
I mean, we're going through a lot of their people. In their city.
Because of what they did.
Didn't Abby and her friends come to Jackson because of something Joel did?
This place isn't like Jackson. I mean, Joel and Tommy helped Abby when she got attacked. These people are trying to kill everyone around them. I mean, they shot you on sight, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
It seems as though she believes that these people are savages that just want an excuse to kill things, but that seems unusually naive of her. She should know that no matter how immoral someone may seem, they may still exhibit some traits that a good moral person would typically have. Even a clan of murdering cannibals cares enough to protect the women and children when danger's loose in their town. Ellie is blinded by anger and grief from Joel's death, which is causing her judgment to be clouded. She's trying to dehumanize the people that she's killing so the violence she inflicts on them won't affect her, which is the exact same thing I was trying to do. So the part where we, both Ellie and the audience, find out that Mel was pregnant, it's shocking. And it completely slipped my mind until after the game reminded me in the aquarium. Even if I did remember that conversation, Ellie still would have killed Mel, and I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. It's not like I could have changed the outcome of what would happen. The game doesn't give you an option to choose whether or not you kill Mel and Owen. This is also the case for every other time in the game when a character decides to let another character live or not. It's doing this for pretty much the same reason why Part 1 didn't give you an option to either kill the surgeon or not. Because you're not playing as yourself, you're role-playing as someone else. And that is not how they would behave as a character in this situation. Ellie wants revenge, and she doesn't know that Mel is pregnant. But if I hadn't let myself get distracted by my own anger, the reveal of Mel's pregnancy would have been far less shocking to me when it happened. I'll admit, this worked for me. I have never experienced ego death quite like this in a video game before. On Ellie's first day in Seattle during my first playthrough, I was fully on board with finding Abby's crew and making them all pay for Joel's death. But by the time Ellie, Jesse, Dina, and Tommy were all together in the theater, I was on board with them just bailing and leaving Abby alive. Dina needed a doctor, and this whole revenge quest thing was clearly not going very well. I had my fill of violence and death from it all, and more than once I just wanted Ellie to stop doing what she was doing, what she was having me help her do. But most importantly, I wanted her to stop having me help her do what she was doing to herself, which I think was intentional because it put me in the same mindset as her, thus enhancing the role-playing experience. My desire for revenge had been officially overruled by my concern for Dina and Ellie's well-being, just like how Ellie's desire for revenge became overruled by her concern for Dina's well-being. I was enjoying the mechanics of the combat, so I rarely, if ever, snuck around all the enemies instead of killing them. But engaging with the combat caused people to die because of course it did. So I felt as though I was indirectly cheering her on when she was killing people. Good job, Ellie! You burned that dog and their owner alive! Make them both suffer! You're doing great! Keep it up, even though I often just wanted it to stop. Which made the act of playing feel uncomfortable almost as often as it felt fun. Making a game with combat that's both fun and uncomfortable to engage with is hard because it's a delicate balance to strike. If you don't make the game uncomfortable enough, the purpose of the violence will go over the player's heads. But if you make it too uncomfortable, the player may stop playing because they aren't enjoying themselves. Or in the case of this game, they may try to kill as few people as physically possible, which would not only go against the design philosophy of the game, it would interfere with what the game is trying to do with the role-playing experience. But this game found a way to strike that balance and weave it into the character development, which I think needs to be commended. In fact, there's only one other game that I can think of that uses its combat in this way. Can you guess what it is? Hotline Miami is a game that uses its combat both to make its players uncomfortable and let them have fun. It does this in a different way though. The act of killing is fully gamified. It's meant to be fun first and foremost. If you die, you get quick restarts that let you get back into the action fast. There's even a score system in the form of a letter grade determining how well you did. It has an awesome and iconic soundtrack that plays as you fight your way through the levels. The graphics are stylized because of the pixel art. It's a game set in the 1980s, so they designed it to have the impression that it could have been made in the 1980s. But even though it's less graphically complex than The Last of Us Part 2, the use of graphic violence isn't. The killing and the violence in the game becomes routine as failed attempts to clear the maps start to flow into each other, thanks to the quick restart system and the music not stopping if you die. It treats your failed attempts as a chance to try again, by getting you to kill everyone you already killed all over again. It feels like a celebration of what you're doing. Then, after you clear a level and kill the last guy, the music cuts out, and you're just left with this eerie low humming noise. Then instead of just cutting to the scoring menu after you kill the last guy, the game forces you to walk back through the level and to your car. It forces you to look and see the carnage that you caused. Of course, none of the moral responsibility falls on you. It falls on the game's silent protagonist, Jacket. Although, if you were to ask him, he would probably disagree. At the start of each level, you can select a different mask. These masks will have different buffs, like being able to start the level with a gun or a knife, making it so you run faster, making it easier to execute combos, etc. It's revealed very early on that these masks are all split personalities that Jacket has. So if you were to ask him if he should be held morally accountable for what he's doing, he would say no. He can't be held responsible for any of this because it wasn't him. It was Richard, or Tony, or Dennis, or whatever mask the player chooses at the start of the level. There's even times when the game uses the violence to show flashes of character traits from Jacket. It's not much, but it's a little that goes a long way since he's a silent protagonist. The difference in how Hotline Miami uses its violence is that it wants you to feel bad for engaging with its combat mechanics after the fighting is already over. During combat, the game wants you to enjoy yourself as much as Jacket is, as much as Richard is. It wants you to treat this bloodbath you're causing like it's a fucking party, so it can make you feel uncomfortable about it after it's over, so you can place the moral blame on Jacket, so Jacket can place the moral blame on Richard, so Richard can make fun of you and Jacket in the cutscenes for doing that. The Last of Us Part 2 handles this a bit differently. It's trying to make you uncomfortable with killing people as the combat goes on instead of after. Doing it this way is harder. In Hotline Miami, there was a clear divide between when players should focus on having fun and when they should focus on feeling bad for having fun. Part 2 mixes these moments together in real time to mess with the player's expectations. Even though the graphic violence itself is easier to note than the abstract intentions behind it, which is why some people think that the game is glorifying violence either to criticize the player or just for the sake of being shocking. The core gameplay loop is still about stealth action and killing zombies. Though the infected aren't as scary as they were in Part 1 because Ellie's immune and has lots of equipment and experience now, as does the player coming off the heels of the first game. But the game does make up for it somewhat with the new Shambler enemies and some of these redesigns. A lot of the real tension and horror comes from the humans in more ways than one. Using the violence in a game's combat to make the players uncomfortable with the character they're playing as, it's an interesting approach to character development, but it also runs counter to what most people would expect from a post-apocalyptic zombie game like this, which is for its combat to be as fun as possible. That's what I was saying in the beginning when I said that this game may be hard for you to understand if you firmly believe all games should strive to maximize the fun factor. Although some people just don't like to play games that make them feel angry, sad, or upset in certain ways, which is fine. Another quote from an interview with Neil Druckmann. I think the ending of The Last of Us worked for a lot of people because how in the beginning of the game we did a lot to put you in alignment with Joel and to make you care for Ellie. And because we delayed Joel making the choice to take care of Ellie for a while, people like Tess keep making that choice for him. We knew that some people were not going to be on board with Joel's decision at the end of the game, but we tried to make it so that even if you're not in alignment with him by the time you get there, we've hinted at what he's capable of so much that you're still on board for the ride. There's something interesting that happens when you're not in alignment with the character, and the game makes you do something that you don't want to do. You wrestle with those decisions in a different way than you would be able to in a passive medium. Most games that have graphic violence like Doom use it in the context of providing a power fantasy. But Part 2 uses its graphic violence to act as character development for the purposes of role-playing in a dramatic tragedy. In Metal Gear Solid, unplugging the controller from Port 1 and reconnecting it to Port 2 is meant to add the feeling of being connected directly to the world, by providing a sense of empowerment through mechanical feedback. In The Last of Us Part 2, the combat is meant to add the feeling of being connected directly to the world, by providing a sense of dramatic weight and tension through mechanical feedback. When you see things dying on screen, it acts as acknowledgement that you're playing well, and as acknowledgement that what Ellie's doing, what you're helping her do, is deeply immoral, which can be hard to understand when you're trying to have fun with a life or death situation, one where your life isn't even the one on the line, and the life that is on the line, the one that you actually care about, can be revived by loading a previous save. By far, the biggest difference between Part 1 and Part 2 is what kind of experiences they are attempting to be. At the time of recording, The Last of Us is being made into an HBO series. When I heard this after playing Part 1 for the first time, I just nodded my head and thought to myself, yeah, that sounds about right. Because after playing Part 1, I felt like it wanted to be an HBO original series more than a video game. If you were to watch a Let's Play of Part 1, it wouldn't feel all that different from just playing it yourself, which is why Part 1 functions almost just as well as a TV show as it does a video game. Experiencing the mechanics of the gameplay yourself is mostly unnecessary to understand the core of the experience, with only a few exceptions, the most notable one being the ending where you kill the surgeon. That's not to say that the gameplay was pointless. At least for me, Part 1's combat was quite fun, and that alone makes it worth experiencing. But to be clear, combat in The Last of Us Part 1 and Part 2 isn't fun because it excels at anything it does. It's fun because it's unique, which is why people love Part 1's Survivors multiplayer and why they're clamoring for a multiplayer with Part 2's improved gameplay. There aren't any other games that combine stealth third-person shooting and survival crafting to battle both humans and zombies in the way The Last of Us does it. Some people seem to believe that The Last of Us Part 1 is the greatest game of all time. I can see why. It was highly influential on gaming for years after it came out. In fact, the previous game to have this much influence on the economy of video game storytelling was the aforementioned Metal Gear Solid, another game that people say is one of, if not the greatest game of all time. It is a good game, but that's not just because it has a good story. It's also a good piece of interactive fiction, which is why I am super apprehensive about the Metal Gear Solid movie that's reportedly in production. A lot of its value as an experience comes from the interactivity. It's trying to take the things that separate computer games from TV shows and use those to carry the experience instead. That's also why the tragedy in Part 2 feels more intense than the tragedy in Part 1. Because the themes of hope and tragedy between Part 1 and 2 aren't just reversed. They're fully inverted. Part 1 was a hopeful story that was tragic under the surface, but that tragedy and hope was being directed inwards towards the characters, because Part 1 was trying to be a good TV show. Part 2 is a tragic story that's hopeful under the surface, but it's directing its tragedy and hope outwards towards the player, because it's trying to be a good computer game. Part 1 is a good experience because it's a good HBO original series with some fun gameplay stapled on. Part 2 is a good experience because it's a good piece of interactive fiction. And neither are without their flaws. Looking at it this way, the divide in the fan base between these two games makes even more sense in retrospect. The reality is, this kind of storytelling will either work for you or it won't. And it did work for me. Very much so. For some people, unplugging the controller from port 1 and plugging it into port 2 is just a gimmick, because what it implies through mechanical subtext is easy to take for granted, since subtext categorically cannot be explicitly announced, either by characters or the writer. So what some see as a controller gimmick, others see as a method of storytelling. It's the exact same principle with Part 2's violence. The written narrative in Part 2 may not have been all that good, but that is not where all the storytelling is, and it's not even the best part. The real storytelling is the one you carve out yourself, in the trail of death and bodies and grieving fathers and mothers and widows you leave in your wake. Once this clicked with me, that's when I went from kind of liking the game, while being both kind of annoyed by it and confused as to what it was trying to do, to truly feeling like I was experiencing the game properly. and I started to enjoy it just as much as I did part 1. Be it, I was enjoying it in a much different way and for much different reasons. This brings me to my next point, which I think is the core problem, and it ties into that whole thing about perspectives and role-playing I talked about earlier. There's a chance that you, the viewer, are watching this video and thinking to yourself, well, everything you said here is interesting and all, but that's not how I felt when I played the game. When I was killing people who were on their knees begging for their life, or when I used a Molotov to light a dog on fire, I didn't feel like I was endorsing what Ellie was doing. I know, the extremely mixed reactions online made that perfectly clear. Like I said, some people seem to really like this game and others seem to really hate it. But even the reasons why people like and hate it seem to be mixed. I think a reason why has to do with the fact that The Last of Us, both part 1 and part 2, but especially part 1, feel like they're trying to be a cross between a computer game and a movie, with long cutscenes and sections of barely interactive gameplay that mostly consists of holding forward and pressing a button to initiate a scripted sequence. Which is why some people don't like these games, or if you're anything like me, you like these games for the story and only tolerate the long cutscenes. There are parts of both games where you're pretty much supposed to put down the controller to watch a film. During these sections, it can be hard to feel like you're role-playing because of how scripted they are. That's the difference in mindset between being a role player and being an actor. When you're acting out a role, you're supposed to play your part in a predetermined script, not deviating from your role too much. Whereas role-playing lets you deviate from the script and allows you to improvise. But most role-playing experiences have some predetermined outcomes. Even the most free-form role-playing experiences have rules as to what you can and cannot do, as a way to give a sense of meaning and purpose to the world, and as a way to give the player character a foothold in it. If you're playing D&D and you're role-playing as a mage, you can't equip your character with a bow and suddenly have them sniping bandits from a far-off ridge like a master archer. This is called scripted role-playing, where you're still role-playing, but you're doing so in a predetermined framework. I know I probably sound like a broken record with this, but the difference between an actor and a role player is semantical. All role players need to do a little acting, and all actors need to do a little role playing. Even professional actors tend to improvise a little. In the 2001 movie Training Day, Denzel Washington's character screaming, "King Kong ain't got shit on me!" wasn't part of the script. He just made that up off the top of his head, and now it's a major reason why he's famous. In both Last of Us games, the difference is role-playing works with the violence and killing, because it leverages the strengths of the medium of video games in a way that enhances the experience. Since role-playing implies player agency through improvisation, the position of an actor does not. After all, how are you supposed to feel like you endorse the actions of the characters if you feel you have no player agency and are just an actor playing out your pre-scripted part? Even if that part is a part that you may not personally want to act out, but you do anyway because you spent money on the game and because you want to see where the story goes. This is exactly where the problem is. Because of the heavily scripted and cinematic nature of Part 1, and how simple and straightforwardly linear its story is told, both role player and actor are equally valid lenses to experience the story through. Again, Part 1 is a game that's trying to feel like a high-budget TV show, so it borrows a lot of storytelling elements that are more common in film than in video games. So, experiencing the story like a TV show, as an actor starring in one, doesn't alter its effects on the audience all that much. Since Part 2 is trying to be more of a video game than Part 1, it's better to look at the game through the lens of a role player rather than an actor. This is in spite of the fact that Part 2's story relies on the idea that players have already played and experienced Part 1. If you try and approach Part 1 more as an actor and less like a role player, you'll still have a good time, because they're both so interchangeable. There are parts of Part 2 that feel as though it's best to approach the story from the point of view of an actor as well, like the flashbacks and the various walkie-talkie sections. But you're supposed to approach these sections as a role player. Trying to approach Part 2 as an actor is an existential nightmare because of the non-linear structure of the narrative, and how heavily it relies on implied mechanical subtext and abstract symbology to tell its story. It's hard to maintain character immersion by acting out a scene when your character's motivations are rarely ever explicitly pointed out in the writing. In a story where you're constantly and unexpectedly swapping characters and leaping through time. Point being, if you try to experience Part 2 the same way you may have experienced Part 1, as an actor, you're gonna have a bad time. At best, you'll probably be confused, and at worst, you'll be frustrated and bored. Part 2 is best viewed as a role-playing experience all the way through. Viewing it any other way is directly contradictory to how it's trying to tell its story. Even if you do play through the game by role-playing like the developers intended, most players probably won't get everything just by playing through it once. The game is filled with symbolic gestures that most players probably won't notice their first time playing through, like the comparison between Joel and various animals, because the story is presented in a way that's supposed to be grounded in realism. But how realistic is it to have symbolic gestures cross your path that foreshadow future events? Again, it's called science fiction for a reason, but in this mindset, it can be easy to overlook these crucial details, especially when you don't even know to be on the lookout for them. On top of that, there's also important little mannerisms and dialogue slices amongst the characters, in the form of blink and you'll miss it moments that say a lot with very little. Like I said at the beginning, you're probably gonna need to play through it more than once to fully understand everything. The final thing that Part 2 does to try and tell its story is to do so through symbolic gestures. When we play as Ellie in the first flashback, the museum is likely the game that most people who played Part 1 wanted from Part 2, which is basically more of the same. But, as it is so bluntly written on the wall at the end of the flashback, we can't have that game. Because if Naughty Dog gave it to us, it would have been built on a lie. The second flashback is a continuation of this. Ellie's been thinking about the Firefly thing a lot, and what Joel said to her at the end of Part 1. Likely this was sparked by the Firefly logo she saw in the museum. She finally asks Joel about it, and he continues to insist that there was no cure. The reason she's asking him about this now and not back at the end of Part 1 is because she wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe what the player wanted to believe, that her and Joel would live a long and happy life together. But, as we already established, it would have been built on a lie, which Ellie wasn't okay with. She did try to let it go at first, but she just couldn't. When they were done arguing in the hotel, Ellie still didn't think Joel was telling the truth. But she couldn't just accuse him of lying to her because she had no way of proving that apart from her gut feeling. During the third flashback, we see Ellie actually go back to the Firefly Hospital in Salt Lake City to look for something to give her closure. Instead, she finds confirmation of what she was afraid of. When Joel confirms to Ellie that he stopped the Fireflies from making a cure to save her life, her anger towards him comes from two places. The first one is that she's just mad at him for lying to her face for years, and the second one has to do with her survivor's guilt, which she was confirmed to have at the end of Part 1. Now that she knows what happened, it made it even worse. Even if a cure was made, who knows how it would be used in the hands of the Fireflies? They don't exactly strike me as super competent. Plus, making a cure won't do anything against the clickers that are already out there. But Ellie probably believes in the possibility of a best-case scenario. That if she were allowed to die on that surgery table, the world would quickly go back to the way it was before the outbreak happened. She already blamed herself for Riley's death. Now she probably feels like every death that happened because of the infection is partly her fault in some way. Like those two teenagers that ran away from Jackson to go and explore the world. Kind of like how Ellie wanted to when she was stuck living in Boston, only for them to get infected when they get a few miles outside of Jackson. If Joel had just let Ellie die on that surgery table, then maybe they would still be alive. This is why she's mad at Joel and presumably doesn't speak to him again for years. It's also the reason why if Joel just came out and said, I shaved you because I love you like you're my own daughter, and I lost my daughter once, and I ain't letting that happen again, even if it means sacrificing the only chance at a cure and blah blah blah. It wouldn't have changed anything, because her anger towards him is partly a projection of her survivor's guilt. She's not mad at Joel for saving her, but she probably thinks that she shouldn't be allowed to feel happy that she's still alive, because of what that means for the rest of humanity. She wants to live her life with Joel still in the picture, which is why we later find out that she was ready to try and forgive him the day before he died. At no point did Ellie hate Joel for what he did. Again, her anger towards him is very much a projection of her own problems. So she probably thinks that Joel may have died without knowing how much she loved him. She never got the chance to try and patch things up with him, which is why she's trying to use the skills he taught her to avenge his death. It's all she has left of him now. So all of the violence that she commits on people is in a way both a projection of her own problems and an expression of her love for Joel. It's not just the violence either. During the flashback to the hotel in Jackson, Ellie confronts Joel about her immunity and what happened with the Fireflies. Joel clearly doesn't want to have this conversation, so when Ellie agrees to just drop it, Joel says, "Good." Then after the flashback is over, we go back to the theater. Dina finds out where Nora is, and Ellie wants to head to where she is right away instead of waiting for Jesse to finish resting up. Dina knows she's trying to avoid the situation between the three of them, but decides not to press it. To which Ellie says, "Good." She now knows how Joel felt when she tried to bring up this uncomfortable topic that he didn't want to talk about. Another example of this is the flashback where Ellie confronts Joel about what happened. After she wakes up from her flashback/dream, she has a talk with Jesse. Jesse asks her if Dina is pregnant, and Ellie tells him the truth. It's not exactly the same situation. Obviously, Joel's lie was far more severe than Ellie's, and technically Ellie didn't lie to Jesse. Joel lied to Ellie's face for years. With Ellie, it was more of a lie by omission, but the principle of the thing remains the same. They both kept a secret from someone they cared for. Even though that secret was an important piece of information they arguably had a right to know, and they were both doing it for reasons that were admittingly a little bit selfish. Joel kept his secret from Ellie to spare her feelings, and because he didn't want to ruin his relationship with her. Ellie kept her secret from Jesse to spare his feelings, and because she didn't want to ruin her relationship with Dina, because she was afraid of Jesse and Dina getting back together. When Ellie and Tommy were back in Jackson talking about going after Abby and her group, Tommy started making a whole bunch of excuses as to why they shouldn't go to Seattle. What if we get attacked by hunters again? What if the WLF moved, etc.? Ellie realizes he's full of shit, so she says she's going after them with or without him. Then later, when Jesse and Ellie are in the theater, they agree that they need to find Tommy so they can all go back to Jackson. They decide to stake out the aquarium, which is where they think Abby is, and hope that Tommy shows up. On their way to the aquarium, they hear about a sniper at the marina. Jesse says the sniper has to be Tommy. He thinks they should ditch the plan to go to the aquarium and try to head him off at the marina. But Ellie starts making a whole bunch of excuses as to why they should keep going to the aquarium. What if the sniper isn't Tommy? What if it is Tommy and he's just gone by the time we get there, etc.? Jesse seems to realize that she's full of shit and goes to the marina without her. Maybe some of it is subconscious, maybe she knows she's doing it, but that is what's going on here. Some people seem to believe that the characters in Part 2 are poorly written. While it is true the characterization is no longer the center of focus within the narrative, to say that none of the characters here evolve or develop in any way is just flat wrong. When it comes to the topic of characterization and character development in terms of quantity, there's almost as much of it in Part 2 as there is in Part 1. This is in spite of the fact that Part 2 is being driven by its plot instead of its characters. It's just harder to see in relation to Part 1. because most of the major story beats in Part 1 happened as a way to develop the characters, so it always took center stage. Part 2 has a different philosophy. There's lots of bits of nuanced characterization and character development sprinkled around here and there that tell us a lot about the characters without saying or even showing much at all. This is true for both Ellie and Abby. If you're one of the people who played this game from start to finish, and when the game was over, you still hated Abby's guts, I see you, and I hear you. After finishing my first playthrough, I didn't hate Abby per se, but I didn't like her either. I could tell that the game wanted me to like her with the zebra and the dogs and everything, but I kinda didn't want to like her because I felt like letting myself like her was betraying Joel and Ellie somehow. By the time the game entered its final act, I was so emotionally exhausted that I didn't care if she lived or died. I was wrong. There is so much more going on with her character that completely went over my head after playing for the first time. Abby is similar to Ellie. She kills Joel as an expression of her love for her father, but if she was going to get revenge, she needed to prepare. The Fireflies dissolved, so she trained with the WLF for years until she became Isaac's #1 Scar Killer, even sacrificing her relationship with Owen in pursuit of preparing to avenge her father's death. We see she's having nightmares even before killing Joel. We have no way of knowing what she's dreaming about, but it is implied that the dream she was having when we started playing as her in Seattle was when she killed Joel. We do actually see 2 of her dreams, though. Both have her running down the hospital hallway towards the surgery room, because her father wasn't a killer like Joel. He was a doctor. He saved lives. Abby knows that sacrificing everything to kill Joel and avenge her father's death isn't what he would have wanted for her, but she likely kept telling herself that all she needs to do is find and kill Joel, and it would have been worth all the sacrifices. Then she does find and kill Joel, and we see that it wasn't worth it. The only thing that she gained by killing Joel was driving an already existing wedge between her and her friends even deeper, and unintentionally damning them all by passing the buck to Ellie in the cycle of revenge. That's what the game is trying to say when it shows Abby crying over her father's death in the hospital and then immediately jumps to Ellie crying over Joel's death. The audio even blends their crying together when it switches scenes to make this point even more clear.
Is he still in the fucking building? Abby.
No!
Abby, don't look.
Dad! Dad! No! No! Joel, get up. Joel, fucking get up. Please stop. Please don't shoot. Joel, please get up. No! No! No!
Notice that back when we saw this play out from Ellie's perspective in the beginning, she seems to go deaf for a few moments before she's knocked out. She can't hear Abby's friends arguing or even the sound of her own screams. Now look at the same event from Abby's perspective. The camera stays trained on Abby the whole time. We don't even actually see her kill Joel. That's because from Abby's perspective, Joel's death meant nothing. She's still not happy. She's still angry at Joel for killing her father, even though she got her revenge. And she's still plagued by nightmares. And now she's covered in blood and this girl is crying and screaming in the background while her friends are arguing over what to do with her. At the end of part 1 in the surgery room, you have the option to kill Abby's father by stabbing him with a scalpel. But you can also kill him with any of your guns. You can blow his head off with a shotgun or bathe him in pain from your flamethrower. When you see him dead on the floor in Part 2, his body isn't charred and his head is still on his shoulders. From the way his body looks, Joel stabbing him with his own surgical equipment is the canon outcome. This is one of the few retcons that Part 2 makes from Part 1. Another is how it's possible for players to sneak through the entire hospital without killing anybody, besides all of the scripted deaths. The one Firefly at the start, Abby's father, and Marlene. But there was this one area that's extremely hard to sneak through. It is possible to get through here without killing anybody, it's just really hard. Because it's the last area in the game with enemies you need to confront through normal gameplay. So there's no need to worry if you use up all of your supplies getting through here. But when we start Part 2, in the intro, we see Joel recapping what happened with the Fireflies to Tommy. We see that he did in fact kill some of the Firefly guards. Manny, Mel, and Jordan say that they should kill Ellie and Tommy to get rid of all witnesses, but Owen stops them. He didn't come out here for revenge like the others did. He only did this because he wanted to try and help Abby move on with her life. Killing Joel was one thing, but you have to draw the line somewhere. He says that if they kill Ellie and Tommy, then they're no better than Joel was. And he's right. Listen to the conversation happening in the background.
I'll fucking kill you.
Whoa, what are you doing? Manny.
Cleaning up.
No. We're here for him. That's it.
It's too risky to leave them alive.
Too fucking bad.
He's right. We can't have loose ends.
We killed them. We're no better than he was. They didn't do anything wrong.
Compare that to this scene at the end of Part 1.
Wait! Let me go. Please.
You just come after her.
Joel was willing and prepared to kill as many people as he needed to in order to get what he wanted. I think some people seem to forget that Joel wasn't heroic or a good person. Joel's character archetype was a violent and tragic anti-hero. He was a product of his environment, a hell of a lot closer to the Punisher than Batman. I can only speak for myself, but the only reason I was willing to go along with what he was doing half the time was because he was doing it to protect Ellie, who actually was a good person. After Joel dies, Ellie insists to Tommy that if it were her or him, Joel would already be on his way to Seattle. Ellie isn't Joel, but she's doing what she thinks Joel would have done. This is another theme in Part 2, love being twisted and distorted, causing people to do terrible things. It's the primary motivation behind all of the violence that Abby and Ellie commit on each other. It's even the foundation for the Seraphites' whole religion.
Hey, look. Who do you think it is? Someone who wants us to feel her love. You think she's related to the wolves? I don't know. It's kind of fucking weird.
There's a line from the beginning of the game Red Dead Redemption that I really like, and it sums up this point really well.
It's so confusing, Father. Sometimes I find it impossible to make the distinction between a loving act and a hateful one. I mean, they often seem to be the same thing.
During Ellie's half of the Seattle timeline, every time we encounter a flashback, it happens while she's sleeping. That's because these moments are dreams as well as flashbacks. She's being motivated to do all of these terrible things by the memories of her and Joel together. Ellie thinks she's doing all of this for Joel, but if he could see what she was doing to herself, it would kill him all over again, especially in the later chapters, and Ellie won't understand this until the ending. Abby, however, knows that her father wouldn't want her to do this, but she, just like Ellie, doesn't know what else to do. Abby's father was all about that Firefly life. He truly believed that they were going to save the world. Now the Fireflies are gone, and the WLF just wants to control Seattle. I really wish that we got more lore on the inner workings of some of the factions, but I think Naughty Dog purposely kept it vague to try and keep people from getting mad at them. After it was revealed the Seraphites were a religious death cult that hates trans people, some people accused the developers of trying to bash Christianity. If we lived in a sane, rational world, a game with a death cult that has a religious doctrine that was loosely inspired by Christianity wouldn't be all that controversial, because we've had plenty of those in real life by now. But unfortunately, in the current year of publishing this video, making statements such as, fascism and religious cults are bad, is considered problematic by some people for some reason. Anyway, if the WLF is governed the way I think it is, I don't think it could exist without an enemy to fight against. The thing the WLF members say to each other is, may your survival be long and may your death be swift. Compare that to the Seraphites saying, may she guide us, may she protect us. War and violence is ingrained into the culture and the way of life of the WLF. It's not perfect. In fact, if my guess as to how the WLF is run is correct, it probably isn't even good in plenty of ways. But it's all these people have got. Now that the Fireflies are gone, it's all Abby's got. But that doesn't mean she's happy. There's this moment in a deli where Lev asks Abby how many Seraphites she's killed. She doesn't answer. She doesn't want to tell Lev that she is known in the WLF as their #1 scar killer. When they were trying to find their way out of the skyscraper, Lev asked her if she ever tortured anyone before. Again, she doesn't answer. Kind of like how Joel didn't answer when Ellie asked him if he killed a lot of innocent people back in Pittsburgh. Joel and Abby have done plenty of awful things, but they aren't exactly proud of it. Yes, being known as the best soldier in the WLF and getting a nice apartment in the VIP section of the stadium is great. If that is something you want. Abby realizes later on that's not something she wants. That's not something that's going to make her happy. What will make her happy is being with Owen and being the kind of person her father would be proud of. The kind of person she can be proud of. The reason the violence in Abby's half doesn't feel as bad in comparison to Ellie's half has to do with two things. First is you're mostly doing the violence to the Seraphites, who are framed as a mad death cult for most of the game. The second reason is, unlike Ellie, Abby is killing things to protect people the whole time we're playing as her, either directly or indirectly, with the only exception being the fight in the theater with Ellie. The opening hours that have you going from the stadium to the fob is purely self-defense. You were attacked unprovoked because it's wartime and you defended yourself accordingly. The trip from the fob to the aquarium to look for Owen is as iffy as the morality of the violence gets. She's by herself and she's not killing the Seraphites to protect anyone directly. She is trying to get to Owen to see if he's okay, and she's sticking her neck out to do so, both by getting into these life or death situations and by defying Isaac's orders. But we don't know if Owen is in any real immediate danger or not. The game, however, lines the way towards the aquarium with Seraphite effigies and notes that Abby can comment on. This is to help put us into the same headspace she's in at this point. That they're just a crazy death cult, so who cares? Kill them all and let their prophet sort them out. After she meets Yara and Lev, though, every single person you kill as Abby is explicitly to protect either one of them or both of them, either directly or indirectly. Which is what you were doing for pretty much the entire first game. When Abby finds Owen, she tries to get him to come back to the WLF with her, but he doesn't want to. He wants to find the Fireflies and rejoin them, even if it means leaving everything behind, including the presumably good living situation he has with the WLF, Abby, and his pregnant girlfriend. This is somewhat speculation, but I get the impression that Owen is only with Mel at this point out of a sense of obligation. He still loves Abby, but Owen wanted to move on with his life after the Fireflies dissolved. Abby, however, couldn't do it because to her it was about more than just losing the Fireflies. So for Owen to move on with his life, he felt like he had to leave Abby. And since he was friends with Mel, he decided to try dating her. He probably decided at some point that he would rather just stay friends with her. But at that point it was too late. He already got her pregnant, so he just stayed with her anyway for the sake of the baby, which is not something you're supposed to do. Later realizing that staying with Mel and staying with the WLF won't make him happy, even though he still loved Abby, he probably felt like it was too late for them, so he decided to leave. When Abby tells Owen that she found the location of Joel's brother based on a rumor, Owen points out how it's not a good idea to take a risk on such a long shot. Abby just says to him, "It's a lead, I gotta see it through." Owen, being the nice guy he is, and still being in love with Abby, decides to support her. Later, when he hears of a Firefly regroup in Santa Barbara, California based on a rumor, Abby points out how it's not a good idea to take a risk on such a long shot. To which Owen says,
"It's a lead. I gotta see it through."
And instead of being supportive like Owen was, Abby starts making fun of him, calling him immature and stupid. Owen wants to rejoin the Fireflies because he actually believes in what they were trying to do. He's pursuing this long-shot rumor because he thinks trying to help save the world will make him happy. Abby pursued her long-shot rumor because she thought that killing someone out of revenge would make her happy. Revenge over a death that she was never able to get over. How exactly does that make her the more mature one? Owen correctly points this out, which almost makes them start fighting. This shows that they still care for each other. They're clearly both very close. They both know that they don't hate each other, so why would they fight if they didn't care about each other? Neither of them have been happy for a long time. Not really. Between now and when the Fireflies disbanded, the times that they were at their happiest was when they were together. They probably have a lot of pent-up emotional tension, which is why they go straight from almost fighting each other to having sex. Some people were mad at Owen for cheating on Mel here, which is a totally understandable and justifiable reaction to have. And while that was still wrong for him to do, it further strengthens my theory that he's only with her out of obligation at this point. Remember when he said he was leaving without her? In his mind, during this moment, he and Mel were already done. That's why he was able to cheat on her here and not feel bad about it. Yes, it's still wrong, which he realizes the next morning when clarity sets in, but it wasn't as simple as him just not caring if he cheats on her one way or the other. Later that night, Abby has a nightmare about Yara and Lev. The reason that Abby decided to save them earlier was just because they needed to work together to endure and survive. But after having that nightmare, she goes back for them. The reason Abby's motivations for saving Yara and Lev are a bit hard to understand is because she doesn't seem to fully understand them herself. She's a very internally conflicted character with plenty of flaws. You're not supposed to think Abby's a good person any more than you're supposed to think that Joel was a good person. Which, let's get real here, he wasn't in plenty of ways. In fact, Joel and Abby actually have a lot in common. We get properly introduced to their characters with a look at a tragic event that resulted in the loss of a loved one. Both characters are traumatized over this loss and withdraw, becoming more cold and apathetic as a result, mostly only responding to the world around them with flashes of anger and violence. It's hinted in the dialogue that Abby has tortured people as part of the WLF. In fact, we actually see her torture Joel before killing him, kind of like how Joel did in Part 1. Joel ends up betraying the Fireflies and dooming humanity to save Ellie's life. Abby ends up betraying her comrades in the WLF, inadvertently dooming the attack on the Seraphite Island to fail to protect Lev. They're both flawed people with character motivations that are admittingly a bit selfish. It's not a perfect one-to-one because they're both different characters with different backgrounds and a different set of life circumstances. Abby isn't just a gender-swapped version of Joel, she's her own character, but the basic character arcs and beats are still there. You can sort of piece together what's going on in Abby's head through some of the conversations that she has with other characters, like the conversation she had with Mel in the boat repair shop.
Hey, why have you been avoiding me?
I wasn't avoiding you.
Come on, you've barely said anything to me since Jackson.
I don't know, I guess I was shook by Jackson, too.
You don't think Joel deserved what he got?
I think he deserved worse. I just wish I didn't take part in it.
I get it. What kind of a person could do that, right?
I'm not saying that.
Let's see if there's a way to the hatch.
Abby doesn't regret killing Joel, because from her perspective, Joel was some evil monster that came into her life, murdered her father, and took away the cure to save humanity. He did all of that to save one girl, and who cares about some random girl when the human race is at stake? Joel was to Abby what Abby is to Ellie. As far as Abby's concerned, she rid the world of a horrible monster. She just wishes she didn't have to take part in it. But she did. And it didn't make her feel any better about her father dying. Back during the conversation on the boat with Owen, she almost fights him after he brings up how she killed Joel. She isn't bothered by the fact that she killed Joel, but she is bothered by the fact that she knows that she's capable of killing someone in the way she did to Joel. Abby knows that she's been behaving like a piece of shit, and that's exactly why she's been so unhappy. She wants to do better and be the kind of person her father would be proud of. She just doesn't know how. Her father was a surgeon, not a soldier. He was good at saving lives, but Abby is only good at taking them. Even though she grew up around doctors, there are several remarks throughout the game that she's not much of a doctor herself. In fact, that's pretty obvious when she tries to set Yara's broken arm. But when she takes her to Mel, she says the bone is shattered, which means setting it was pointless. So, why did this nightmare cause her to go back and save Yara and Lev? We see Abby as having nightmares before and after killing Joel, but the first one that we actually see is this one. Abby's back in the Firefly Hospital running down the hallway towards the surgery room where her father was killed. When she runs into the room, she sees Yara and Lev dead, hung from trees and disemboweled like so many others the Seraphites have killed. Odds are, Abby regrets that she wasn't there to help protect her father. After he ran off to go check on the zebra, Abby went out looking for him. It seems she was both his daughter and his bodyguard. Owen was his bodyguard too, but neither of them were there when he was killed. Abby probably blames herself for not being there to protect him when he died. Now she sees these two kids who are Seraphite exiles, and she wants to help them because they're kids. But she doesn't have any external motivation to do that. Yes, they saved her life, but she saved theirs too, so it's not like she owes them or anything. She just wants to do it because it's the right thing to do, and because it's what her father would have done. If Matt Damon was willing to defy orders and sneak off base to check up on a pregnant zebra, it stands to reason that he would do the same thing for two kids. Abby couldn't do anything to save her father, but she can still save Yara and Lev. She knows she's been behaving like a piece of shit, so she feels like a piece of shit. So she did something good when the opportunity presented itself, so she wouldn't feel like a piece of shit anymore. Like Abby tells Yara in the aquarium, she didn't save them just for their sake. She did it for herself.
I don't know how to thank you.
You don't need to. I did it for me.
Abby, why are you helping us?
Lev asked me the same thing. I guess you don't deserve this. But also, I needed to. I had to.
While Yara is getting her arm surgically removed, Abby and Owen are in the waiting room or hallway or whatever, and they have this conversation.
They're just kids.
I know.
What happened to us?
Maybe we stopped looking for the light.
Maybe.
Later that night, Abby had a dream. A good dream, not a nightmare. It has her in the hospital hallway again. No red lights or alarms this time, and there's a bright light shining from the surgery room. She goes in and sees her father just standing there, alive and well, smiling at her. So what does this dream mean? Well, there are a few loose interpretations we could theorize, like how Abby said to Lev that she doesn't believe in God. But it's actually not too uncommon for people who believe in God to lie about being atheist or agnostic. After all, most people want to be seen as smart, logical, and rational. And how can one be expected to be seen as logical and rational if you believe in something that's impossible to be proven real with logic and reason as we understand it? So this dream could symbolize that Abby secretly believes that her father is still watching over her from heaven, and she believes that if he could talk to her, he would say that he's proud of her. That's one of a few possible theories, but I think the general point is that Abby now feels as though she found a path to a clear conscience. Or, as Owen said, she was lost in the darkness and gave up looking for the light, but she found it again. She's finally done something that made her happy and would have made her father proud. She finally found a way to use her love for her father to do something good instead of something destructive. For the first time in a long time, what she believed was the right thing to do and what she believed would make her happy no longer seemed to be in conflict with each other. She's finally found the light again and wants to keep pursuing it, which is why she starts to seriously consider leaving Seattle with the others, even though she has a pretty good thing with the WLF and she would be throwing it all away based on a rumor. Then Mel calls her out for seeming to suddenly start being a good person for no reason, believing that she's only doing it to win Owen back. Mel also says that she should do the right thing and get out of Lev and Yara's lives before she does something to make them hate her too. Abby gets upset by this, and that's because Mel kinda has a point. In part 1, Joel wasn't exactly the best influence on Ellie. We didn't know that for a fact at the time, but we do now based on how she reacts to his death. Joel was a man who was bad at expressing himself and had trouble letting go of the past. He solved most of his problems either through violence or by ignoring them. So now, Ellie is bad at expressing herself, has trouble letting go of the past, and is trying to solve most of her problems either through violence or by ignoring them. Abby, up until the point where she saved Yara, has been largely the same. She knows this, and again wants to do better. She thought that she's been doing good lately, but Mel makes her think that it may already be too late. She wants to go to Santa Barbara with Lev, Yara, and Owen, but she knows it may be best for Mel to go instead of her. Once again, what Abby believes is the right thing to do and what she believes will make her happy are in conflict with each other. She thought killing Joel would give her peace. It didn't. So, since doing what she believed would make her happy didn't work out last time, she decides to do what she believes is the right thing instead and stay behind. She tells this to Owen in the gift shop, and what Owen says back actually has a double meaning that I don't think either of them fully realize.
So, coming to Santa Barbara, right?
I can't.
Why?
You know why.
We can figure this out.
It's too late.
No, it isn't. Look, I know it's a fucking mess. I know. But we can choose to be happy. Happy. We're allowed to be happy.
When Owen says we are allowed to be happy, he clearly means both him and Abby. This strongly implies that he's already made his decision on what to do next. Both he and Abby have made their share of mistakes in the past. Abby likely a lot more. But there's no point in beating themselves up over it. After all, what's the point in punishing yourself if it doesn't make the world a better place or foster personal growth in any way? Besides, this whole situation is technically Owen's fault. He shot Danny, so he probably can't go back, and even if he could go back, he doesn't really want to. He's leaving to find the Fireflies. Whether it be with both Mel and Abby in tow, or one of them, or neither of them. He wants both of them to come, but no matter what, he is leaving. By saying, we can choose to be happy, we're allowed to be happy, he's heavily implying that if Mel forces him to choose between her or Abby when they leave, he's going with Abby. He doesn't want to. He wants to take responsibility for the kid and be with the person he loves the most. But if Mel makes him choose, he's already made his choice. When you take all of this into account, the argument Mel and Owen were having before Ellie held them up has a slightly different feel to it in retrospect. Mel wanted to just leave without Abby or the others. Owen's not going anywhere without Abby. He wants to take the boat to Seraphite Island to go find her. Mel doesn't want to do that. She made her feelings towards Abby perfectly clear earlier. Then Owen tells her, "Fine, you don't want to help? I'll do it myself. You can just go back to the stadium." He essentially breaks up with her here. Earlier, I said that I thought there was a reason why Mel didn't use the fact that she was pregnant as a defense mechanism. I think the reason she doesn't seem to care about her baby all that much is because she really just doesn't. At no point during the game did I ever get the impression that she was excited to be a mother, nor did I get the impression that Owen wanted to be a dad. If anything, it was the exact opposite for both of them.
Hey, I actually cleared you for active duty.
Barely.
You could probably get a stay if you ask.
I'd rather not sit around if I don't have to.
No one's okay with this?
Why would it be up to Owen? Some more painkillers.
Heard they moved you and Owen to Section 96?
Yeah, it's nice. It's lots of young families.
Getting you guys excited about the baby?
Seeing all the kids running around, yeah, I'm getting ready.
All those crying babies. Let's drive Owen crazy.
He hasn't even seen it yet. He's out on rotation with Danny.
It really feels like they're both just going through the motions with their relationship. I think Mel and Owen's relationship is supposed to mirror Dina and Jesse's relationship. Remember the conversation Dina had with Ellie outside of Jackson?
Do you miss being with him?
With Jesse?
No. Been together for so long.
Look, Jesse's great. I love his parents. They will always be family, but we were just on autopilot.
When you combine this with the fact that Owen and Mel were probably not thinking clearly because their emotions were high, since they had a fight and broke up exactly right before Ellie held them up, the fact that Ellie took them both completely by surprise, and how quickly the whole thing escalated, this explains why Mel didn't think to use her pregnancy as a defense mechanism. Looking at this cynically, you could even say Mel wanted Ellie to go after Abby as a way to get her out of the picture. Ellie really did just show up at the worst possible time. The only contrived part of this whole thing is the fact that Mel is wearing a coat that hides her pregnancy. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Let's say, for the sake of argument, that when Ellie holds them up, Mel isn't wearing her coat. I honestly think it would have played out the exact same way that it did. Mel would have still tried to sell out Abby's location to Ellie. Owen still would have tried to stop Ellie from going after Abby. Mel would have still tried to stab Ellie in self-defense. Ellie would have still killed her in self-defense. And Ellie would have still felt like shit about it. It is possible that things could have played out differently, but it seems equally possible that things would have played out exactly the same, and I can't see any evidence to the contrary. So, I hear you ask, if having Mel wear her coat wouldn't have affected the outcome of the scene either way, why bother giving her one at all? Why not just let Ellie and the player know Mel is pregnant right off the bat and spare everyone the emotional shock? Because even though the context of the scene could have played out exactly the same, the overall tone and mood would have shifted dramatically. If they didn't hide the pregnancy from players here, it would have felt like the game was pointing the finger at players when they were told to mash square to save Ellie. As if both the player and Ellie share an equal part of the moral responsibility. But the game doesn't give you an option other than mashing square to save Ellie. So this would have been fundamentally unfair to do since you need to mash square to progress the game. By hiding the pregnancy here, the game puts the blame for this entirely on Ellie's shoulders, both contextually and tonally. It also enhances the role-playing experience by allowing you and Ellie to be shocked by this same realization at the same time. This explains a lot of Owen and Mel's behavior here. Abby really is a different person around Owen, sort of like how Joel acts differently around Ellie as opposed to pretty much everyone else. Her interactions with Owen show that she does have good redeeming qualities to her buried under all the flaws. I guess those good qualities are why Owen loved her so much. It's also why he tried to stop Mel from giving up her location to Ellie. He wasn't going to just let Ellie go after Abby. He loved her too much. He'd die before putting her in danger. So, he did.
Abby.
The theater fight is where a lot of the themes this story has been building up to come to a bit of a crescendo. Even people who liked this game will admit that the theater fight was uncomfortable to play. That's because it's supposed to be. In order to figure out why the developers chose to make such an important boss fight so uncomfortable to play, we have to figure out why it's uncomfortable. The easy answer is that it's because the game is making you fight a character you like, but I think there's more to it than that. I think the best place to start is to ask, why is it that Ellie and Abby never even try to work through their grievances by talking things out? There's multiple reasons for that. Ellie and Abby trying to kill each other rather than talking it out makes sense because of the way it's framed. Violence is the way of the world here. You don't get any non-violent options because they're both so absorbed in their tribalistic us versus them mentality. They never attempt to understand each other because they don't care. They don't want understanding. They want revenge. They view each other as morally reprehensible and evil monsters. Their minds are already made up about each other. The way the fight is set up also makes sense. Remember this game's theme of love being twisted to make people behave in ways they wouldn't otherwise? Abby thinks she's doing what she's doing for Owen, Mel, Mel's baby, and all of the rest of her friends. Ellie thinks she's doing what she's doing for Joel, as well as Jesse and Tommy. That's the reason why the game kills off Jesse here and why it makes us think that Tommy is dead. Their love for the people they lost is causing both of them to behave emotionally and irrationally. So them trying to fight each other rather than talking it out does make the most sense because of its framing and context. It's also more true to their established characters. Thanks to their life circumstances, these two women are used to solving most conflicts with violence. Once again, Ellie and Abby are both bad at expressing themselves and attempt to solve most of their problems either through violence or by ignoring them. We need to be careful when trying to judge if a character is behaving irrationally versus a character behaving unrealistically. One implies that there's reasons the characters are acting the way they are, and we need to pay close attention and look a layer deeper, whereas the other just implies bad writing. It can be hard to tell the difference sometimes, but we do need to keep that difference in mind. But let's say that the game did give you the option to play it Fallout style and choose a non-violent option to solve the problem. What would they even say to each other? Remember what Ellie said to Abby right before the fight?
I know why you killed Joel. He did what he did to save me. There is no cure because of me. I am the one that you want. Just let him go.
After playing through Abby's half, the idea that this has anything at all to do with Ellie's immunity is beyond ridiculous. So how are they even supposed to talk it out if they are so far removed from the same train of thought? Whether you like it or not, this fight was necessary to keep Ellie and Abby's characters as well as the story consistent. All it would take for it to end is for one of them to just stop. They just can't because it wouldn't make any sense for them to do that at this point. We, the players, know the context as to why they're fighting because we played both of their stories, which gives us as players a broader perspective of the context behind the fight than either of them will ever know. We see that they react to seeing their father figures die the same way. They react to seeing Owen and Mel dead in a similar way. They both have similar love triangles. They're driven to behave in certain ways by similar things. You even get the sense that Ellie and Abby could have been friends if the circumstances had been different. But most importantly, they're trying to kill each other for basically the same reasons. They both view what they're doing here as an act of love for the people that they lost. That's why them fighting each other is tragic, even though it makes sense. Which is exactly why having control of one of them during the fight is so uncomfortable. In the same way that being in control of the characters feels like an endorsement of the violence they commit, being in control here feels like an endorsement of the fight and the extremely tragic circumstances behind it. It's enough to make you want to turn the game off. It also answers why the developers chose to have Ellie's hideout be in an old theater. It's so it can be the location for this fight later. The genre of tragedy is actually pretty uncommon in computer games, as well as movies and even books generally speaking. The most common place you get to see a story that fits in the genre of tragedy is in plays, which of course take place primarily in the theater. The most popular example being the aforementioned Romeo and Juliet. It's actually very interesting how the developers managed to figure out a way to make players not want any control over the characters during a pivotal story moment in a video game. Because usually it's the other way around. The only question left is, why does the game have you play as Abby during this fight? What does the story gain by having you do that? Why doesn't the game have you play as Ellie instead, or have you switch back and forth between the two? I think the answer to that question only makes sense in hindsight after the fight is over. After you help Abby win the fight, she almost kills Dina. Ellie says, "Stop, she's pregnant!" But so was Mel, what about her, huh? So Abby says good and is about to slit Dina's throat, then Lev tells her to stop. Finally, somebody says stop, this has gone too far. Abby knows from experience that killing Ellie and Dina won't make her feel better about Owen and Mel dying, just like how killing Joel didn't make her feel any better about her father dying. If anything, it made her feel worse. She just needed someone to remind her of that. And that someone was Lev. Lev doesn't want Abby to kill Dina because she's pregnant, and he doesn't want Abby to stoop to Ellie's level. And Abby doesn't want to drive Lev away by making him watch her do that. Like how she drove her friends away by killing Joel. Now her friends are dead, and Lev is all she has left. No pun intended. Back in the aquarium, Yara overhears Mel telling Abby that she's a piece of shit. When they're in the gift shop, Yara says Mel's wrong about her and she's a good person. Abby basically brushes her off, saying, "You don't know me." Yara retorts, "I know enough." Abby knows that she hasn't always been a good person, but she has been since she met Lev. If she kills Dina now, knowing that she's pregnant, it's proof that she still isn't. And all of that personal character growth gets thrown away. She has every reason to take her revenge, just like Ellie does. But since she has nothing to gain and stands to lose what little she's got left by taking her revenge, she stops and lets them both go, breaking the cycle of violence. I saw some people who didn't seem to understand how this counts as character growth on Abby's part, because Abby still wanted to kill Dina even though she knew she was pregnant. She started in the story as a murderer, and her story ended with her still being a murderer. The only reason she didn't murder Dina is because Lev told her to stop. So how can you say she's grown as a character? People who say this are so close to getting it, and yet they just missed the mark. Before, Abby neglected the people she loved that were still alive because she wanted revenge for the ones she couldn't save. The fact that Lev is the only reason she let Dina and Ellie live is proof that she learned to prioritize protecting the lives of those she loves over everything else, including her own desire for revenge. Killing Dina and Ellie won't make her happy, but doing right by Lev will. Again, no pun intended. This is the last piece of major character development from Abby in the game. That's the reason why we play as her here. Ellie was the final boss to Abby's story. It was a test for everything Abby's learned so far.
Don't ever let me see you again. Come on.
The game skips us ahead through time again, what seems to be about 2 years give or take. We're playing as Ellie again, who is now living outside of Jackson with Dina and her baby. They actually went through with what Dina said she wanted to do back in Seattle. They got a farm just outside of Jackson, got some sheep, and put up an electric fence for protection. They live there now. Ellie, Dina, and Dina's baby. He's a boy named after his late father, Jesse Jr., or JJ for short. I say it's been around 2 years because Dina was a few weeks pregnant when we last saw her in Seattle. Now the baby's here and appears to be around a year old with a full tuft of hair and everything. Also, Ellie and Dina still have the scars on their bodies from the fight with Abby. To me, the scars look to be a little bit over a year old or so. This character swap is handled much better than the one earlier when we swapped to Abby. We have no idea where we are, or even when we are, or what's happening, just like when we swapped to Abby. But there's nothing much happening in terms of gameplay or story. We're just walking around the farm with Ellie and JJ looking at things. No massive environmental lore dumps or anything like that, allowing players to adjust and slowly ease into their new surroundings. The life that Ellie has now is so picturesque it looks like another dream sequence. When Ellie was sitting on the tractor outside staring at the sunset with JJ, I honestly expected the credits to start rolling across the screen any second. But they didn't, because it's still not over, not for Ellie. While we're out at the barn helping Ellie herd sheep, she has a hallucination of Joel getting killed.
Okay, guys, see you tomorrow. Hey, how'd you get out? Come on, little dude.
Look at me. It's okay. You're home. You're home. Breathe, breathe.
I
Okay,
can't.
I'm gonna take him, okay? Come on. Come here.
Sorry. I don't know what... I was just bringing in the... It's okay. Here we go.
Ellie seems to be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. I don't know enough about PTSD in order to tell you how accurate of a depiction this is of a hardline PTSD flashback. But from what I hear, this is an accurate, nuanced, and respectful depiction of what it's like to have PTSD. Naughty Dog really did do their homework on this. I'll leave a link to some things down below that go into more detail if you want to have a look. It stands to reason that Ellie would have a harder time getting over Joel's death than Abby did with getting over her father's death, because unlike Abby, Ellie actually watched Joel die. We fast forward again a few days when we see Ellie coming back from a hunting trip. She goes inside the house and we see Tommy sitting in a chair playing with JJ. He survived the ordeal in the theater, even though he lost an eye from where Abby shot him and now walks with a permanent limp from Lev's arrow. He says he's been talking with traders coming into Jackson, asking around for the location of a woman traveling with a kid fitting Abby and Lev's description. He thinks he may have managed to find them. He is still trying to find Abby. Ellie says that she's not doing this anymore. She has a great life here with Dina and JJ. She's done. Tommy says that Ellie promised him that she would make Abby pay after they made it back to Jackson. And he certainly can't go now. It's painful for him to just walk across the room. But Ellie stands firm, and Tommy gets mad and storms out. Back in the theater, he was ready to give up this whole revenge quest, leave Abby alive, and go back to Jackson. Now he's back on it. What's the deal? Well, remember, Ellie wasn't the only one who was absorbed into a tribalistic us versus them mentality. Tommy was too, and apparently still is. Remember what he said to Abby after she held him up?
Get on the ground.
You gonna kill me like a coward?
You fucking people.
Yeah, Abby. What kind of coward shoots someone when their back is turned like that? Oh yeah, that's right.
Straight. Let's go.
After Ellie walked into the house, she asked him how Maria was doing. He said that the two of them were taking some time apart. He was ready to let the whole thing go. Then he nearly got killed, which left him crippled, making him bitter and spiteful, which caused his marriage to fail. That's why he's acting like such a stubborn jackass about this whole thing. Getting revenge against the woman that killed his brother, took one of his eyes, and gimped one of his legs is all he has to look forward to now. But he can't do it himself, which is why he got mad at Ellie when she said she was done. Ellie has a family with the person she loves. She wants to move on with her life. But there's still something that's keeping her from doing that. As I said before, all the violence between Ellie and Abby could end if one side would just agree to stop. Ultimately, the person who ended up doing that was Abby, with a little pushing from Lev. However, it's not that simple. Because not every side of a conflict feels like they're in a position where they can stop. Like how the WLF thought that they had to pull out all the stops to win or they would eventually be destroyed. Or like how the Seraphites believed that their cause was divine and righteous and driven by a higher power. Or how Abby believed for a while that she was too deep in the violence, so it was too late to turn back or start over. Or how Ellie believes that by walking away now, she's letting everyone who she got involved down, including Tommy, herself, and Joel. So if she walked away now, it would all be for nothing.
We don't have to do this. You know that, right?
What's the other option?
Go back to Tommy's. Just Be done with this whole damn thing.
After all we've been through.
Joel, please get up! Nina! Jesse! Get off of her! Move me! Stop!
Everything that I've done. It can't be for nothing.
This combined with her trauma is why she ultimately decides to leave her new life behind to go look for Abby. It doesn't make sense for her to do this, and that's the point. We understand that Ellie is being irrational, and on some level she does too. But that's the thing about trauma. It causes people to act irrationally. The reason it's called trauma is because you can't just choose to logic and reason it away. Like I said, we need to be careful when trying to judge whether or not the characters are acting unrealistically or irrationally. We'll talk about the details of Ellie's choice here in a minute, but for now we swap back to Abby and Lev one last time. They made it to Santa Barbara and heard a rumor of the location of a Firefly safe house in an abandoned neighborhood. The address they're looking for is 2425 Constance Avenue. At this point, it actually feels amazing that the game isn't over yet. Really? I like how Abby now has new equipment since she lost her old equipment on Seraphied Island. She has a small revolver and a double-barrel shotgun. There's a few infected in some of the abandoned houses along the street, but not much else. There's also some graffiti and a few other things that foreshadows another group that's about to come into play. They make it to the address to the house that the Fireflies are rumored to be hiding out in. They look around, but no one appears to be there. Then they find a door hidden behind some furniture that leads to the basement. They go down and find an abandoned hideout that appears to have been a base. They find an old radio as well as a wall of car batteries that seem to have been used as a makeshift power source. They turn the power back on and try calling some of the frequencies that were written down next to the radio. They get a response from one of them. Apparently the rumored Firefly regroup is real. They're all meeting on Santa Catalina Island, a small fishing and resort island off the coast of Los Angeles. So far, they have almost 200 people there and counting. They tell them to go to Santa Catalina and look for the big round building, which we later learn is the Catalina Casino, one of the most famous casinos in the state of California. They leave the house with their new destination in mind and in good spirits. Then they get ambushed and captured by a group called the Rattlers.
Stop! Don't kill her now. Tie her up. Come here, let me see you. You ready?
Wait, what are you doing? Wait. Fuck, man!
You're fine. Get that little one.
No, Don't you fucking touch him!
Shit. One hell of a catch, huh?
We fast forward a few weeks, or maybe a month or two later. We've swapped back to Ellie again, and this time we stay with her until the end. She followed the information that Tommy gave her and found Abby and Lev's sailboat beached on the coast. There's also a little alcove in the rocks that they were using as a makeshift campsite. Also, another small detail, when you run along the shore, it leaves footprints in the sand, and when the tide rolls in, it washes them away. I also like how Lev seems to be tanning from being in the sun so much, but Ellie and Abby just have a sunburn. I can relate. Ellie found a note that Abby wrote saying that she talked to a trader that gave her the address of a Firefly base, the same place where Abby and Lev were ambushed and captured. This word of mouth is presumably how Tommy found out where Abby was. Ellie makes her way through Santa Barbara, dealing with the infected and trying to make her way to the address. Then she accidentally walks into some more plot armor in the form of an oddly specifically placed trap. Eventually, the Rattlers show up to check the trap and find Ellie hanging there. She hallucinates that it's Abby and Lev, but it's not. We saw Abby and Lev get captured. Not to mention, most people know what a character hallucinating something looks like. Also, another small detail. As I was researching for this video, I learned that this Rattler, the one that got shot in the shoulder with Lev's arrow, is Logic, the rapper. This was my very first time actually seeing his face. He does not look like how I expected him to.
This bitch is fucked up. We'd be lucky if she lasts a month. Can we please just say we're done for the day?
Yeah, get that thing down. Let's reset the traps.
Really, man? I mean, is she even worth the trip back? It's not like...
Hey, get you?
No. I'm good. Something funny?
Looks like you shit your pants.
Fuck you say?
Oh, bitch.
Oh, you like funny, huh? Get up.
Come on.
Get up.
We don't need
No,
this.
man, she's fucked up anyway, man. Come on. Yeah, it's funny, right? It's funny.
Are you serious?
Come on. Laugh.
Oh, God damn it! Wait. You said Abby. You're looking for an Abby, right? We picked one up a couple months ago.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, no, big girl. Blonde. Arms like mine. She had a scrawny kid with cuts by his mouth. Yeah, that's her. You let me go. I'll tell you where she is. You can get to her before that infection takes over.
Talk.
She's in a holding cell at our camp.
Where's that?
Head that way till you hit the railroad track. That'll lead you to a resort. We keep them in the tall, round building. I swear.
Ellie didn't need to kill that guy, but she did anyway, because she wanted to. Kind of like how Joel wanted to kill the people he interrogated in the first game. The only difference is when Joel questioned and then killed people in the first game, it was always because someone he cared about was in danger. Robert tried to have Tess killed earlier that day. The two hunters helped kidnap Ellie. The Fireflies were trying to kill Ellie, and Abby's father was in the way of Joel saving her. Here, Ellie doesn't have that kind of excuse. She left the people she cared for to be here. The guy thought that she was going to die anyway because of the bite on her hand, so he didn't really have that much of a reason to lie. Plus, his leg was all fucked up, so it's not like he was going to be able to get to their base before her and warn them. We aren't supposed to feel bad for him, though. Again, we're supposed to feel bad for Ellie because of how far she's fallen. Back when Abby and Lev were nearing the end of their year-long journey to find the Fireflies, the similarities between them and Joel and Ellie from the first game were impossible to ignore. By letting go of the past, ending the cycle of violence, and making looking after Lev her first priority, Abby unknowingly embraced the good qualities she had as a person, which were similar to the good qualities that Joel had. Meanwhile, Ellie is actively rejecting the qualities of Joel that were good, choosing to embrace his flaws instead. This caused the perspective I had from the prologue to be inverted. When I first started playing as Abby, I was worried about how her path was going to intersect with the characters I already knew and trusted. Now it's the other way around. I still didn't like Abby, it actually took me a second playthrough to start warming up to her. But I still did weirdly trust her to have Lev's best interests in mind. Her sparing Dina because of him saw to that. Ellie, however, I no longer trusted her at this point. She chose revenge over family. It's hard to trust the judgment of someone who does that. Ellie even writes new entries in her journal, one of which she states that even she isn't sure why she's doing what she's doing. Her judgment could not possibly be more clouded. Ellie heads towards the location that the guy told her about after stitching up her injury. She sees some of the Rattlers chasing after someone. They try shooting the guy's legs to keep him from getting away, and he just pulls out a gun and shoots himself in the head. The reason these guys are trying so hard to take people alive is because they're slavers. They capture random travelers and force them to work in their gardens, usually working them to death. When we get to the building, we even see that they turn some of the slaves into infected for fun. The Rattlers are by far one of the biggest asshole groups in this franchise. They may even be worse than David's people from Part 1 in some ways. After all this time fighting battles that are morally gray, we finally get some real bad guys to kill, in the truest feeling sense of the term. We even get a silenced submachine gun to help us deal with these fuckers. Also, you can set the infected prisoners loose on them and watch the fun. These next 3 areas are screaming for the player to have fun with killing stuff. For Ellie, the goal is still to kill Abby, but for the players, there's somewhat of a subconscious rescue mission that you're on to save the slaves from the Rattlers. The game also remembers to stay true to its idea of treating all the humans as people, by still including all the stuff like the NPCs screaming in pain and begging for their life. There's also a note you can find in their base that has one of the Rattlers asking for some extra food to give their mother. And after you free the prisoners, they grab a bunch of guns and try to fight their way out of the camp. You can hear the Rattlers fighting and panicking as the prisoners take their revenge. I do have an issue with how the whole free the slaves thing ends up being portrayed. Remember back about 2 hours ago when we were discussing plot holes and plot armor? I said that there were only 2 real plot holes in the game that I could spot. One was the sequence with Ellie and Dina in the school near the beginning, and I said I was saving the second one for a later time. Well, here we are. When you get past the Rattlers, you go through another door by holding triangle, and of course Ellie blocks the way behind her whether you kill everything or not. When you enter the area where the slaves are being held, a guard ambushes Ellie with a baseball bat. They struggle for a second, then the prisoners kill the guard and take her keys. They get out of the cells and grab some guns from a nearby locker, and instead of thanking Ellie for saving them, they see that she's bitten and almost shoot her. There are several things that are bothering me here. First of all, why did this guard ambush Ellie with a baseball bat when there's a locker full of guns right around the corner? One might compare this to Tommy ambushing Abby back at the marina, but with that, there was at least a logical explanation we could theorize. With this, it makes even less sense. Because if this guard had enough time to get into position for an ambush, then she should have had enough time to go around the corner and get a gun. Also, why are there guns in a locker right next to the prison cells? Not a very safe place to keep them, don't you think? In a normal prison, the armory where they keep the guns is literally in another building detached from the main facility for this specific reason. I know that this isn't a normal prison, but nobody guarding this place saw that as a bit of a security risk? With security this fucking poor, I'm honestly surprised that there hasn't been more instances of prisoners getting their hands on guns and escaping. I do like how this rescue mission ended up feeling kind of thankless at the end, since it fits in with the tone. But when one of those prisoners managed to somehow see the relatively tiny bite on Ellie's hand, why did they point a gun at her? Turning into an infected takes roughly a day or two. Did he think that she was going to spontaneously turn into a runner and start biting people's faces off? To me, this just felt like a way to quickly wrap up the free the slaves thing and shuffle the players back to the quest with Abby. According to the prisoners you helped escape, Abby is down by the shore at some place called the Pillars. Ellie walks down there, and it looks like that struggle with that guard reopened the wound on her side.
Holy. Abby?
When looking for Abby, we see a woman with a hair braid tied to one of the poles, but it's not Abby. She looks very different. It's obvious that she's been through something that's worse than anything Ellie could do to her, and placing another woman with braided hair next to her makes her appearance even more shocking. For a second, it looked like Ellie was just going to kill Abby then and there, but she ends up cutting her down. Abby gets Lev, and they go over to some boats sitting on a nearby shore. The same foggy shore with the same boat that we saw in the main menu at the start. I like how they contrast Abby and Lev with Joel and Ellie again here, by showing Abby carrying Lev to safety the same way Joel carried Ellie to safety at the end of the last game. Abby puts Lev in one of the boats, and Ellie takes off her backpack and puts it in another boat. It looks like she's considering just leaving, but she doesn't because she can't get the image of Joel's caved-in skull out of her head. Ellie tells Abby that she can't let her go. Abby refuses to fight her. Ellie tries throwing Abby to the ground and kicking her around a little, but she still says no. Abby doesn't want any part of this anymore. She's over the whole thing and knows that it's just not worth it. Abby eventually gives in, however, when Ellie threatens to kill Lev.
I'm not gonna fight you. Yes, you will. He's not a part of this. You made him a part of this. Okay. Okay.
I'm kind of on the fence with this fight. I understand what they were trying to do with it. The purpose of this fight was to contrast with the fight in the theater. They were supposed to feel tragic, but the theater fight was supposed to feel tragic and dramatic. The fight on the shore is meant to feel tragic and pathetic, the opposite of dramatic. This is to help emphasize to the player how petty and pointless this whole thing is, if it wasn't already obvious. The way it's portrayed, however, makes this hard to grasp, because it feels like it's trying to be both pathetic and dramatic at the same time. We control Ellie as she hobbles out of the Rattlers' camp and down to the shore. We control her after she frees Abby and walks over to the boats, struggling to climb over a small hill. This is supposed to make it clear that Ellie and Abby are both in terrible shape. Neither of them are in any condition to properly fight each other. It denies players the satisfaction of playing as Ellie to defeat Abby in proper combat to get her back for the previous loss, because of how emaciated they both are. But the slow walk also kind of feels like it's building up to something at the same time, so when the fight happens, there's a bit of a tonal clash. I can't help but compare it in my head to the final boss battle in Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots, where we control an old and hobbled Snake as he's limping and crawling through a room that's basically a giant microwave oven to get to his objective. This is the last bit of gameplay before the final boss fight, where we see two old men who are clearly in no condition to fight beating the absolute shit out of each other. It does feel like this was meant to be a build-up to the game's epic final boss battle. This whole fight feels unnecessary, and I think that may have been deliberate. The story is supposed to convey this feeling that the fighting between Ellie and Abby from the very beginning has been totally avoidable, pointless, and unnecessary. So, the game is trying to punctuate that point by having them fight each other in an end boss battle that's meant to feel totally avoidable, pointless, and unnecessary, with Ellie literally forcing the fight and everything. That's why I'm so torn about this fight. I can't figure out if this move was unbelievably brilliant or unbelievably stupid. Ellie and Abby slug it out for a while. Ellie slashes and stabs Abby quite a few times with her knife, and Abby bites off 2 of Ellie's fingers. Eventually, Ellie gets the upper hand and is about to kill Abby by drowning her. Then an image of Joel flashes on screen, and she seems to just let Abby go.
Go. Just take him.
So what exactly happened there? Well, the ending is ambiguous enough that you could probably draw multiple interpretations from it, but I'm gonna try to give what I think is the general purpose behind it. To fully understand why Ellie decided to let Abby go, we need to understand Ellie's character motivations throughout this whole series so far. Back in the Boston quarantine zone, when Ellie first got bitten, she was supposed to die, but she didn't. Her best friend, Riley, however, did. For whatever reason, Riley died and Ellie didn't. This causes Ellie to develop survivor's guilt, as we learn at the end of Part 1. In Part 2, Ellie learns about what Joel did, and this makes her survivor's guilt much worse. Which is why she doesn't speak to him again for years. After she watches Joel die, her survivor's guilt is still there. We know this because of what she says to Abby in the theater about her immunity. This is the reason she came out to Santa Barbara in the first place. She doesn't think that she should be allowed to feel happy that she's alive, so all she can feel is shame for trying to. During her first day in Seattle, Ellie says this to Dina when they get to the Saravina Hotel.
If those fuckers who killed Joel got taken out by some random infected,
Then they'd still be dead, Ellie.
I'm not sure that's justice.
Ellie says she's looking for justice, kind of like how Abby said she wanted justice back when she was looking for Joel. But justice, true justice, cannot be a product of emotion, because justice is about restoring balance. Revenge is about retaliation. The motive of revenge has mostly to do with expressing rage, hatred, or spite. Its intent is to cause harm, not restore order. Ellie is trying to kill Abby because she thinks that taking her revenge will make her feel better about her problems. This is how Abby was, except she learned how to break the cycle of violence by letting Ellie go and prioritizing Lev's well-being over revenge. Ellie's anger towards Joel was largely a projection of her own problems. Now that Joel's dead, that role has been passed on to Abby. At this point, she's just trying to take her problems out on her trauma that was brought on by her PTSD and her survivor's guilt. Throughout the Seattle timeline, Ellie would have dreams about her and Joel in the form of those flashback sequences. She was using her memories of Joel to propel herself through the blood and violence. That's why Tommy's voice back at the aquarium sounded like Joel for a second when Ellie was freaking out.
Whoa. Hey.
Then during the beginning of the chapter at the farm, we see Ellie put Joel's watch away in a drawer. This is meant to contrast with the scene at Joel's house back at the beginning, where we see her take Joel's watch out of the box in his room and then his revolver, showing that she's going to use her memories of him as the fuel she needs to pursue revenge. It also contrasts with the ending of Part 1, where Joel says you need to keep looking for something to fight for and brushes his hand against that same watch, showing that he was thinking about his daughter Sarah and that he wasn't able to let go of the past. Ellie putting that same watch away here symbolizes her putting the past behind her. The night that Ellie leaves Dina to go find Abby, she's wearing Joel's old jacket. She went from putting the past behind her to literally armoring herself with it. Her obsession of holding on to her memory of Joel, of holding on to the past, is depriving her of a bright and wonderful future with Dina and Jesse Jr. Before she leaves, the game cuts to another flashback. This one isn't playable, it's a pre-rendered cutscene. It shows what happened the night before we started playing as Ellie during the beginning. Ellie is at the town dance. She's drinking and having small talk with Jesse. She dances with Dina. Dina kisses her, and some old fuckface calls her a dyke. Then Joel marches over and pushes him, and Maria stops it from turning into a full fight. Then Ellie gets mad at Joel for getting involved in her business. The reason this flashback is being shown here is to emphasize that Ellie believes that Joel died without knowing how much she loved him. He stood up for her at that dance, even though they didn't talk for years at that point. And because of her survivor's guilt, she just yelled at him for saving her again. Ellie's inability to let go of the past due to her survivor's guilt causes her to behave irrationally towards Joel at that dance, yelling at him for basically no reason. So, if she doesn't stand up for Joel now by going after Abby, isn't she just letting him down again? She doesn't even fully understand why she's out in Santa Barbara looking for Abby. We can see from her journal entries that she just wants to go back to Dina and JJ. She doesn't actually want to do any of this, which is why it looks like she was just going to walk away from the whole thing. But then, she remembered Joel's dead body. That's when her love for Joel and her inability to let go of the past due to her trauma causes her to behave irrationally again. She's about to kill Abby. She was likely trying to remember Joel again while she was doing it because she didn't really want to go through with it. Again, she was using her memories of him as fuel and the tank was running on empty, but the memory of him that popped into her head was the one that caused her to completely change her mind. That memory of Joel was the last conversation she had with him before he died. This conversation happened right after the thing at the town dance went down. They start with some small talk, and then they talk about what happened back at the dance. Then, they finally talk about what happened with the fireflies.
What are you drinking?
Coffee.
Where'd you get that?
Those people that came through last week.
Oh.
A little embarrassed as to what I had to trade to get it, but it's not bad.
I had Seth under control.
Yeah, I know.
And you need to stop harassing Jesse about my patrols.
Okay. Dina. Is she your girlfriend?
No. No, that was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. I don't know why she did that.
But you do like her.
So stupid.
Look, I have no idea what that girl's intentions are, but I do know that she would be lucky to have you.
You're such an asshole.
I'm not trying to.
I was supposed to die in that hospital. My life would have fucking mattered. But you took that from me.
If somehow the Lord gave me a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
I don't think I can ever forgive you for that. I would like to try.
I'd like that.
Okay. I'll see you around.
Yep.
The reason this conversation made Ellie change her mind about killing Abby is because it defies every reason she felt like she had to. She says that her life would have mattered if she was allowed to die in that hospital. No, it wouldn't. Her immunity is what mattered to the Fireflies. Her life already mattered to Joel. We even see that he was reading up on space facts before he died. He was still trying to get acquainted with Ellie's interests, even after Ellie said she never wanted to speak to him again. He never gave up hope that they could reconcile one day.
I struggled for a long time with surviving. And no matter what, you keep finding something to fight for.
She thought that Joel may have died without knowing how much she loved him, but all he wanted was a chance to be forgiven by her. She thought that she was letting Joel down by abandoning her revenge quest and moving on with her life. But she didn't speak to Joel for years. And when she did finally speak to him again, he still had no regrets about anything, because he still loved her unconditionally and just wanted her to be happy. She was suffering from survivor's guilt, but Joel was actually the one responsible for most of what happened. So if he didn't have any regrets, why should she? She said she wanted to try and forgive Joel for what he did. But how can she do that now when she can't even forgive herself? By walking a mile in his shoes and doing all of these terrible things in his name, she already did forgive him without even realizing it. Remembering this conversation makes her realize she has no good reason to do this, that Joel wouldn't want this for her, but more importantly, it makes her realize she isn't obligated to do this. Not to Tommy, not to Joel, and not to herself. So, she stops. Some people didn't seem to think that there was any point in leaving Abby alive because of the massive body count that Ellie has under her belt now. Assuming you killed everyone you can kill as Ellie, she'll likely have at least 100 deaths to her name in this game alone. What's one more at this point? Although if Ellie kills Abby, it's likely that Lev will die because he's in such bad shape. Or he could somehow survive and track down Ellie later to kill her out of revenge for killing Abby. So if Ellie does kill Abby, she should probably kill Lev just to be safe. I know no one wants to see Ellie kill a child in cold blood, but she already killed a pregnant woman. She didn't know she was pregnant, but she still did it, and at least it was in self-defense. With Lev being unconscious, it would be straight up child murder. But, you know, what's one more, right? I think it's funny that some people seem to think this way because this is the same mindset that Abby and Ellie both had on their revenge quests. That if they violate their own moral codes a little bit more and for a little bit longer, it'll somehow be worth it in the end. As I said, all of this death is Ellie's choice. She's choosing to do this, even though she doesn't want to and she can stop at any time. So she chooses to stop here. Ellie didn't remember this conversation until now for the same reason we didn't remember the conversation about Mel being pregnant. Because she could only think of him being dead, and all of the lost time and regret and guilt that went along with it. When we catch up with Ellie back in Wyoming, it's clear a lot has transpired in her life between then and Seattle. A year has passed and enough time has gone by that her memories of him feel more distant. But the one with him dying feels closer than ever thanks to her trauma. and the details that feel hazy in her mind are being filled out by her imagination. Which is why when she hallucinates Joel back at the farm, she hears him screaming for her to help him, even though that's not what happened. The reason this memory came to mind here is probably because it was the most recent one of Joel she had that didn't have to do with him dying. I don't know if Ellie forgave Abby here necessarily. That's up in the air, and I don't think that matters here either way. This isn't really about Abby anymore at this point. This is about Ellie and her unresolved feelings towards Joel. You could say that's what this was really about from the beginning. Same as before when Abby went back for Lev and Yara. Ellie letting Abby live here was something she did for herself. Ellie's been behaving like a piece of shit, so she feels like a piece of shit, so she does something good when her conscience finally allows her to, so she won't feel like a piece of shit anymore. Putting an end to the cycle of violence with an act of mercy instead of an act of cruelty. When she says to Abby, "Go just take him," she isn't referring to Lev, she's referring to Joel. By letting Abby go, she's finally let go of the past and her obsession with holding on to Joel's memory no matter what the cost. She's finally forgiven Joel, and that's only because by letting Abby live and letting go of the past, she was finally able to find it within her to forgive herself.
Go. Just take him.
Fast forward to the ending. Ellie goes back to the farm to start her new life with Dina and JJ, finally ready to accept her place in the world and move on. Dina left her. Who could really blame her? Anyone who was even slightly paying attention to the story probably saw it coming. Owen left Abby because she couldn't let go of the past. Maria left Tommy because he couldn't let go of the past. Now Dina left Ellie. When Ellie left to go look for Abby in Santa Barbara, the goodbye between her and Dina had this feeling of it being over for them. Like they both said it's over without actually saying it. So I think a lot of the players expected this game to end with Ellie going back to Dina and Dina not taking her back. But walking into this once happy home and seeing it abandoned made it hit that much harder. She goes upstairs and we see that Dina left all of Ellie's things in one of the rooms. She was cordial about the whole thing. She picks up the guitar Joel gave her and tries to play it. But she can't because she lost 2 of her fingers. So she puts it down and leaves. By the way, it's entirely possible to restring a guitar so that it can be played with the opposite hand. Just saying. The last shot in the game is of the guitar leaning against the window while Ellie walks off the farm, presumably back to Jackson to look for Dina and JJ. Then the screen cuts to black and the credits roll. After the end credits, the game goes back to the main menu. It shows the same boat that was on the main menu when starting a new game, the one that Abby and Lev took after the fight with Ellie. Now the boat is sitting on a beach with the Catalina Casino in the background, implying that they found the Fireflies. It's ironic that Ellie ended up saving them in the end. If Ellie hadn't showed up and freed Abby, they would have both died at the Pillars. The ending for Abby and Lev is actually very similar in tone with the ending of Part 1. The ending of Part 1 had this sort of ambiguous feel to it, which I'll admit this game kind of ruins, because it left players wondering if Ellie and Joel's relationship was going to be alright. This game provided a definitive answer to that question, and it wasn't a particularly pleasant one. The image of that boat sitting on the beach with the Catalina Casino in the background made me think, I wonder what will happen to them now. On Ellie's side, her ending bears all the bitter fruit she planted herself over the course of the game. When you ask the question, was it all worth it in the end? For Part 1, the answer to me was, maybe. For the ending of Part 2, however, the answer is definitely, obviously not. But that's only if you think of these two games as two separate stories, instead of two halves of a whole story. Remember, it's still called The Last of Us Part 2. So the real question is, was everything in Part 1 worth it, even considering how everything ended up in Part 2? Even when taking the tragic events of Part 2 into consideration, I say Part 1 was still worth it. Like Joel said, I would do it all over again. When Ellie was on the farm with Dina and JJ, the sun was still out. It was a warm and beautiful day to symbolize that Ellie's future in this moment looks warm and bright. A warm and bright future that she gave up for revenge. I'm on the fence about the boss fight, but I do like this final shot of Ellie. She finally ended up where her revenge was taking her. Lost in the fog, cold, alone, hurt, broken, and worse off than she could have been. When she comes back to the farm, the sun is out again. It's bright, but not as warm as it was before. To symbolize that her future still looks bright, but not as warm as before because she drove Dina away. Ellie's story is a cautionary tale about how losing the ones we love can cause us to lose ourselves, like the Pearl Jam song implied. The ending does contrast well with the ending to Part 1, because you could still feel the tragic pain and sadness of these characters regardless of the hopeful feeling on the surface. With this ending, it's the other way around. It is tragic. Ellie has fallen so far at this point that she can't fall much further. But that also means that she has nowhere to go but up. But there's one more thing that acts as a piece of symbolism for this game's story. By far the most important one. The guitar. Some of you who somehow managed to pay attention the whole time I've been talking may have noticed that I completely skipped talking about the guitar mechanic for this game. That's because I wanted to save it for the end. After all, it's the first thing we see when firing up a new game, and it's one of the last things we see before the credits roll. So clearly, it must be incredibly important to the story. Back in Part 1, Joel and Ellie have just arrived in Salt Lake City. They're almost at their destination, the destination that took them a full year to reach. Joel says that when this whole thing is over, he wants to teach Ellie how to play the guitar. Then at the start of Part 2, which happens sometime after they found their way back to Jackson, we see that Joel found a guitar inside of an old house. It even has a moth on it to match the tattoo Ellie will eventually get. The moth is meant to symbolize Ellie being drawn to the light like a moth to a flame, as we can see during the loading screen, which has moths flying around a dark, hazy background and being drawn to an off-screen light. Compare that to the loading screen in the first game that shows spores being released in a blurry haze to resemble fireflies. Neil Druckmann did an interview where he talked about the tattoo and the significance of the moths, where he basically confirmed exactly what I just said. Quote, "There's a functional reason for the tattoo, which is covering up the bite. The idea that Joel instilled in her is the bite is dangerous. So she starts by doing a chemical burn. There's this idea of obsession and being drawn to a light and constantly pursuing this thing. And that's how we got the idea as well for the loading screen, which is just moths being drawn to a light, which kind of looked like the spores on the loading screen in the first game. So it felt like a sister image. This relationship she has with Joel to her old life. Now this moth on her arm is a constant reminder of Joel, and that, to me, is the best kind of symbolism you can make in a story. It's all relevant to the story and the themes and the relationships within." End quote. Remember, her memories of Joel are what's causing her to keep traveling down this path of self-destruction. Ellie is like a moth to a flame, and if she keeps pursuing it, she's going to keep getting burned. She's bad at expressing herself, and one way we see her try to in this game is through violence. The violence being a twisted expression of her love for Joel, as well as a projection of her own problems. The other way is through song. Back at the beginning chapters, Ellie and Dina are talking, and Ellie brings up how she writes her own music. We can actually read the lyrics to some of her songs in her journal throughout the game. Both the violence she inflicts on people and her hobby of playing music are Joel's legacy to Ellie. It's a shame that she lost 2 fingers, but I think in the long run, being forced to give up playing the guitar will be good for her mental health, since it was a hobby that fueled her obsession with holding on to the past. When Ellie puts the guitar down back at the farmhouse at the end of the game, the window she leans it against looks a lot like the window from the opening title screen of the first game. When most people who have played Part 1 think back to their time playing it, one of the first images that is likely to pop into their head is the title screen. It's one of the most iconic images from Part 1, and when you beat it once and go back to the main menu, Ellie's knife is sitting on the windowsill. By leaning the guitar against that windowsill at the end of Part 2, it brings the symbolism of it back around full circle to the first game. The camera then moves past the window and the guitar to show Ellie walking away outside. This symbolizes Ellie walking away from the past in this case being the events of the first game, as well as Joel and her obsession with holding on to him at all costs. It's probably what he would have wanted. She lost her last physical connection to Joel, but the memories of him and their time together will always be with her, as symbolized by the tattoo on her arm. Joel's gone. Nothing she can do will change that now. So she puts the past behind her and walks off into a much more hopeful future. But that's only half the point of the guitar. That's the whole point of its inclusion for Ellie, but there's another meaning behind it on behalf of the player base. As I said before, The Last of Us, the first one, is considered by plenty of people to be one of the best story-driven games of all time. Its legacy left an impression on gaming culture and games development, as well as the entertainment industry altogether. There is no way that the developers and writers at Naughty Dog are not aware of this, and the guitar was their attempt at honoring that legacy and those who are fans of the first game, while allowing the story itself to do its own thing without any regard for fan appeasement. What do you mean by that, I hear you ask? Well, to understand, we need to actually look at the mechanics of the guitar minigame. They involve a creative use of the touchpad on the PS4 controller. The way it works is you have 6 chords in a circle. You move either of the controller sticks to the chord with a white bar over it. The control stick position will correspond to Ellie's left hand. You can use L1 and R1 to switch between the 6 chords displayed in the circle. Each set of chords will represent a musical key, which will be the chord at the top of the circle. Swipe up or down on the touchpad to play the chord, or just tap the touchpad to pluck a single string. Using the bottom of the touchpad will allow you to play the bottom string, which is the one with the lowest pitch, while the top of the touchpad allows you to play the top string, the one with the highest pitch. There's at least 3 sections where players are free to just sit down and play with the guitar minigame for as long as they want. But why? Something was gnawing at me, even all the way back when I first played this game, back when the game first showed me the guitar minigame as Joel back at Ellie's place. Why bother with the effort of including it at all? I mean, clearly some thought went into this, as well as time and resources. If the purpose of putting the guitar in the game was just for Ellie, then why also include a minigame that the players control? It's not like the point of the connection between the guitar and Ellie's obsession with holding on to the past is enhanced in any way by including it. So if the guitar minigame isn't there for Ellie, then it must be there for the player. I think the idea was to have the guitar be the thing that connects the first game, Part 2, Ellie, Joel, the player base, the fan base, and the legacy of the first game all together at once. There are scripted sections where Ellie will just sit down to play a certain song like the one at the beginning with Joel, usually Pearl Jam. When this happens, you need to use the touchpad to strum up or down on the highlighted chord. The idea of this is that we get to play the first few notes ourselves before the scripted cutscene takes over and plays the rest of the song for us. Joel told Ellie that he would teach her how to play guitar in Part 1. Then, at the beginning of Part 2, we actually see him do that, and we help him by playing the first few notes. Then there are a few other points where we play the guitar as Ellie, and again we play the first few notes before the cutscene takes over. Then, by having Ellie play the guitar throughout the game and having us play, she's teaching us how to play. Not how to play the whole guitar, because that would be unreasonable, just the first few notes. But the game does give the players the option to teach themselves how to play whole songs at certain points if they want. The idea, I believe, was that this was supposed to be our way of bonding with Ellie as players, and therefore Joel by proxy. This mechanic operates under the same underlying principle as the combat does, adding subtextual storytelling through the mechanics. Music and violence are the ways Ellie expresses herself in Part 2, but one helped bring us closer to her while the other drove us away. They both pair with each other perfectly, slotting into the theme of the human race being both horrific and beautiful at the same time. I think that the guitar was supposed to be an allegory for the player's memories of the first game, and Ellie is supposed to be an allegory for the player. When Ellie loses her ability to play the guitar, not only did she lose her last physical connection to Joel and the first game, the player lost a mechanical connection they had with her, Joel, and the first game. A connection that they built up over the course of this game by learning the guitar mechanic. All because Ellie couldn't let go of the past. You're probably supposed to be okay with the fact that Ellie can't play the guitar anymore. She's walking away from the past, and you're supposed to want to follow her, with the understanding that you'll always have the memories of Joel and the first game, but some things aren't worth holding on to. So, why didn't this work? Well, part of it was because this is a very abstract and subtextual way to tell a story, just like the violence was. So it's easy for this to go over people's heads and just dismiss it as a controller gimmick. Sound familiar? Another part of it has to do with the various limitations the developers had on the mechanics. In order for this to work, they needed the mechanics they designed for the guitar minigame to be something specific. They couldn't just have the minigame be another rhythm game where you need to hit the buttons at just the right time like in other musical minigames. Because those games require players to engage with its mechanics reactively. For this to work, they needed to have players engage with it proactively. Also, they couldn't afford to have anything too video-gamey on screen because of the pre-existing commitment to simulating realism. So, they had to do something very specific with the mechanics, and they had limited room to do it. The deck was already stacked against them from the start. The solution they came up with was highlighting the proper chord that players are supposed to play in the wheel on the screen. But the problem is that players don't know what song the game wants you to play until after the game takes over. Ellie already knows what song she wants to play. She's already thinking about it. The player just has to guess. Maybe if the game put the name of the song in text at the bottom of the screen, this could have been amended a little. But there's still the issue of the fact that not everyone's heard all of these songs. And even people who have probably haven't heard them being played on an acoustic guitar before. So most people will be stumbling over the notes, guessing as to what the game wants them to play, and waiting for the game to take over. Which turns what's supposed to be an intuitive mechanic into the functional equivalent of pressing F to pay respects in Call of Duty. Or some other thing where the game has you press a single button to trigger a scripted event, just to give the absolute bare minimum of an illusion that the player is moving the story forward. At least that's how it was for me. I taught myself how to play the guitar when I was a teenager. I just did it by messing around with one in my spare time and getting a feel for it. That being said, I still can't read musical notes and chords. Most people will have no idea what these symbols on screen mean. I certainly don't. Not to mention that Ellie's playing an actual guitar and we're just playing a PlayStation controller. Playing a sort of emulated guitar on a PS4 controller with a touchpad isn't the same as just playing one normally. There is a reason why the Guitar Hero games come with a guitar-shaped controller. Some people who can read chords were able to get the hang of it and make some genuinely good cover songs. But for me, I was just stumbling through the notes, and when the game took over for me, I was like, oh, that's what I was supposed to play. This was a good attempt. I've got to give them an A for effort, but the execution left something to be desired. In fact, that's a pretty good summary of my overall thoughts on The Last of Us Part 2. A series of really interesting and experimental ideas that either weren't fleshed out as well as they could have been or should have been. It's cool that the game was trying to be so experimental, but you can't just take a game full of different experiments and call all of them a success just because they were good concepts. And to be fair, I think they were good concepts, and most of them were well executed in my opinion. Despite the problems, there were some cool ideas here. After playing Part 1, Part 2 took chances I didn't expect. It went in directions I didn't expect, and it had ideas I didn't expect. It did things I didn't expect, and apparently some of those things were things that some of the fans of Part 1 didn't want. Yes, we're talking about this now. Between the time the game was released and when this video's published, the online discourse around The Last of Us Part 2 has been some of the worst video game discourse I've ever seen. Just because the story goes places you didn't want it to go and has a few problems here and there doesn't mean the whole story is bad. If that's how this worked, I would have been much harsher with my analysis on Part 1. This same sentiment extends to the characters too. Just because you don't like the way Naughty Dog handled Joel and Abby here, that doesn't make them badly written characters. I didn't like Abby during my first playthrough because I didn't understand her. It's the same reason why I didn't like the story during my first playthrough. I didn't understand all of it, and what I did understand frustrated me, because I thought that Naughty Dog wasted all of that well-crafted misery on a shallow revenge is bad story. I was like, wait, what the fuck? I have to be missing something, that can't be it. Which is why I played it again. And once I started paying attention to Abby's story, I began to properly notice her. She has plenty of character depth and things to like about her. I was angry at Abby for what she did to Joel like the game wanted me to be, of course. But at no point when playing did I ever think she was a badly written character. Also at no point did I get mad at the writing team. Nor did I get the urge to send Abby's actor death threats. Unlike some other people apparently, my anger was always contextualized within the fiction itself. Some people being upset by this game's choices in direction is understandable and makes some sense. But the people who are acting personally offended by what Neil Druckmann chose to do with this game are just ridiculous. Same goes for the weirdos that seem to be mad about Abby's appearance. Maybe it's because I go both ways, but I personally think she looks fine. Same as Ellie. Even though I'd rather never see that sex scene again, personally. But that doesn't really matter, and quite frankly, I don't care if you think Ellie and Abby don't look fuckable enough. The same thing goes for the people who are actually homophobic and transphobic and are just mad at Naughty Dog for putting a gay and a trans person in the game. I honestly don't really care what you think. Some people were apparently not happy about the inclusion of Lev's identity in the game. Don't get me wrong, most of those people seem to just be the usual whiners that bitch and moan whenever there's an LGBTQ character in any form of media, but some felt that Lev's identity combined with Ellie's relationship was too on the nose. They felt like the game was pumping their identities into people's faces. I'm not exactly an expert in this kind of stuff, but I disagree. The only LGBTQ characters in Part 2 are Lev, who's trans, Ellie, who's a lesbian, and Dina, who's bisexual. Every other character in the game isn't. Joel, Tommy, Maria, Jesse, Manny, Mel, Owen, and Abby, who you play as for half the game. All of them are established to be straight and still identify with their assigned gender. Lev's identity and the fact that Dina and Ellie are more than just friends only ever comes up for establishing some characterization, or when it's necessary for advancing the story. I brought up that I thought Lev was a girl who shaved her head during my first playthrough for a reason. Because the story would have functioned equally as well if Lev was just a girl who shaved her head. Yes, Lev coming out as trans and thus being forced to run away from home was a big part of his character. But the writers could have made it so that he was fine with being the gender he was assigned to at birth. He could have just been forced to flee for breaking some other rule instead. It's the same with Ellie and Dina's relationship. Ignoring the fact that it was established in the DLC for Part 1 that Ellie was a lesbian, the writers could have made Ellie straight or bisexual here and had Jesse be her love interest instead of Dina. The love triangle between them could have still worked. The story would have still functioned the same overall. Making Lev trans and making Ellie a lesbian doesn't have all that much of an effect on the trajectory of the story. So, why does it matter? If changing their identities doesn't improve or worsen the characterization and writing in any substantial way, then why be upset about it? Some people were mad because they didn't like that the game was pushing an agenda. This comes from the keep politics out of games crowd, which is mostly comprised of people with their own political agendas who just point at the other side and go, "No, you." They are technically right though. Part 2 is trying to push an agenda. And that agenda is same-sex relationships and trans people exist. That's it. That's the whole agenda. That's the reason why when people say, "This game is pushing a political agenda," people respond by just calling them homophobic and transphobic. Because of the way the LGBTQ stuff is implemented, there's no other logical conclusion you can come to, other than people who are upset by its inclusion are upset because they don't want gay and trans people to be included in games at all. Or as Ellie so elegantly puts it, a bunch of bigot sandwiches. God, that's such a bad line. If you don't believe you're homophobic or transphobic, but for some reason you're against games acknowledging that gay and trans people exist, I don't know what to tell ya. The only other conclusion I can come to is that you've been consuming too much anti-SJW garbage. So you've been mentally trained to get triggered at the thought of gay people in media without thinking about the context first. Yes, some companies use inclusivity just as a ploy to make money and win good PR points. But I don't think The Last of Us Part 2 is trying to do that. It's not like Lev and Ellie's identities are their only personality traits. Dina wasn't as well fleshed out as I would have liked, but even then, she has more of a personality than Mel. I cannot think of a single defining personality trait she had other than being a doctor and Owen's baby mama. That's because her only purpose in the story was to act as a plot device to propel the arcs of the other characters. Similar to how in Part 1, Sarah's purpose was to die so we can bond with Joel. Whether you look at this sort of stuff with a cynical eye or not, it's important that we look at the context of it and remember to ask both how and why. As for the people who are saying Abby's size is unrealistic, they might be even more ridiculous than the people who are mad that she's not fuckable enough. Because at least those people had a reason for not liking her appearance that made sense. It's not a good reason, I don't think, but at least it's a logical one. Yes, women can look like this. Abby's body is modeled after a real-life CrossFit athlete. We see that Abby is obsessed with weight training. She has access to personal trainers and a gym that was built for professional football players. The WLF have livestock. They have enough food to feed everyone as long as they ration it. We see that her and Manny are allowed to cut in line when getting food rations. Abby is Isaac's #1 scar killer. She gets special treatment, therefore access to the best training the WLF can spare. We don't need to know all the details of Abby's diet and exercise routine. Explaining that wouldn't do anything to improve character immersion or the role-playing experience, because how she got so big doesn't matter to the story. It's true that most women don't look like this. Some women physically can't get this big. But some women can and do, like Abby. There's nothing contextually wrong with any of the characters' appearances. They all seem to be grounded in their world, as was clearly the developer's intention. I would have loved for this video to have been shorter than it is, but unfortunately the discourse surrounding this game has been polluted with so much bullshit. You can't even seem to talk about this game without getting people mad at you for really dumb reasons. Some of you may have noticed that my video on part 1 was called an analysis, and this video is called a close look. I was planning on calling this video an analysis too, but while I was editing, I realized I couldn't do that. Because in my mind, a video game analysis is an in-depth look at a game and all of its moving parts. Looking at what the game does well and looking at what the game does poorly. To see how it all comes together in the end. But I've been spending large amounts of time and energy here explaining away bad criticisms. In fact, when I was editing this, I realized that I structured the script with that in mind. That's why I ended up front-loading a lot of the negative criticisms I had, and it's why I talked so much about how I felt about the game when I was playing it for the first time. In my video on part 1, I glossed over a few little details and generalized a little, as to save time and keep the flow of the script going smoothly from start to finish. But I couldn't do that here. I needed to make sure people didn't think that the reason I came to the conclusions about the game that I did must have been because I missed something important. Assuming you watched the entire video up to this point, you saw me go through the whole game. You saw me comb through the Seattle timeline twice. You saw it. You were there. I couldn't afford to generalize too much or over-summarize anything. Otherwise, I would get people accusing me of being a contrarian or sucking Naughty Dog's dick or ignoring problems that the game doesn't actually have. Because for some reason, ignoring the cultural zeitgeist around a subject can be seen as a lack of knowledge and expertise by some people. It's dumb and I hate it, but that is how it is. I would have loved to have shaved a few hours off this video's length and had just talked about what the game does right and what the game does wrong. But I knew if I did that I would be running into a fucking minefield, so I had to spend a bunch of time diffusing mines. I mean, I know I couldn't just open this video by saying, I know some people hate The Last of Us Part 2, but I think it's a good game with a good story. In fact, I think it's a better game than the first one with a more compelling story overall. It's just difficult to understand and has some problems here and there. Obviously, I couldn't open the video by saying that, because plenty of people would have just disliked the video immediately and closed the page without hearing me out first. But even just making a straightforward analysis video where I don't talk about any of the controversy seemed to be off the table because of the polluted online discourse. Imagine the comments I would have gotten if I made this an analysis video instead.
Why aren't you talking about the pregnant lady running around on the battlefield like an idiot? You're really just choosing to ignore that obviously bad piece of character writing?
Yes, because it's invalid criticism that the internet invented. It is a non-issue that is easily explained away if you think about it for like 3 seconds. You just think it's a problem because you heard it being repeated on the internet over and over again by people who were angry and frustrated by the game and didn't care enough to understand why. My goal with this video wasn't just to analyze the game, talking about what the game does and how each of its individual parts add to or detract from that end result. It was to explain what the game and its developers were trying to say and do. Because clearly a lot of people didn't understand what it was trying to say and do at a basic, fundamental level. Not just the people who disliked it, even people who enjoyed it seemed to only have a rough idea as to what it was trying to do. After I finished writing what was supposed to be the final draft for this script, I went ahead and watched a bunch of videos for The Last of Us Part 2. I was trying not to let outside opinions influence my opinions too much. After I watched a bunch of videos, I came back and did some rewrites. I also wrote this section into the video, because I was worried that my points were going to go over people's heads, and I wanted to do my best to try and get the conversation surrounding this game back on track. At least for the people who want to engage with the game honestly and want to try and meet it on its own terms, rather than looking for excuses to be mad at it for not being exactly the sequel they would have preferred to have had instead. To be fair, most of the noise does seem to be coming from well-meaning people who tried to meet the game on its own terms, but just didn't for whatever reason. But some of it's from people who clearly just aren't interested in being intellectually honest whatsoever. Some people just wanted any excuse to justify their discontent with the game, even if it means being unfair to Abby, unfair to the writing, and unfair to the people who made the game. It's clear to me that these games are more focused on what's going on in the characters' heads in the moment, as opposed to showing the audience what the characters are thinking directly. This can make for some good, fluid, and organic character interaction, because humans are messy and complicated by nature, so our intentions aren't always reflected clearly in our actions. The issue is, when you write characters like this, it requires you to trust the intelligence of your audience. In the case of this game, that trust was placed in the hands of some people who were only interested in reacting, not thinking. If there's one thing I learned from online discourse, it's that unfortunately people both real and fictional tend to be defined purely by a single bad thing, even if that thing is only a microcosm of who and what they truly are. A lot of the people complaining about the narrative trying to force the player to sympathize with Abby by boiling her whole personality down to a series of pet the dog moments seem to be angry that the person they cast as the villain could potentially have any kind of depth or complexity to them, like a normal human being usually would. It's not that they refuse to see Abby as potentially sympathetic. They seem not to want to view her as anything close to human. Because admitting the reason why she did what she did to Joel is understandable is uncomfortable to think about. Because from the perspective of anyone other than Ellie, Tommy, and the player, Joel was, in fact, a horrible monster. So not only would we have to admit that maybe we would do the same thing as Abby if we were in the same situation, but we would also need to admit that Joel was a man living on borrowed time, and he kinda had his putt-putt death coming in a way. So, some people just refuse to let themselves see Abby as anything other than an abstract villain that needs to die, rather than a human with complex emotions and motivations like their beloved Joel and Ellie. And you know what? Maybe I'm not any better in that regard, because I kinda did that on my first playthrough as well. Like I said, I felt like trusting Abby when we switched over to her was betraying Joel and Ellie somehow. So while I was playing as her, I actively tried not to like her at first. It was unfair to the story and unfair to Abby. But I didn't want to be fair to the story or Abby. I wanted revenge. I was like Ellie. I didn't want to think, I just wanted to react. Ellie was wrong to do that, and I was wrong to do that. It seems to me that I wasn't alone. So many other people didn't seem to want to think about this game critically. They just wanted to react and bandwagon, which is what Part 2 and Naughty Dog wanted from the player base as well. They wanted people to crave revenge. They wanted people to fall into that tribalistic mentality. They just expected people to keep any reactions they had contextualized within the game. People were mad that Joel died like the game wanted them to be. They were upset at the parts of the story that the game wanted them to be upset at. They reacted the way the game wanted them to, but for whatever reason, they didn't bother thinking about the parts of the story the game wanted them to think about. The game was trying to make players feel bad on purpose, because the story is supposed to be a tragedy. It's trying to use tragedy to make players think about what they're experiencing, and to make the characters think about what they're doing. Which is what the first game was trying to do with its tragedy as well. These games are trying to show us the lessons they want to teach, not just tell us. They're trying to teach us lessons in a way so that both the players and the characters will actually reflect and take those lessons to heart. We all know revenge is bad, and so do the characters probably. But they went out looking for revenge anyway, and plenty of players, myself included, were more than happy to follow them down this path, telling ourselves whatever excuses we needed in order to feel okay about it. Eventually, when people ran out of excuses instead of reflecting like the game wanted them to, they took their grievances outside the fiction. In my case, I hand-waved away Abby's entire character arc. At least my anger never went any further than what was presented to me in the game. I also replayed the game and thought about it before making this video. Some people who were angry admitted they didn't even play the game, they just watched a Let's Play. I'm not just talking about random people posting on Reddit or in YouTube comment sections. There were YouTubers making videos claiming that The Last of Us Part 2 was a failure in storytelling. And in the same video, they admitted that they didn't even play the game, they just watched a Let's Play. This game relies on mechanical subtext to get its points across. It's hard enough to understand when you experience it with a controller in your hands, the way it was intended to be experienced. Experiencing it by watching a Let's Play will make it even harder to understand. In the case of some others, they took their grievances out in a number of other ways, like by trying to claim the whole game was poorly written for a number of reasons. Some of which were fair, some were not, and some went as far as to make problems up, claiming things the game did that were clearly purposeful or clearly explained were actually mistakes or poorly executed somehow. Some of which had the feel of, if the game won't let me experience revenge, then I am going to take my revenge out on the game itself. Beyond that, we had people who were trying to claim that the people who made this game and people who like this game are bad somehow. If the game won't let me experience revenge, then I'm going to take my revenge out on the people who created it. And then beyond that, we had death threats. I don't give a shit how emotionally bent out of shape you are. Don't harass or send death threats to people because you didn't like a fucking video game. When this game's plot got leaked before the game was released, people started freaking out about the story before they even got to play it. I remember a bunch of people were calling this game woke garbage because it has a trans woman beating Joel to death with a golf club. After it was revealed that there was a trans person in the game, people saw Abby and just assumed that she was the trans person because of her appearance. Even though she was in one of the game's pre-release gameplay trailers, and no one assumed that then. Again, when this trailer dropped, fans were theorizing that she was Ellie's mother. Because people were getting mad about this game before it was even released, people weren't interested in thinking about the game critically. They were interested in reacting and bandwagoning. Some people were so angry when they saw the leaks that they started going out of their way to spoil the game for as many people as possible. On Twitter, in the comments sections for the game's trailers, they were trying to hurt the sales of the game before the release date as a way to punish Naughty Dog for killing off Joel, because they were upset about him dying and how he died, which again was intentional. The game was trying to make the players mad here, so that way they'll be primed for Ellie's revenge rampage. Out of all the games with stories that could have gotten leaked early before release, this may have been the worst possible thing that could have happened to this particular game. People saw Joel die and got angry, but since they couldn't play the game because it wasn't out yet, they didn't have context for why they killed Joel that way or why they should be angry. So they started taking their anger out on Naughty Dog instead. This is a very bad mindset to have for a game like this, because of how hard it is to understand since it heavily relies on subtext to get its points across. Naughty Dog tried to contain the damage by using the DMCA system, but Naughty Dog is still a company, so they used a scorched earth approach to tackle the problem. They didn't just go after people who were trying to spoil the game and show the leaked footage. They also went after people who were just talking about the leaks online. Even people who were just warning others about the leaks. I know because it happened to me. On the 27th of April, 2020, I tweeted out some screenshots of the leaked footage of the game. The screenshots were just of Ellie and Dina in the grow house smoking a joint. I found them on a website that was talking about the leaks. I didn't read the article, I just wanted to see if the leaks were real, and they were. I heard that someone inside Naughty Dog leaked the game, but I think that turned out to be false. The tweet I put out with the screenshots was just me saying, hey, the game got leaked and here's proof. If you don't want it spoiled, be careful where you go on the internet for a while. Then on May 12th, Naughty Dog DMCA'd that tweet because of the screenshots I shared. I didn't even know you could get DMCA'd on Twitter until this happened to me. As time goes on, I hope The Last of Us Part 2 will be able to shake off the controversy around its release window. But because of fan anger and the fact that there was a trans person in the game, some people had to make the game a political issue. Unfortunately, the discourse around the game before and after it launched was hijacked by anti-SJW weirdos looking to dunk on it for political points and juicy outrage clicks. And judging from Neil Druckmann's Twitter, he clearly did not appreciate that. I do think the majority of the anger surrounding this game comes from a place of genuine confusion and emotional exhaustion. From people who wanted to understand the game and engage with it honestly on its own terms, but didn't because of how overwhelming it is and how abstractly it tries to tell its story. So they just tried to give a rough guess as to what it was trying to do and rolled with that, which again is what I did when I first played it. I thought that the whole point of the game was to say revenge is bad. So at first, anything that didn't clearly slot into that mold ended up confusing and frustrating me. If I wasn't making this video, I would have likely dismissed all of the parts of the game that I didn't understand as bad writing choices that made no sense and moved on with my life. Not everyone has the time, patience, or composure to spend over a year thinking about this one game and making an in-depth video essay breaking the whole thing down like I just did. But there is no getting around the fact that Part 2's anti-fan group seems to be especially toxic compared to other beloved game franchises with divisive entries. Some big YouTubers who made videos saying they liked Part 2 around the time of its release had to deal with online harassment for months. I've seen some other game review YouTubers say they want to make videos on The Last of Us Part 2, explaining why they liked it, but they're scared of being on the receiving end of a targeted online harassment campaign. Maybe if people just chilled the fuck out and took the time to think, someone out there would have already made a video like this breaking the whole thing down. Maybe someone already did and it just got lost in the noise. Like people repeating the same few talking points over and over again, thus potentially drowning out any assenting voices in an endlessly spooling forever game of internet telephone. Maybe I'll become one of those voices, who knows? Or all the people who tried to dunk on this game for political points, including a few reviewers who tried really hard to hide the fact that that's what they were doing, but you can still tell that's what they were hoping to get out of making a review. Or the reviewers that put out videos that consisted almost entirely of nonsensical and incoherent rambling that goes on for minutes and sometimes for much longer than that. No hate to my fellow game critics, I'm not naming names or calling anyone out. There's been too much harassment and toxicity in the conversation around this game already. But there's a chance that you may have found this video binge watching review videos for The Last of Us Part 2. If so, then you know what I'm talking about. I get that people are probably trying their best, same as me, but if I may be so bold as to offer some advice to the people who are lucky enough to do this media criticism thing for a living, it seems as though some people who reviewed Part 2 played it, decided they didn't like it, then looked for reasons as to why they didn't like it, and used those as points of contention against the game. That isn't the way you're supposed to do critical analysis. In fact, that's the exact opposite way you're supposed to do it. That's literally the definition of confirmation bias, where you come to your conclusions about something first, then look for facts to reinforce those conclusions. An example of what I'm talking about is the weird pacing. A lot of people don't seem to like this game's pacing, and I agree with them, I don't either. Ellie's 3 days in Seattle are all about setting the stage. This takes up almost half the game, which is very frustrating, but there's a reason why it was paced the way it was. It was so we could take the time to bask in revenge with Ellie and feel the full weight of everything she's done uninterrupted. So that way, when we swap over to Abby, we can see how everything Ellie did barely even affected her, and the parts that did affect her affected Ellie almost just as badly. The flashbacks were there to show us what happened to the characters before the Seattle timeline, and to show us that they were being motivated by the memories of the past. Because holding on to the past is one of the game's themes. The game is trying to use its framing to put you into the headspace of the characters you're playing as. The character swaps, the flashbacks, they all serve a purpose to the story structure, as well as the themes within. Even though the way they were done slows the pacing to a crawl and makes players wait goddamn forever before they can experience a narrative payoff. When I was writing this video, one of the first things I thought of was the pacing. Why was the game paced this way? What were the developers hoping to get out of pacing the story this way? What were they thinking? From a critical analysis perspective, whether or not I like the pacing is technically irrelevant. But so many people just seem to dismiss the pacing and story structure as a mistake instead of the result of a deliberate creative choice. To help explain what I'm trying to say here is a list of facts and opinions about the story, characters, and writing in The Last of Us Part 2 put side by side. These are opinions that I've seen floating around in the online discourse that are being phrased as facts. You may agree with some of these opinions, or you may disagree with them. You are entitled to your opinion, but they are opinions, not facts. I normally don't do this kind of thing. I try to respect the intelligence of the people watching my videos, because game reviewers that don't respect the intelligence of the audience tend to come across as condescending. It doesn't matter how factually accurate you are or how many good points you make. If people see you as pretentious, they won't want to agree with you. But the conversations around this game in general have been really unproductive as far as I'm concerned. It's been extremely depressing and frustrating to watch. The toxic anti-fans are a small vocal minority, but they are very vocal. This is something else I notice that happens sometimes when people bandwagon against something on the internet. Insisting things that aren't problems are problems somehow. Like the plot armor is a problem and I don't like that. Therefore, anything else I don't like about the plot is also plot armor. This game has some problems. Those problems are the fault of the people who made it, and I don't like that. Therefore, anything else I don't like about the game must also be a problem with the game and the fault of the people who made it. Like killing Joel or having Abby pet dogs and having Ellie kill dogs. How dare you try to get me to like this monster by having her pet dogs? The game is bad for trying to get me to like Abby, and the developers are bad for trying to get me to like Abby, and anyone who likes the game or likes Abby is also bad, too, somehow. I did my best to give people who don't like this game the benefit of the doubt because there are valid reasons not to like the game that make sense. But some of the anger does seem to be just that straightforward. I'm probably going to feel bad later about including this part in the video, because I know it makes me sound like kind of a dick. But, fuck it. I'm tired, man. I'm tired of the people refusing to engage with this game honestly. I'm tired of the game of internet telephone prescribing imaginary problems to the story. I'm tired of the internet inventing non-controversies to pin on the game and its developers, thus overshadowing concerns about the company that are potentially worth talking about. I'm tired of the people making up obviously bullshit excuses to be angry at the game and its developers. I'm tired of seeing well-meaning people miss the mark so hard on what the game was trying to say and do. And I'm tired of working on a video for over a year on a game that's so mentally and emotionally exhausting to think about. Top that off with the fact that the game came out in 2020. 2020 was a year that was filled with back-to-back bad news all the time. A year that was already mentally taxing and emotionally exhausting by itself. And I spent most of that year playing, replaying, thinking about, and writing for this game. So imagine how I must feel. Maybe that's part of the reason why the discourse was so bad when it launched. Maybe more people would have called Part 2 a masterpiece if it was released a year or two prior. Maybe if the discourse around this game wasn't so polluted, I wouldn't have been stuck working on it for so long. I could have made this an analysis video instead, and then it probably would have been shorter. I don't think the developers ever even intended for The Last of Us Part 2 to be fully understood by most people. They just wanted the game to get people thinking, and yet here I am trying to explain it like a dumbass, while also trying to cut through a whole bunch of bad faith arguments that have built up over the course of a year. Like I said, ignoring cultural zeitgeist around a subject can be seen as not knowing what you're talking about. But some people may not be interested in thinking about this video critically. They may only want to react to it. And you can't control how people react to the things you create. The best you can do is try and steer how your audience responds, hoping something out of your control doesn't come along and jerk the wheel out of your hands. Like I said way back in the beginning, this game may be hard for you to swallow if you judge a game's value on the feel-good fun factor. If you didn't like the game because it made you feel bad or because you didn't have fun, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. But the people who've turned disliking this game into a hobby really need to chill the fuck out. So those of us who do not share those types of opinions can actually have a productive conversation about the game. Please and thank you very much. Regardless of the over-the-top anger from some toxic and reactionary people with bad criticisms, and regardless of some of the actual factual problems this game has, there is a solid game with a cohesive story here, with an underlying message. This brings me to my final point, which is my interpretation of what message these games are trying to convey. Everything in this game leads back to one central core theme, which is passing things down to the next generation. This theme can be seen symbolically in Part 2, from Abby taking up her father's old hobby of coin collecting, to Ellie keeping Joel's watch and revolver, and even the guitar. But it goes deeper than what we see on screen. There are multiple themes at play here. The futility of the cycle of revenge, how factionalism can cause us to other our fellow man, how love can be twisted into hate, how not processing grief properly can lead to mental health problems, how trauma can affect us and those around us. They all lead to this game's main theme of passing things down from one generation to the next. It doesn't stop there either. Pretty much everything else we discussed in this video can be traced back to this. Ellie and Abby's stories, Ellie and Dina's relationship, Abby and Owen's relationship, the fighting between the WLF and the Seraphites, and even Joel's death. In fact, this theme can even be found in Part 1 to some degree. I saw this theme when I was playing Part 1, but didn't mention it in the video I did on it, because there wasn't much to illustrate that point. I thought that if there was a theme of passing things down from one generation to the next, it was just a necessary consequence of the father-daughter story. Part 2 isn't a father-daughter story, even though there are traces of that. Part 1 was only interested in exploring the themes of passing things down from one generation to the next through subtextual implications that were limited within the scope of the father-daughter story. Part 2, however, is thematically centered on this concept. The first thing we see at the beginning of Part 1 is Joel talking about work. He's worried about Sarah's bedtime and jokes about her helping him pay the mortgage. He clearly has concerns about the future. On the car ride out of town, they see a family on the road. Tommy tries to pull over the car to pick them up, but Joel tells him to keep driving, because he was prioritizing protecting Sarah. Then, he loses her. 20 years later, Ellie comes into the picture. Ellie being the hope for the future of the human race with her immunity. But, as the game goes on, she becomes Joel's hopeful future, becoming that thing he has to fight for. A title that was previously held by Sarah, followed by Tommy and Tess. After they get to the dam where Tommy is, Joel says that he owes him for all the years he took care of the two of them. Tommy clearly regrets a lot of the things that he and Joel did over those years being the time between when Sarah dies and when we catch up with him again 20 years later. Joel believes that they survived because of what they did, to which Tommy says, it wasn't worth it. Joel takes this as an insult, because the thing that kept him from becoming like Bill, becoming cold and detached from the world, was keeping himself and his brother alive. A brother that he still loved dearly. He saw someone he loved die once, and he was going to do whatever it takes to never experience that again. Then Tommy outright tells him, no, you should have been forced to experience that again because it would have been better that way somehow. After they get to the Firefly hospital, Marlene tells Joel that she needs to kill Ellie to extract a cure, saying that she doesn't have a choice. The hopeful future that Joel found must die so the past can be restored. It's for the greater good. In part 2, we found out that the reason why she came to this conclusion is because of Abby's father, Jerry. He acknowledges that killing Ellie is wrong. It's even hinted in the dialogue that he wouldn't have been able to perform the surgery if it was his daughter instead. But he still insists that it's worth the sacrifice if it means manufacturing a cure. Because his hopeful future is Abby, and he wants to create a better world for his daughter. To him, that's worth more than anything, including his own Hippocratic oath as a doctor. Joel, however, disagrees. To him, it wasn't worth going back to the way things were if it meant losing Ellie. So he stopped them and saved her. By doing so, he potentially doomed what's left of the human race. But he kept his humanity by prioritizing protecting someone he loved over everything and everyone else. After all, what's the point of saving humanity from the infected if we have to behave more like them to do it? Becoming cold, detached, and uncaring for the wants and needs of others. Joel was acting selfishly and mostly on instinct, which doesn't sound very human. Until you remember that humans are still technically animals with wants and needs. So selfishness is in our nature. Which, again, I think is why Joel keeps getting symbolically compared to animals in part 2. He was a man who acted primarily on instinct. So, if that's the case, is selfishness really a bad thing? What is the difference between an act of love and an act of hate? Was Joel acting out of a selfish or selfless love for Ellie? Maybe both. This train of thought is essentially leading to the question of what does it mean to be human? The kind of what is the meaning of life style of question that everyone has a different answer to. All of these characters keep spending all of their time and energy trying to sacrifice for the greater good, and it always has backlash. Because usually that sacrifice entails spilling the blood of others. The WLF and the Seraphites fought each other and believed that their side was fighting for the greater good. The end resulted in a massive loss on both sides. Because really, they were just fighting out of a deep hatred for each other. Ellie going after Joel's killers resulted in multiple terrible things happening to her, as well as Dina. But Dina stuck with her through everything that happened. She was Ellie's hopeful future. And it took Ellie damn near forever to realize this because she became that well before Joel died. She was being supportive of her when they were in Seattle. She was patient with her when she was being strong-headed. She even gladly stuck by her side when she was dealing with her PTSD. She killed for her and almost died for her multiple times. And she still stuck by her the whole time without any regrets. That's because Ellie was Dina's hopeful future. Everything she did for her was an act of selfless, unconditional love. So to Dina, dealing with all the baggage Ellie brings to the table with her was worth it if it meant being with her. Putting up with your partner's bullshit because the pros make it just so worth it. Now that is love right there. Ellie and Dina tried moving on with their lives together after Seattle. But Ellie couldn't do it. She just couldn't allow herself to embrace the hopeful future she wanted. So she chooses to hold on to the past instead. They still love each other, but when Dina saw Ellie choose her hate for Abby over the love of her family and the future they could have together, that is when she couldn't do it anymore. So she gave Ellie an ultimatum. Either be a part of my future or chase the past without me. Ellie tells her, if you want to move on with your life without me, that's up to you. Dina is left with two choices. Either be like Ellie, stay in the past, and hope she comes back to her, or move on and go into the future without her. She chooses to leave. The same is true with Abby and her revenge. Owen was Abby's hopeful future, a hopeful future she gave up in pursuit of revenge. And only after she got her revenge did she realize she made a mistake. She wants to make up for lost time with Owen, but he ends up paying the same price Joel did. He acted out of love in a world filled with hateful people. Because of this, Abby's hopeful future is gone, and now all she has left is hate. When Lev stopped Abby from killing Dina in the theater, he became Abby's new Owen, her new chance for a hopeful future. He also became this game's Ellie, representing the new symbolic hope for the future of the human race. Because the hope that Ellie gave Joel and the players over the course of the first game didn't come from her immunity. So, by extension, Abby became the new Joel, with her only real purpose being to protect this new hopeful future. Both figuratively by trying to be a better influence on him, and literally by keeping them both safe, no matter what the cost. Joel died with no regrets, believing that he did the right thing, because he prioritized protecting the people he loved over everything else. Part of his motivations for doing it were arguably selfish, because he couldn't let go of the past, something Ellie and Abby had to learn to do the hard way. But he did whatever his instincts told him to do to protect himself and the people he cares about and never regretted it. You could argue that his methods were the problem, but I don't think he would care all that much, because he spent his entire life hearing people do that sacrifice for the greater good crap, which always caused pain and loss no matter how good the intentions were. In his mind, he did what his instincts told him he had to do in order to protect those he cared about. If doing that made him a bad person or whatever, so be it. Using this line of logic, it's possible to craft an argument that Joel wouldn't have wanted Ellie to go after Abby for killing him in the first place. Ellie's entire story was about the concept of sacrificing for the greater good. And by the time it was over, her idea of what the greater good was to her seemed quite small and petty, whereas Joel was content with just valuing the life he has. He was fine with living in a mushroom zombie apocalypse for the rest of his life, as long as he can live in it with Ellie. I don't listen to a lot of folk music, but one of my favorite folk songs is Cats in the Cradle by Harry Chapin, which came out as part of his Varieties and Boulder Dash album back in 1974. It's a good song, and it's kind of hard to listen to it without tearing up a bit. I actually advise going off and listening to it. It's on YouTube, so it's not hard to find. The verses start out with depicting a tale of a father and his son who can't schedule time to be with each other. The father gets the necessities of raising a child right. He works hard and pays the bills, and whenever he isn't working, he tries his best to be there for him when he can. But since he's working so hard, naturally, he can't be there for every special moment. He was away on a business trip when his son walked for the first time. He also got him a baseball for his 10th birthday. But when his son asked if they could play together, the father said, "Sorry, I got a lot to do, maybe later." His son was okay with that, because he still loved and looked up to his dad. The reoccurring verse in the song has the son saying, "I'm gonna be like you, Dad. You know I'm gonna be like you." Initially, this seems like no big deal, hopeful even, because they both love each other and life doesn't always work exactly the way you want. But they're managing. In the third verse of the song, his son is going off to college. The father is proud of his boy and asks him if he wants to spend some quality time together. His son says no, instead asking to borrow the car, probably to go see his girlfriend or friends or something. Then in the final verse, the father is retired and calls up his son. He says he wants him to come over so they can spend some time together. He tells his dad right now isn't a good time. His new job is a bit of a hassle and his kids are sick, but it was still nice talking to him. His son wants to spend time with him, but he has his own career and family now. Over time, both father and son switched life roles. The son now has no time to spend with his father. Only then does the father realize that his son has become just like him. He said he wanted to be just like him when he grew up, and he did. For better and for worse. The song was meant to serve as a warning against putting one's career before family. It was originally written after Harry Chapin's wife, Sandy, wrote a poem of the same name. A poem she wrote after hearing some country song on the radio. She says she can't really remember the name of the song or even the lyrics exactly, but she remembers it was about an old couple sitting at their breakfast table and looking out the window, and they saw the rusted swing and the old sandbox outside, and they were reminiscing about the good old days when all the children were around, and then their grandchildren, and now it's all passed them by. Harry took the poem Cats in the Cradle and turned it into a song after his wife gave birth in the hospital by herself, while he was off performing at a concert in another state. He would often joke on stage about that, saying, "This is a song my wife wrote to zap me because I wasn't home when our son Josh was born." His wife was kind of amused by that because in her words, quote, "We learn life's lessons too late. We don't learn lessons before the fact. We don't have a child born and then have all this wisdom. So I always thought it was interesting the way he told the story." End quote. You may be wondering, what does some old boomer folk song have to do with anything? Well, when I was writing the original rough draft for this script, I put on my country and folk music playlist. I figured it would help set the mood. Then Cats in the Cradle played, and I remembered how much I liked this song. So I put it on repeat, and the more I listened to it, the more I realized how it resonated with my feelings on the depiction of Ellie and Joel's relationship, especially after learning that Harry Chapin died shockingly and unexpectedly just like Joel did. He died in a car crash back in 1981 at the age of 39, when his real-life son was only 9 years old. Sometimes unconditional love has consequences because we all express love differently. Loving someone is easy. The hard part is figuring out how to love them right. That's why I could not disagree more with the people who say this game is disrespectful to Joel's character. Because in the end, Joel was proven right. From the moment we first saw him in Austin, through the 2 decades of blood, torture, death, and wanton murdering, all the way to the very end, he never lost sight of his ideals. It doesn't matter how bad the world is or how far we fall. As long as we have our loved ones with us, there's always hope for the future. Whether that future is better than the present we live in now is up to us, by remembering to prioritize protecting those we love over destroying the things we hate. In a world filled with monsters and factions of people trying to kill each other for different reasons, be it land, religion, justice, revenge, turning back the clock and restoring the past, or some other quote-unquote greater good, there's still at least a few people left who remember to prioritize protecting those they love over everything else. That is the reason why these games are called The Last of Us.
Can't be for nothing.
I would do it all over again.
And that's The Last of Us Part 2. Gameplay-wise, it's a noticeable improvement in pretty much every way from the first game, with a few light caveats. Story-wise, it's both a continuation of the first game's story and an inversion of it, by constantly trying to draw symmetrical parallels to its story and the first one, as well as drawing parallels to the personal stories of all 3 protagonists. The whole game, really, is a series of very interesting and experimental ideas, but not all of them landed as well as they could have, like the guitar mechanic, or trying to make players uncomfortable through the combat so they'll question the morality of the characters, something that can be hard to understand, especially when you're trying to have fun with the combat. It's a very experimental and ambitious game. Possibly too ambitious. It tried to do a lot of things at once, and as a result, it may have overexerted itself and ended up tripping over itself a few times, creating a few hurdles for itself that a lot of players weren't able to jump over seamlessly. I think one of the biggest hurdles it gave itself was the pacing. They very much wanted players to judge situations, then present new context to challenge their assumptions. But for a long game that's so content with making players wait for such a long period of time before a narrative payoff, it's a fairly risky maneuver that didn't work for plenty of people. Plus, the other problems didn't help, like the whiplash-inducing character switch from Ellie to Abby in the Seattle timeline and the occasional piece of plot armor. I personally liked this game. Not only do I view it as a better game than the first, but it had a more compelling story overall, just because it tried to do everything the first game did and more. And it handled it with much more nuance and originality than the first game ever came close to at its best moments. Not all of it worked, but most of it did. It has its share of problems, just like the first one. But most of the problems Part 2 has are ultimately small in the grand scheme of things, like the problems with the first one. However, same as the first one, I don't view it as a masterpiece. But in my eyes, it is so painfully close to being one. If only the execution of some of its more creative ideas just worked out a little better. If you didn't like this game, then that's fine. We all have different opinions. The problem starts when we start acting as though we feel our opinions are worth more than what anyone else could say otherwise. After playing both of these games so many times, getting the platinum trophies for each, and thinking about them so much, I can't imagine playing either of these games again without being prepared to play them both back to back now. Both feel like two halves of a complete whole to me. In the first Last of Us game, I really liked Ellie and Joel as characters, but in Part 2, I truly began to appreciate them as people, flaws and all. The Last of Us Part 2's ending feels complete, same as the ending to the first game. It doesn't need a third installment, but it does leave itself open to the possibility of one in the future. But I guess we'll see about that if Naughty Dog ever decides to revisit this universe again. Done! Holy mother of God, this video took me forever! But I did it. I actually fucking did it. Woo! Oh my God. Oh man. Thank you very much for watching. I mean it sincerely, thank you. This video took me over a year to write, produce, edit, and research, and Jesus Christ, this has been an exhausting time. But I finally got around to finishing it. Whew, man, it's good to be back after a year of not uploading anything. Oh man. It is going to feel really good to upload this, not just because this video's been sitting in my project, like, storage closet or whatever the fuck for a long time, but I want to do my best to get the conversation around this game back on track, and it's gonna feel really good to just like have my voice out there as a way to like offer a rebuttal to all of the what I view as bullshit that is floating around out there around the conversation in this game. Sorry if I'm rambling a little. I don't record these in segments like scripted. I just have like a couple of bullet points here that I want to touch on. Let's see. Yeah, like I said, I wanted to get all of this off my chest after a year of biting my tongue on this game, and do my best to get the conversation back on track for this game. But a conversation requires more than one person, obviously. So if I find anything else that's interesting that's The Last of Us Part 2 related, I'll link it down below somewhere. Oh, I'm not really sure what my next video is going to be on. I have a couple of rough ideas, but I don't want to say anything because I have a habit of bringing up videos that I want to make for games, but I end up not making the video because honestly mostly has to do with the fact that my computer is a fucking toaster. There are games that I want to make reviews on, but I just don't have the PC power right now. Hopefully in the future when I get a better PC, you know, that'll happen. I can finally make that Ori and the Will of the Wisps video. Anyway, I'm gonna keep this in segment short because this video is long enough. It's already been 1 full year since I uploaded to my YouTube channel. I didn't want it to be 1 full calendar year as well. But it looks like I'm probably not going to be able to get the video out before the end of 2021, which sucks. Shut up, Windows. Anyway, hang on, I got a couple of things here. As I said, if I find anything interesting that's related to The Last of Us or The Last of Us Part 2, I'll link it somewhere down below. Shout out to SolePorpoise and his Ludonarrative Dissonance video. I'll link that somewhere down below. Let's see. Oh, credit to the artist who let me use her art for the thumbnail. The link to their private website should be somewhere down in the description below. Oh, and have a happy 2022. I'm gonna go get ready for my next game review. I don't know what the game is going to be yet exactly. I have a few ideas, but I guarantee you that it can't be any longer than this fucking thing. You will never hear me complain about the length of my own videos ever again. Oh God. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Oh! If you like this video, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you all in the next video.